1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good morning, good evening, and good night, wherever you are in the world. My name is Jamal Blackali, and you are watching DBN and our coverage of the curtain raiser to the North American diplomacy season, Cascadia. This is a phenomenal tournament that's held in Vancouver, Canada, under the watchful eye of Chris Brand and Riaz Virani. And with me today, we have a number of luminaries, people in the peak of the DBN. We have Katie Gray, we have Michalis Kamaridis, and we also have someone who, I don't know, just rocked up to DBN today for some kind of reason. Hi, everybody. How are we doing?
Hello.
Hello. Pretty well.
Doing all right. Somebody just handed me this microphone cover on the street, and I was like, hey, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah. You're going to try your hand at a talking head. It's Brandon Fogel. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah. Some people pronounce it a three-way draw for first place, but
yeah, exactly. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for getting together and covering Cascadia with me. I want to start with you, Katie. You are the reigning queen of Cascadia who has not gone to defend her crown. Is this just because the tournament's not big enough for you this year, or how? Tell us about this tournament. Give us the scene setting on this one.
No, the Cascadia is great. I really wanted to make it work. It just was not logistically in the cards this year. But Chris Brand does a great job. It's a lot of fun. The local hobby, it's full of Canadians, so it's great, nice people, good times on and off the board. I think Riaz is very involved in the planning too. He does a good job. I really loved Cascadia. Last year was my first time there, and I couldn't make it this year, but I will be back, and everyone should go if you can.
That's right. And Michalis Kamaridis, I hear that you have climbed every single mountain in the Vancouver area. What the hell? Tell us about that.
Well, being a European, all of the country is just really close together. So I consider Montreal to be part of the Vancouver area. And so when I went to Montreal and climbed the mountain there, I think I've basically climbed the biggest mountain in Vancouver. There's a little difference between the two.
Yeah, nice. And Brandon, you were also at Cascadia last year. Last year, obviously, Cascadia being DipCon had a kind of a big air to it. I think there was something like 7 or 8 boards going on at one time. It's all hosted in the lovely Holiday Inn in Surrey, which I did find out is not actually in Vancouver, because Vancouver's only the little internal area, and they decide to name all of their suburbs as cities or something weird like that. But how was your experience there?
it was great for 2 rounds, and then you and I had a fun or a not so fun experience in round 3 as Austria and Turkey, along with it was Dave Miletsky, Andrew Goff, and Doc Binder on the other side of the board, creating a Western triple that is the stuff of nightmares in general.
All Western triples are the stuff of nightmares.
Yeah, both personal and collective.
As the turkey that was getting aired in that game, I think I recall at one point shouting, "Yay, the sombrero is coming to save me." The sombrero did not save me, unfortunately.
No, sadly not.
Yeah.
The sombrero had an agenda, and then the sombrero, I think, got chopped down by other people's agendas in the end. So as it happens.
I remember Andrew Goff looking at that board and going, do I push for a solo here or not, and deciding not to. So, that's Goffy nonsense at its peak. Well, yes. So 3 of us have been to Cascadia. It's a great tournament. One of us has not been to Cascadia. Michalis, tell us why you should have been to Cascadia.
Well, I suppose Canada, Britain, they're pretty much 2 sides of the same coin, same king, same country. I think that the reason I've not been to Cascadia is the same reason I don't go to any other British tournaments. They're just a little below my level.
Yeah, very. So I mean, I'm not sure what that says about you, Katie, having won Cascadia. But can you give us a sense of the vibe of the tournament, right? So obviously last year being DipCon, it was a little bit different, but I think, in my experience, it's got a real it's got a real kind of casual, fun vibe to it. It's got a real, the hosting is great. There's a whole lot of events going on around it. Why should other people get themselves to Cascadia?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a really great group of people. And I remember playing, I don't know, Avalon or one of those social deduction games before the tournament started in the hotel lobby. It was a really good time. There's actually great Indian food in that region. I had some of the best Indian food I've ever had over there. It's just fun. I don't know if everyone shares this opinion, but I kind of like the diplomacy tournaments that are in smaller towns, more like private areas, because I think it really encourages people to hang out with other people, get to know people off the board. And I think that's like a really important part of diplomacy tournaments, because if the only good thing about, if the only thing you have in a diplomacy tournament is the diplomacy, there's just real chances for it to be a miserable time. And so you need the off-board stuff too. And I feel like that was, even last year when it was a little more intense, I feel like that was really present at Cascadia.
100% agree. I remember having some very average Chinese food and some very amazing Indian food on either side of the tournament.
Come to Albuquerque. We have the worst Chinese food in the country.
You make me want to go there. and Brandon, having been a veteran of a lot of these North American tournaments for a very long time, where does Cascadia sit in kind of the cluster of North American tournaments, right? It's obviously one of the only consistent Canadian tournaments that are on the calendar. There's obviously a big local contingent. A lot of people from the Seattle area come up. A lot of people from that whole northwest coast thing. It has a bit of that West Coast Care Bear vibe to it, I feel. But how does it compare to some of the other North American tournaments that are going on during the year?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm sitting here thinking I actually haven't traveled to as many tournaments as you might think, but Cascadia is, I think, one of the only ones that I've been to twice. I went back in 2019, tournaments often sort of take on the character of the tournament director. I think it has a lot of influence over sort of the culture of the gathering and sort of the vibe. And Chris Brand is, just one of the nicest guys in the tournament, on the tournament scene, and just very, sort of soft spoken, but sort of clear eyed in what he wants from a tournament or even a game. And that really, I think, percolates into the feel of the whole tournament. So it's really a friendly group. As far as how it compares to the other tournaments on the whole circuit, that's a really good question. It's been run continuously now for several years, and there have been a lot of other tournaments that are older but have had interruptions, like Tempest in DC, WAC in Seattle. And Cascadia is still going. So I think there's about 4 or 5 that have been consistent now over the last 10 years, and Cascadia is one of them. So it's for that reason, it's becoming sort of one of the more venerable tournaments on the circuit.
Absolutely, and I can testify to the amount of work that goes in from Chris Brand to make this thing run. So last year I took myself over to Canada. I got there about a week early and stayed with Chris. And we're talking. He's got an engraving machine that he personally hand engraves all of the trophies with on the week beforehand. You're spending hours every evening, carving them out and carving engravings into pens so people can have Cascadia branded pens when they're writing their orders. So there's a lot of care and that goes into this tournament. I think it's a real project of love, and it really shows, both in the tournament but also in the community around it. So yeah, we're really well done to Chris and Riaz for putting this on again. We might get straight to it. So we can start off by having a look at some of the participants. Now, as people watching DBN might know, this is the first time that I am broadcasting. So bear with me as I do some of this, but here we go. We have some of the top 10 by DBNI participants for Cascadia. We have some very familiar names here. Emerging rookie Justin Law has made it up, which is wonderful to see. Riaz Varani, who doesn't play a lot of tournaments, but does when he does play, tends to win them. So that's pretty exciting to see him playing in the local again. Craig Mayer, I think he is a name well known in the US. Jason Masterbaum or Mason Jasterbaum, can't tell which one's playing this weekend. Liam Stokes, Canada local. Patrick Jacobson, who has emerged in the virtual scene of recent. I've played a few games with him. John Jameson, the Joker of the North, as they call him. He loves to do very wacky things, and move to North Africa and is a man after my own heart. And Jamie Leonard, who I'm not sure, has anyone played with Jamie? I haven't come across Jamie before, but they are on the DBN.
I think I've played with him in virtual once or twice.
I think I played with them too.
Yeah, cool. Very good. Any picks, any kind of early predictions of thoughts about who's going to do well, who's going to make a run for it, how that might go for this tournament?
Well, I can say that that's one person whose name is not on this list that is hard not to think of when it comes to this is Adam Silverman. He doesn't make this list because he didn't play any virtual games, but he's a threat to win sort of any tournament he comes to, and he's going to all the tournaments this year as the TD of the upcoming WDC at Whipping. And so if Adam wants to try, Adam's going to have a shot here.
I'll piggyback off that and say I also don't see Matt Krill's name on this list, and I'm pretty sure he's there. And he's always, I think, a person who can really get up there.
Well, in defense of the list and in defense of people who do play virtual, I'm going to say it's been a while since we've seen Jason Massbon win a tournament. He was going for a pretty good phase. It's been a little quieter lately. So I'm going to say him, fly under the radar a little bit, as much as he can ever manage. I'm also going to say I'm very much looking forward to hearing Katie commentate on a board containing Craig Mayer, because usually I only hear her ranting about him afterwards.
I'm excited too.
I want to hear this Craig Mayer story at some point, Katie. Well done.
Well, there's many.
Which
don't
one?
We should give a shout out to Justin Lohr, who is made a big splash on the circuit last year, and I think was the #1 seed going into the Virtual Diplomacy League championship game, and is somebody who's really ambitious, really wants to improve. Came out to Weaselmoot last year, so I think Justin's going to a bunch of tournaments, and he's going to break through at one of these at some point.
Yeah, it's interesting. One of the stats that I like to kind of keep an eye out for is how many boards someone's played, and not inherently because I think that you play more boards, you're better, but actually I think that things often go in cycles. So you'll have a season where you're playing a lot, and you might not actually do as well as you want to do that season because you have so much volume. There's just so many chances for things to go wrong as well as right. But what I often find is that the season after you play a lot of games, then suddenly all of that work and practice and thinking you've done in those games suddenly comes to the fore. So I'm actually picking Justin, and I'm picking Justin for a good season this year. All up, I think he's done a lot of really good work last year to really establish himself. But also I'm keeping my eye on Patrick, who's played a lot of games, hasn't had the same kind of success that he wants, but I've played a few games with him, and I think he's a player who's on the rise as well.
Is Patrick Australian?
No, Patrick is from the US somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
California, I believe. There
you go, California. So the Californians are coming up in force, which is lovely to see the West Coast love being shared. So let's kick us off into round one, board one. This game is called Leon. Now, Brandon, I'm going to give you a break to start with. So I'm going to kick you off the screen. And we have Michalis and Katie. Let's do let's do Spring and Falls, and you can do a whole board and then add color. So Michalis, we'll start with you in Spring of 1901. This board has Vahe Megadrunian, Justin Law, Matthew Krill, Kyra Olsen, Jamie Leonard, Liam Moore, and Narek Boblian. And we are going to kick us off 1901, first board of Cascadia. What do we see?
All right, so in the west, we see a bounce in Burgundy, which is where my eye is immediately drawn to. France tried to move both units towards Belgium, which suggests this was possibly an arranged bounce, and that was deliberately designed to keep Marseille back there. I think that that's better for France than it is for Germany, but we'll see how that works out for them. Elsewhere in the east, we see a lot of trust between Austria and Russia. We see the DMZ in Galicia and a DMZ in Black Sea from Russia. Unfortunately, I don't think Turkey agreed to that DMZ, as Black Sea and Armenia, full-on Sunstrom opening from Turkey. Austria's signaled distrust of Italy by covering Trieste. This could be a good game for Narek.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go straight away through to fall of 1901. And all righty, Katie, how are we looking here?
I'm immediately drawn to Sevastopol. Liam Moore putting 2 on Sev, presumably hoping that they would bounce with Turkey. And instead, Turkey has gotten into Romania. And so it's a 2-build Turkey in 01. And luckily, Liam did get into Sweden. Kira helped him out there, so he will get a build. But it's looking really good for Turkey. I totally agree with McCullis from last turn. I will say Austria looks to be helping out Russia, as McCullis points out or predicted. So we'll see what side Turkey takes. I think that'll be really defining in the east. In the west, there's a bounce in Belgium. And Matt Krill picks up 2. Germany picks up 2. I don't know. The bounce could be arranged, could be not arranged. I feel like it's often arranged. So I think it's too early to say much more about that.
Yeah.
I think this has gone. I think this has gone pretty well for Kira. The thing about Germany when Munich doesn't move is you're always vulnerable to the Holland bounce. If EF decide they want to go for a high tempo, quick attack on you, they have that in their locker in this scenario, and they haven't gone for it. And instead, they've bounced Belgium, which is as good as that could have got for Kira, I think. So she's probably in a much more comfortable position than she was after spring. Good diplomatic work on her part. Yeah.
All right. So into the winter. We have 2 builds all around, a pretty standard set, with Russia only getting 1 and Turkey getting 2, I think, is the big story on this board. And coming down, we have 2 fleets for Turkey. This is very anti-Russian. We have fleets all around, really, except for Austria, who wants to build both of their armies, which makes sense. Anything jump out, Mikhaila? Say, well, what do you think about this fleet Ank as well as fleet Con?
I think Narek is basically saying, I'm anti-Russia. AI, please don't work together. It's a diplomatic pitch as much as a strategic one. Tactically, the army con is better, but if it triggers an air against you, it's not better. So by going diplomatically, you're saying there's no way I can work with Russia. You don't need to fear a juggernaut. Please do something different. It might open the door. Italy hasn't done anything particularly pro-Turkey yet. They've just done the Lepanto convoy and a fleet build, but both Italy and Austria can very quickly pivot this on each other should they so choose. The build that really speaks to me is actually Fleet Marseille. That suggests quite a lot of friendliness between England and France, so Belgium probably was arranged, and so that's less good news for Germany, less good news for Italy, but possibly good news for Narek, because if Italy is busy dealing with France coming into the Med, then that means that their ability to send fleets heavily against Turkey is significantly reduced.
Yeah. Katie, anything jumping out?
No, I mostly agree. I think that the fleet builds by Turkey sort of invites conflict from Italy, but yeah, maybe Marseille will balance that out.
All right, let's go on to 1902 with orders in the box. McCullis, what do we got?
Well, Turkey has not had any help from France. Turkey pulls back out of Rum to do ostensibly anti-Russian things. Presumably, they just didn't want to get that fleet piffed. Italy and Austria do move east, but Austria's also moved into Rum and left Serbia vacant. So there's a little bit of a crumb of hope there for Turkey in that regard. Russia has decided to move an army north exactly the wrong time to be moving an army north. They predicted some sort of attack from the west. Unfortunately, it's Germany that's done it to them, as Kira sends everything to Prussia Silesia, very anti-Russian. Usually you'd say this is a terrible idea to pick a fight with Russia at this stage, but given Russia was supporting England and Denmark anyway, this suggests that negotiations must really have broken down between the two of them. Mackerel sort of doing the holding thing as France, not committing either way yet. He's got all the flexibility on this board. Everyone else has sort of already committed in a direction, and Matt is sat there waiting.
Yeah, I think the move towards Prussia and Silesia is a little strange while also going to Hell. But yeah, maybe Kira just thinks it's her against ER together.
It's possible, given Austria went to Galicia, maybe Kira's got some sort of deal with Varhe, and there's actually a planned attack on Austria between the two of them.
Or Warsaw, you mean?
Warsaw, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I love this French position. If I'm anyone named Mackerel, this is just you get to sit there where everyone else fights. This is ideal. All right, 1902 fall, Katie.
All right, Turkey sort of keeps what they had, which is not Romania, so they will be going down 1. It looks like there isn't. Well, Italy certainly thought that they were working with Austria, but then Greece doesn't go to Aegean as Italy planned, and then we also do have Matt Curl dropping in, and Matt will get Tunis next spring. So good for Matt. Matt also picks up Belgium right now, and if this is the EF that it looks like, I think he's in a really good position to continue moving. I mean, getting something that early in the bed is a little rare and is pretty cool. I guess he's not guaranteed Tunis, but he's going to be putting pressure on it, and will probably make progress fairly soon, especially if he drops a fleet in Marseille, as I would expect. In the north, England hold on to Denmark, and Russia does hold on to Warsaw. I don't know what unit Galicia was supporting, but I think it was pro-Russian. So Kira decided that she needed to go defend against defend her home centers. I think that's it.
There's a lot of sort of supports and orders on this board that weren't taken up on. You see Italy supporting Austria to Aegean, doesn't go. You see Russia, by the looks of it, supporting Turkey back into Romania, doesn't go. Austria expecting a different unit to go to Warsaw. There's a lot of people who seem to be putting their trust in an ally, and their ally not taking that trust without necessarily stabbing them. Maybe not everyone on the same page yet. That bounce in Norway fascinates me. It suggests to me that Liam thought he was getting Norway, given the combination with Baltic. Maybe it was agreed in spring, I'll give you Denmark, you give me Norway, and that Justin has stabbed Liam by bouncing him out. I think that would also explain why Liam went up to St. Petersburg in the first place. So I think that's maybe a little early sign that Justin has gone with France and has maybe poisoned the well a little bit with Russia. We'll see if that has any consequences, if so.
If it is a stab on Russia, it's a pretty ambitious stab, with Germany still sitting on 4 centers and still, with a big lot of play to go in this game. If you just stab Germany with Russia and now are immediately stabbing back, and not doing it in a way, say, where you're pushing Denmark to Sweden and giving Germany something back here and turning this into a triple, it is audacious. And if it is a stab, but if Justin has a good ally in Matt, I mean, maybe he thinks he can go for it, which I don't hate. Alrighty, winter 1902. We have a pull from Germany, a pull from Turkey, and a whole lot of builds across the board. What are we expecting Turkey to pull here? Because this is an interesting position now. Russia's offered support; they didn't take it. Italy's kept coming at them. Is the pull going from Black Sea, or is that giving up too much?
I don't think you give up Black Sea here. There's probably quite a strong argument, actually, to pull Bulgaria. Depends how your relations with Austria are, but Bulgaria is at big risk of being piffed if you don't pull it. you could pull Constantinople instead, but if you're really trying to defend from the Italian fleets, which you might succeed now that France has come into the Med, I don't think you want to pull Fleet Con off the board. So Bulgaria is tempting. You'll have to pull something else again next year, but you're sort of counting on the fact that by then you've hopefully defeated the Italian attack and you have maybe a superfluous fleet you can pull next year.
Yeah. I might pull Armenia. Having 3 fleets is really awkward and weird, but it definitely says like I want to make good with you, Russia. Yeah, Italy's got some problems with France, but that probably means you could push out and maybe make a play for Greece. I don't mind pulling black if it's a similar agreement with Russia. It's saying, hey, you take Black Sea. Somebody needs to be in black if R and T are going to work together from here. But I don't know if Turkey's got that kind of trust.
Yeah, I think either way with pulling the army, you're probably just going to move the other army to Ankara. So maybe pulling Armenia is better because you can stay in black, convoy to Ankara or something and protect the army from being piffed that way. You definitely want at least one army for defensive purposes and anyway. So having one back in Ankara isn't going to be the end of the world. Russia's not likely to charge down into Armenia with a fleet.
All right, and the answer is Armenia. There he goes. So let's move on to 1903. And okay, there is movement at the station, Michalis.
Yep. So as I thought, it was indeed a stab on Russia. Last turn from Justin, goes into Sweden with the support, goes to Norway, expecting that to bounce most likely, and Russia has sort of been caught out of position. Yep, I had not there yet, but yes, down slightly below. It looks all the tempo is in EF's favour. France sneaks into Munich. The problem, of course, is that they haven't followed to Burgundy. So Munich is not remotely holdable. It's what you do with Munich now you're there more than the fact you're in it in spring. Marseille does go back to Spain rather than into Lyon. So Matt is trying to avoid too much of a commitment to the Med, I think. And maybe he was hoping that this way he wouldn't spook some sort of reaction from the east. If so, he hasn't got what he wanted as Austria charges to the line in the middle of the board. Italy sends everything back west, and Narek has had the help that he really needed. Gets into Aegean and into Eastern Med. Does get to avoid having Bulgaria piffed. And so even though he's lost Bulgaria, the immediate threat of death has sort of gone from Turkey, and now Turkey can play that patient, try and get out of the box later on in the game style of play.
I really like this term from Matt. I really wish that he had put Picardy and Burgundy. I mean, you can't necessarily know, right? But like that would make Munich a lot more. That would make Munich a lot more. Maybe not holdable, but I think it would give him a few more options.
Yeah, I have to agree with Christopher Ward here. Yeah, I mean, you probably don't expect Burgundy to work, but I don't know why Picardy isn't moving there just in case it does. To think that there would be EG cooperation here on Belgium here, I think is giving a lot of credit to Justin and Kyra. They just haven't shown that trust all game.
I mean, Germany did pull the Helgoland fleet off the board, so maybe Matt thought that Kyra was making some sort of diplomatic pitch in that regard, but either way, yeah, I don't think Justin would have gone for it. Like, once you've hoisted your flag to the mast in attacking Russia, you do not want to be attacking Russia and France simultaneously as England. You're too spread out if you do that. You can maybe do France and Germany if you're working with Russia. You can do Russia and Germany if you're working with France. You can't really do Russia and France working with Germany when Germany's this weak. I would say that, speaking of passive, though, the south for Russia is incredibly passive as well. With Ukraine, Sevastopol just sitting there and holding, not doing anything. If you're working with Austria, why aren't you tapping Black Sea? If you're working with Turkey, why aren't you taking Romania? There's sort of many things that could have been done with those two units that weren't done.
Yeah, no, for sure. All right, let's go to have.
Hello, we're taking over. Goodbye, Jamal.
And this starts our new talk show.
What are we talking about?
Apparently, we're talking about how support holding Belgium was incredibly passive. Like, we really need to focus in on this.
Jolly passive.
That's right. Sorry, this is rookie errors going on here in the first broadcast. So apologies, everybody on the stream, for that one. Let me pull this game right back up and we can move straight on, which I was trying to do, which is move on to 1904. And look, it was the most passive thing I've ever seen in my life, right? And I'm still trying to screen share,
So
which
passive.
is I need to present. This is. Let's do it this way.
I'm now the star of the show, so that's what really matters here.
We can talk about hiking. Let's talk about hiking, McCall. How much you love it.
I doubt Tanya's in the audience, but my knees do still hurt from that hike in Montreal, and she'll be happy to hear that. I'm no doubt.
She will be happy to hear that.
There we go. Now it's big McCall.
You can do it, Jamal.
I can do it. There we go. Hey, here we go. All right, we are back. This is what you get when you bring in amateurs to the show. We're gonna go fall of 1903.
All right, fall of 1903. So Matt does lose Munich. However, he retreats into Kiel. So this is going to be 2 more builds for France. Just an amazing position. Feeling really great about my pre-tournament call out for Matt Krill being up there in the standings. This is just really nice. I assume this wasn't planned. I don't know. Justin probably trying to get clever with the moves, walks out of Sweden, so Justin doesn't get a move or doesn't get a build. Is a little bit of a bummer, but Baltic's not really a bad place to be, so I wouldn't be complaining too hard if I were him, unless he's worried about France turning around. But I think France has got room to work in the south because everyone is now moving away from Munich. Everyone is moving away from France. The best thing that can happen to you in the game of diplomacy is for everyone's units to move away from yours. And Italy is picking up Greece and Trieste, so we'll have a build. But I don't know. I think this is just Matt's game. Turkey takes back Bulgaria, so will not have to disband. It is a fleet in Bulgaria, so okay, this is just real bad for Austria. Last fall, I was like, Austria's having a great game, and I think Austria now is down Greece and Trieste and will not get Bulgaria, so down 2. I'm sorry, and Romania. Romania. So, yikes, not great for Austria.
So what's happened here is that possibly as a reaction to how well EF were doing in spring, the East came together, they've had a chat, and they've decided that Austria needs to die. And all 3 of them have decided it together. And when you're Austria, there's very little you can do against that when they move like that. I'd say for Justin, walking out of Sweden gives Russia a build, which is very unexpected from their spring position. I think he'll probably be regretting it, given France's handy little retreat into Kiel and that Spain fleet coming back to mid-Atlantic Ocean, which you really won't like to see if you're Justin Law here. Matt can very easily pull out of the Med, very easily drop Fleet Brest and charge everything into Justin here, and Justin doesn't have a build to react if that's the case. Yeah, you're in Baltic Sea. Great, I guess, but those 2 units that are a long way from defending you if France does charge up to you, you've still got trouble over Norway. You've got trouble around with that Bothnia fleet still. Justin's looking quite stretched out now, and Matt has all the cards in his corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Winter, we've got 2 builds from Matt, 2 builds from Jamie, and a build for Liam. Let's have a look and see what we have here. All right, Germany and Austria are pulling the armies from the mainland. Matt has built that Fleet Brest that you were talking about, Michalis. And even though they have Turkey in the Ionian Sea, Jamie's looking a bit more stable here in this position with Army Venice and Fleet Naples as well.
Yeah, what I would say for Jamie is that because Turkey put the fleet into Bulgaria rather than the army, Turkey has about 1 dot it can go for now, which is Greece, with the 2 fleets in Ionian and Aegean. So you've got to sort of expect that to come. Maybe it's agreed. Maybe there's some sort of deal between them. Maybe Turkey will help Italy back into Tunis. But I don't think everything has come up Jamie's way yet, but they're in a better position than they were before, for sure.
I gotta say, I really don't love this from Matt. If this is an attack on Justin, Justin's got 2 armies on his island. It's going to take a while for you to get something. If you're fighting Justin, you're losing Kiel, you're losing Belgium. I don't think you get anything out of it. Maybe this is all a play to make Italy feel comfortable. But I think if I'm in Matt's position, I would really prefer to try to work with Turkey against Italy, keep Justin sort of straggling along, but onside. I mean, maybe this is in response to something. I don't know, but if this is an attack on England, I don't love it, Matt. I'm wishing you luck, but I don't love it.
I just can't imagine how pulling a fleet back to mid-Atlantic and dropping fleet Brest down are anything other than hostile towards England. Like, I don't see how you can possibly explain both of those away. One of them, sure.
Yeah, it would have to be some 3D chess thing that I wouldn't think is worth it. But I don't know. Maybe his diplomatic position is not quite there.
Let's find out. And no, it's a self-bouncing English channel. That's all.
But like, why go there in the first place? He could have already been in Lyon. You know, like, I don't know. Maybe it's just like difficult to figure out what's going on. I don't know. I will say, it's the spring. It's McCall's thing.
That's fine. You can keep going.
No, I don't want to take over. I was just gonna continue in general. Go ahead.
Look, I may be the star of the show, but you are the queen of Cascadia. So if you want to talk, by all means.
I mean, I think this is great for Turkey, right? Turkey's getting Greece. Turkey's gonna have another build. Turkey's got Russia on side, presumably, or at least not threatening.
Yes. Jamal must be getting very excited here, because what we've seen here is fleet Sevastopol into Romania, which is one of the favorite moves of the Australian hobby. Usually they do it in Spring 01, and usually it's still somehow part of a plan to work with Turkey, despite ostensibly being pro-Austria. In this case, you can very much easily see why it's pro-Turkey, because even though it means that you're not next to Budapest in an offensive sense, it also means that you're not in Black Sea and you're not threatening Bulgaria. So this is a very weird RT with two fleets next to the Black Sea in Bulgaria, East Coast, and Romania, and yet somehow that's the best RT that there is on this board, or that there could have been. Beyond that, Italy has decided to throw things west to punish France. Probably the exact wrong moment. They maybe can turn this into a janitary position, but this is pretty tough for Jamie, and was what I was sort of fearing, and that Turkey had nowhere to go except Greece. Russia moves into Serbia as Vahe's demise continues, and everything continues to come up mackerel, while Justin has gone back into Sweden, having walked out last turn.
So one thing I kept my eye on, which I'm interested in people's thoughts on quickly, is this little take a Holland here. I had my eye on for the past 2 years. There was a set of moves that Matt could have done to guarantee Justin a convoy into Holland, right? They could have tapped Kiel and could have tapped Romania. And there were 2 turns in a row where they could have but didn't guarantee Justin Holland with an army, which is kind of the natural EF move here. And instead, what we've got is Matt in a position where now he's the one taking Holland, and he's got a fleet position on Justin. And you're sure it's friendly bouncing in the English Channel, but it's there's. To me, it feels like if I was Justin, I would be with this alliance, but I would be starting to feel like, hold on, this is all on your terms. And why aren't we doing, why are we doing the things that work for Matt and not the things that work for the EF?
Yeah, I mean, Matt, I thought that Matt would take Munich from Kiel here. That he had the 2 to take Munich, which couldn't be stopped if you just tapped Holland. And as you say, you can then put England into Holland. That's a very, very natural EF if you're not attacking England. Instead, Matt has sent both armies into Germany and got Holland, and will probably get Munich as well as a result of this. Yes, you don't have to leave Marseille undefended to do it, but Italy can only take that with a fleet, so what? You really don't care if Italy takes Marseille with a fleet here. You care about Spain a bit more, so you probably do cover Spain, but Marseille I wouldn't bother covering. Yeah, I think that this is really nice for Matt to just sort of take all of the German centers by the end of like 1905 at this rate.
Let's keep pushing ahead, and wow, they take Kiel back and they take Munich.
Okay, I think this is Kira wants to go do something else with her life, right? She walks out of Kiel, lets Russia into Burgundy. I think this is. She's on 0. So I think this is Kira's last turn. I think she's like, I've had it. I'm going to go hang out, do whatever, go play, I don't know, Avalon or Terraforming Mars or something. Because she clearly was finished with this game, and it worked out really well for Matt Krill. So 2 up for Matt Krill. Additionally, he's in Tyrrhenian Sea. There is still peace between Matt and Justin. So the EF is still on, although it is very pro France EF, as it sort of has been the whole game. Justin does get Sweden, but besides St. Pete, he's going to have to start probably going through French centers to continue growing. So this is a really nice place for Matt to be. It's pretty wild. Turkey having another good year. It keeps Greece, just walks right into Naples. So 2 builds for Turkey. There's a Russian retreat to the Black Sea, but I don't think they're going to be too worried about that. Austria takes back Rum, and Turkey is still in Serbia, I believe. So, Russia is still in Serbia. So I think, is that even for Russia? No, because lost Rum. So Russia will be disbanding a unit. Yeah, great for Turkey, great for France.
No, Russia's +2, -2. They gained Serbia and Berlin, lost Sweden.
Oh, I forgot about Berlin. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, what Matt had at the start of this year was 2 enemies, possibly 3 if he was attacking Justin. What he started at the end of the year is one of those enemies is gone from the game entirely. The problems with Justin are solved. Justin's gone the other way. They've all made peace. And having left Marseille open, I said I didn't. You don't care if Italy takes Marseille because it's very easy to take back, which is why Matt didn't cover it. But it's even better if you don't cover it and they don't walk into it anyway. So that's very much an extra win. And the other win, of course, is that Turkey has just stabbed Italy. Greece may have been arranged in spring. Maybe there was a plan for Turkey to give Italy Tunis in return. But I'm pretty certain Naples was not arranged. So Narek has definitely stabbed Italy, definitely stabbed Russia, and decided to work with the remains of Austria, which has slightly more life than it seemed likely. Austria is actually building right now, which is fascinating and not good news for this sort of late-breaking wintergreen.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right about Tunis, because if Jamie was not expecting Turkey to be in Greece, I think they would have covered Naples and not trying to go for Tunis. I think that was obviously the deal, and then Turkey said, I'll just take Naples, actually. This is fine.
I don't like that for Turkey. Like I think Turkey is probably the only person other than Matt that's got much to take left in this game. Russia is even for the year, but is like fighting on every single front, and all of them look pretty bad for them. Turkey can still grow. So this tournament, I believe the scoring system has a very big rank-based component to it. Therefore, second place is not insignificant tournament-wise. Narek very much sort of solidified that second place ahead of Russia and England in this position if he can get the right moves next year. Yeah,
he needs some armies. Build some armies, Turkey.
Well, lucky for him, he has 2 builds to put down those 2 armies if he so chooses. Matt Krill just seemingly the worm is going up and up and up, and no one seems to care. To me, this is prime wave opportunity for Matt, but I don't think Matt's going to wave here. I think he's just going to put some stuff down and go. But yeah, other than that, Justin Law's build, I'm going to be interested to see. I think that's going to be indicative of where he sees the rest of his game going in this situation, because he's quickly falling behind Matt, and the options to come to even things up are few and far between.
I think if I'm Matt, I do stab Justin here, because I think if I'm Matt and it's 1904 and I'm on 10 centers, there's no armies that aren't mine anywhere near Germany, and Italy's pulling stuff off the board and mad at the east, I'm going for a solo. And that means Justin's the next target, because there are 8 centers in very easy reach by the end of this game. As far as I'm aware, these rounds of time are limited, but even in the 1910 game, France could quite easily reach St. Petersburg before the end of it if they can get the jump on England. So I think Justin's got a lot to worry about here if Matt's in that sort of mood, because we have seen Matt Krill solo boards before.
Yeah. Well, let's find out. Matt, maybe not in that kind of mood.
Well, he doesn't have to be yet. I think he's got time.
It's true. It's true. Fleet London is probably necessary from Justin. Has to at least provide some semblance of don't try the stab, or at least I'm going to make it hard for you. And the armies, well, half of the armies you've asked for, Katie, have come down with Army Ankara being put onto the board. All right, let's go to 1905 here, and we are still rolling towards the east.
Wow.
All right, so Italy has decided to punish Turkey. It's almost certainly not going to work because Turkey can easily cover Smyrna, but fair enough. You've got nothing else to do with Ionian, I guess. Adriatic might have been tempting defensively, sure. everyone puts Russia into into Serbia, and Russia pulls it off the board rather than retreat it to Albania. I like that. Albania is useless, and you might get to rebuild if something goes your way. So I don't hate that at all. And yeah, the West is just EF rolling, and the East is chaos. So EF will win, and it's just a matter of whether E can remotely keep up with F, or F just runs away with it.
Yeah, I mean, Justin's going to take St. Pete. That's one. But even if Matt doesn't build here, who cares? He's in Ionian. Like with Italian, or sorry, with Turkish invitation. Like this is. I mean, he's gonna. Yeah.
I think at this stage of the game, both England and Turkey have probably gone, Matt has won this game. But as I said before, it's a rank-based system. They're probably both playing for second to Matt. And so there's probably both of them have gone to Matt being like, hey, I'll help you forward. You help me get second place. And maybe Matt will have to decide between the two of them. Maybe Matt, knowing it's the first round of a tournament, will choose neither of them and sort of let them end up balanced, let them race each other and just secure his own position rather than upsetting one of them to help the other.
So let's have a look. And yeah, it looks like everyone's helping Matt. Everyone loves Matt here. You're in the Aegean. Love it.
You're in Berlin. You're in Naples.
Yeah, so Naples suggests that he's not afraid of upsetting Turkey, and Turkey, having put Matt into the Ionian Sea, now sees Matt take Aegean with Italy's help. So be careful what you wish for, I guess.
I mean, maybe Matt didn't even ask to go to Ionian. Who knows? I don't know.
I mean, Justin has gone to the Helgoland Boy, which looks like a nice offensive position to take some German dots, except there are 5 French armies in those German dots. So your offensive position doesn't exist. Yeah. If Matt wants to solo, I have just seen that apparently there's a 1909 year limit in this, but I still think that that's potentially reachable, because even if St. Petersburg's probably not reachable, having not gone north yet, Rome is, Greece, Venice, yeah,
and it is 1909. Patrick confirmed that in the chat.
So it might be time to click through a little bit and see how far they want to go for it. I'm not sure the alliance structures are changing too much. But let's go to 1906.
All right. England pushes down to Moscow, tries to convoy Russia to Kiel, which never was going to work, and I think everyone knew wasn't going to work. Don't think that was a very serious move. France is retreating into Smyrna in spring 1906. That's something that you apparently can do as France. I don't think I've managed that one myself, but other people are better than me in that regard. Austria's comeback has been nice. I've got to say, Vahe, from the point of complete death, has managed to get back up to 5 centres and looks pretty good to hold them at the moment. There's maybe some threat on Romania, maybe some threat on Trieste, but all of it's coverable. And if you can keep Turkey on your side as Austria, I think that you may well be able to survive and get maybe even finish ahead of Turkey, given the French attack.
Yeah. All right, doesn't stay in Smyrna, so no builds for... Oh, well, just kidding. He gets Rome. So Matt up another one, and now is in Aegean, Ionian, Naples, Tyrolia, and England does not build from Moscow. So there's not even anything Justin can really do at this point.
Here's a retreat to Warsaw.
Oh, retreat to Warsaw. Okay, thanks. Okay, so retreats to Warsaw, which is fun, but it's still just one army up by itself, so he'll get a build, but...
Yeah, and if this was, let's go towards a draw, Matt's won, I want centres as Justin, you can't like how many positions Matt's getting in as well. Like Rome for the 13th centre, so what? But Aegean Sea and Ionian with 2 next to Greece and only Austria able to defend it. Tyrolia threatening Venice. Matt's just getting into better and better position to force centres if he wants to, and he's still got 3 years left in this game. 18 is still very, very much on the cards. To actually say, England's got no attack on him, and isn't ever going to.
I don't even think he even needs to stab England here, though, right? Like, he's got all the centres in the south at this point. He's got Austrian centres because there's so much distrust in the east that, Italy is dying but still retreating to Vienna. And, it's not like there's a semblance of an alliance to stop the French push in the east if they want to. And if he wants to keep Justin on side and not stab and still get 18, I think it's viable.
What happened to get France into Tyrolia there? Because it looks like Italy tried to defend it and Austria supported themselves in but didn't move into it. What was that?
Oh, sorry.
So Tyrolia supported Venice, but Venice didn't support Tyrolia. That's an
Oh.
unfortunate misorder, and one that's basically Christmas come late for mackerel.
Well, I don't know if it's unfortunate for Jamie because they got Vienna out of it.
Yeah, maybe it was deliberate on their part. The fact that Austria supported themselves to Tyrolia but went to Bohemia instead, that's definitely unfortunate.
Yeah.
All right. So, winter 1906, we see a Fleet Brest, Fleet Liverpool, which is, again, probably Justin, necessary from Justin. I'm not sure there's a fight coming. I mean, he has tried to attack Kiel 2 years in a row. Maybe there is a fight coming. But, yeah, we will keep going. Oh, and there you go. Game over. They've decided that Matt has enough, and that is that.
I will say Matt really ended on a poor note. That last year he only got one center, which was half of his previous average for the past 4 years. So, wow, Matt really slacking off there at the end.
Yeah, I mean that was really beginning to plateau his graph, so that must be why he drew early.
He just got scared. No, what a good game! What a great game!
I would be fascinated to know if Matt would have drawn this game if it wasn't round 1. Round 2, I probably have gone for it. Round 3, everyone goes for it. Round 1, maybe you just don't want to paint too much of a target on yourself, so you're happy to take the points and make sure that you're a long way ahead of everyone else. I think that there's some sort of bonus point system for being further ahead as well. So Matt's sort of maximizing the scoring this system with the 5 center gap between himself and Justin.
I don't want to linger too long on this, but I'm interested to hear Brandon's thoughts here, because Brandon, you're a big proponent of kind of playing the tournament, and you don't want to put a big target on yourself in round 1. I mean, I look at this and I go, when are you in this position? Just like, I mean, sure, you're not getting English centers, but you've still got 5-6 centers on the board available to you. In the East here. How do you how do you think about this one, Brandon, in terms of is Matt just doing this for tournament play?
Well, I'll speak to the general question first, which is, whether it's good to go for it and maximize your score, or play a little coy and not paint a target on your back. And honestly, the answer is that this is a major open question in the hobby right now, and I don't think there's a clear-cut answer. It's just something that we talk about all the time in first rounds of tournaments, and it's not clear that there's a right or a wrong. Certainly, there's nothing that's obvious, and the answer may be just that it depends on the particular context and the particular person. In this case, I think Matthew probably recognized that he wasn't going to solo, and that the score was pretty good already. The scoring system is newly invented, as far as I know. Chris Brand called it HAIGHT. HAIGHT, and it has a rank-based component that's worth 10 to 60 points. I think 66 is what you get for finishing in first place alone, and you get 10 points per supply center. So gaining more supply centers would have been somewhat significant. But if you finish in first place alone, you get 5 points for every center that you have above the second place players. So if Matt could have gained with keeping Justin at the level he is at 8, then he would have gotten 15 points per extra supply center. So not insignificant, but we'll see. We have to wait until the end, I think, to see if it matters.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, we're going to move on to the next game, and I will give Michalis a break so you can jump off screen, and we'll put Katie on the top because she is absolutely the queen of Cascadia.
Indeed.
So we're going to go straight through to game 1B, which is called Pris. I don't know what the naming convention here is. If anyone has any thoughts, please drop them in the chat in the stream.
Well,
Big shout out to everyone who's watching. As Phaedrus said, smash the like button, help us out here, and keep up the comments on Dip Chat. It's one of the best bits of the tournament. Players we have on this game, we have Riaz Varani, Patrick Jacobson, Greg Matthews, Jason Masterbum, Harjit Goodrum, John Jameson, and Doug Moore. This is a stacked board if I have seen one at Cascadia.
Yeah, this is a great board. I also
Yeah.
want to give a shout out to, I think it's Harjo, but I could be saying that wrong. I'm pretty sure I played with him last year at Cascadia, and he was an absolute gem. So I hope he does well.
By the way, the game titles in the first round are replicants from,
Oh,
but the name is escaping me right now.
Terminator?
No,
Oh,
no.
Blade Runner.
Blade Runner. Thank you. That's it.
Yes. There you go. Blade Runner. Very good. All right. So we are going to kick us off. Katie, do you want to take us through 1901?
Yeah, fairly standard 1901. John Jameson has a DMZ in Galicia and in Black Sea, and opens north, which is quite fun. That's not very standard, and I do like to see a northern opening. It's always quite fun. There was a bounce in Trieste that could always be arranged. Riaz knew he didn't have to cover Galicia. Unclear. We shall see. Doug Moore getting the fleet out, and Patrick can walk into Belgium. That's super fun. I really like that for England. Maybe that army goes there to die, who knows? But nobody can stop him from getting it, which he might want to do rather than, or he wants to force Norway. I don't know. We'll see what you do, Patrick. But I like that the option for Belgium is there.
All right.
Lots of trust in spring of 1901.
There it is.
Takes Belgium. Brandon, what do you got? Full 1901.
All right, eyes immediately drawn to Trieste here. Harjo goes to Aegean, so this is almost certainly arranged between him and Riaz, part of an AI, keeping Doug Moore in the box. Doug either doesn't anticipate it or decides to go for broke by sending Smyrna to Constantinople. The upshot is that he cannot build a fleet in Smyrna. Now, Doug is a skilled enough player to have anticipated and or arranged all of this, so don't count out Fleet Ankara and supported move into the Black Sea coming up. Elsewhere on the board, we have a bounce in Sweden, which is significant, and we have Patrick, as Katie foresaw, convoying into Belgium.
Very good. So standard builds. This is the second game in a row we've seen Russia only get one build, which is nice. And maybe it's a new meta. Maybe it's we must deny Russia something. We'll see how this plays the rest of the tournament. On the board we get all right. We get Fleet Ankara as expected, but we do get another fleet that we might not have been expected. Katie, tell us about Fleet Berlin.
I think that's fairly expected. I mean, Jason bounced John out of Sweden, so we know that Germany is going after Russia in some regard. I think the question is going to be whose side Patrick takes. John presumably opened St. Pete for a build, was expecting to get Sweden, was going to go after England with Jason, and possibly with Greg, and was not able to do that because Jason bounced out of Sweden. So I expect definitely some GR conflict. I'm just curious to see which side Patrick will take. Greg did build a fleet in Brest, so it's not going to be a sea lion, but maybe Patrick will be busy with France. I don't know.
Let's have a look what happens in 1902.
Patrick took Jason's side. So Patrick goes for St. Pete, doesn't get in. Kind of a bummer. You wish he was in Barents, but this is what we were talking about last time. He's fighting Russia and England at the same time. Now, the difference between this game and the last one is Jason Maasbaum is a much stronger Germany than Kira was at the time. So this EF may have legs. I wouldn't love to be Jason going that hard against Russia and having to turn around to protect Munich, but you do have Belgium. I guess that's good. I don't know. We've got Italy does make it into Aegean, and Doug does a little dipsy doodle, gets his fleets around, it looks like AI versus. Well, I don't know. They're being a little passive. I guess just against a Turkey at the moment.
I mean, it looks like AI versus RT, but they haven't covered Galicia, which I think is a bit of an error there because you're going to end up, with some extra problems on that. We'll see how it looks in fall of 1902. Brandon.
All right, we have John Jameson going right back to Warsaw, probably thanks to that Silesian army, and Riaz probably breathes a sigh of relief there. Although, a question I had coming into this turn was, would John Jameson switch sides in air against Turkey just to sort of get something moving? That doesn't happen, and that rum tap on Serbia means that AI don't get Bulgaria. There was a better set of orders here that they could have done to guarantee this, and they chose not to do it. Very conservative here from AI. And this is not going to be a fault of Riaz Varani's lack of tactical acumen, which is well known in the hobby. So interesting to know what Riaz and Harjo have up their sleeves going forward. In the West, we have, let's see, Patrick Jacobson abandons the EG. Maybe wasn't expecting to lose Belgium. I don't know. It seemed like EG had a good thing going there. It does take Jason Massenbaum's support into Sweden. So this is a turnabout by Patrick Jacobson.
I don't like it, Patrick. What are you doing? Pick a side. Flip-flopping.
Yeah,
he might not have liked that move from Munich to Silesia, and might have preferred to have that army back over there, and then suddenly sees more opportunity in the north and through the German centers.
Well, if you're going to flip on Germany here, I don't know why you're not tapping Holland, right? Like if you think you've got the support back into Belgium and you're going to be like, essentially do a stab on Germany and switch the alliance structure, tap Holland here and take Belgium. And Helgoland is nice positionally, but I think at this point you getting the build in the center is probably more important.
I can see that argument, especially with France having fleets in Mid-Atlantic and Brest. You really have to watch your backside right now.
Yeah, and so Patrick in the chat is lamenting some of his decisions that he made this game. Winter of 1901, Germany gets a build, Italy gets a build, and we see Fleet Kiel, Fleet Naples, I think pretty expected given the scenario and given Patrick's moves. See how Greg Matthews plays this. I think he's got himself out of a jam, so we'll see what the decision is going forward here. Spring of 1903 is a lot of red.
Yeah, this is exactly what I would have done if I were England, I think. You've got no loyalty to Patrick. He was attacking you. Get rid of that Picardy army. And I mean, he's getting Liverpool this year, assuming he wants it. Meanwhile, Jason takes Sweden and Russia takes Norway. So really bad turn for Patrick. Yeah, really not looking great. I guess his one saving grace is he's already disbanded that army. So you won't have to pull as many units. But it's not great. It's really not great.
And Greg can't convoy onto the island, so there's at least that.
That's true. He can only take it with the fleet. That's true. In the east, we've got Riaz getting into Bulgaria, while Doug is in Aegean. But I think it's still just AI, against Turkey. And I don't think that there's really a lot of conflict between John and Riaz at the moment. They're kind of just hanging out. I guess the tap on Romania was to ensure Bulgaria.
Yeah, I'm just confused about the tactics here. I'm not sure why Riaz isn't putting the Serbian army into Bulgaria. It would have required moving the Italian army further forward, but I actually think that would be a win for Riaz.
Yeah.
I get the feeling that Riaz is playing this game with Italy, but also trying to keep his options open as much as possible. You see a lot of coordination between him and John for people that are supposedly on different sides of an alliance structure. And I wonder if Riaz is just trying to do the Riaz thing where he's working with you, but, he's not necessarily working against John, and there's always an option if he decides he wants it.
Yeah, it could be.
All right, fall of 1903. And look at this. All of these arranged bounces. That's unlike Riaz. Riaz has never arranged a bounce in his life.
Well, whether Riaz is being smart here or too clever by half will remain to be seen. Keeps Bulgaria, but loses Greece here. Surely arranged. But the weird thing is that you've got Italian units sort of all over his southern flank here. I just don't know if Riaz would really love this position. Again, you'd much rather have an army in Bulgaria here rather than a fleet.
If that's a range, take Trieste back, right? That's you can easily just grab Trieste.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you're putting down an army. Your position is much more secure. Yeah, Riaz is vulnerable at this point.
Italy.
Harjo will have a decision to make here. Yeah, what to build here and then what to do next. Okay, so in the north we've got France. I mean, this is how France dominates a board. Basically, is Germany and England dilly dally with each other, and France sort of cleans up behind. So it takes Belgium, and Liverpool is in the English Channel. Going to be putting down 2 units here. Is going to rule the north. Patrick does retake Norway, but loses Sweden. Now Sweden supports Skagerrak back into Norway, so John Jameson must be wondering just what exactly Jason Massbaum is thinking. And yeah, that's about it.
I'm going to be keeping a strong eye on Patrick this game. Patrick and I actually had a conversation after one of the VDC boards about this exact position when you get stabbed and what do you do and all that. So very interested to see how he plays this one. But for the moment, he's pulling and doesn't have, no armies. It's not a great position for England to have been attacked by Greg. Greg's putting down 2. Wave them, please, Greg. Please wave the builds. You're not going to do it. And John is putting 1. John has quietly kept himself in this game. I really like John's play in this game so far. We'll see if he can make the most of it. Army St. Petersburg, Fleet Brest, Army Marseille, Helgoland goes. Yeah, this is all pretty standard. I really like Army Naples here from Harjit, keeping all the options open and just able to just do a lot with it. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. If you're Austria, I think you're not happy with that build.
I never said I liked it if I was Riaz. I said I liked it if I was Harjit.
Well, I think it telegraphs what Harjo is going to do here, which is go after Austria.
It's better than Rome. At least you could convoy it into Turkey, but Riaz is not in a good position no matter what Harjo does.
Yeah, I think if I'm Harjo, I want to go after Austria here, I'm actually still putting down a fleet here and then going to Adriatic and following into Ionian. It at least disguises it. I think in this case, Riaz should take Trieste here and maybe try to work with Turkey in the south. Let's see.
All right. Spring of 1904. This is a lot of dipsy doodle in the west. Okay.
In the west, we've got Massbaum helping John into Norway. I think E, G, and R have just been flip-flopping who they're working with this whole game. It's kind of entertaining. So now it's Patrick on the outs and John Jameson in Norway for the moment. Jason also gets into Hell, so he's no longer playing defense, and I think is full force after England. The question is he going to be able to do much against England before France can get all those centers? Because Patrick is not defending his home centers. Maybe he'll bounce out of Eddie or London in the fall, but maybe not. I think this may be a keep me alive and I'll be your Janissary situation. I don't know what's going on with all those armies between France and Germany, but they probably aren't going to move anywhere, so I'm going to ignore them. In the east, we've got continued the attack against Turkey continues, and Harjo continues to push fleets, and so maybe Austria will take back Greece, although it's pretty risky because then he's risking Bulgaria and or Serbia. And now he's not in Vienna, so he can't even walk there to get Trieste from that. So I don't know. Diplomatically, Harjo, I think, is going to keep all the stuff he got from Austria, and Riaz can't be too mad about it because how is he going to take it safely?
I was about to say, I actually quite like Riaz's diplomatic ability to turn the situation around here. He's strengthened his position a fair bit, purely by the sheer force of his Canadian charm. All right, we have a fall.
Well,
how's that Canadian charm working for you, Riaz?
Harjo is also Canadian, so he's immune.
Yeah, from British Columbia. The question for me was, is this a plan by Riaz or just a triage? And does he have Harjo on his side, or is Harjo playing independently here? And we have answers to those questions, right? At least those latter two right now, which is that Harjo is definitely not on side, and Harjo is playing for themselves to win. And so,
I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I love the convoy to Greece. It's just such a good move.
Yeah, so let's go through it. He takes Vienna, which is surely a stab, gets into Trieste here for good positioning, and convoys into Greece for just great positioning. If you are Italy and you are attacking Austria, you want armies in good places, and Harjo has done that. Also takes Constantinople. So if you're Italy and you want to dominate the East, you not only want armies in position to fight Austria, but you want units. You want Turkey weakened and your units in place to take advantage. And boy, both of those things are happening. Great year for Harjo Gurram. Riaz goes forward with the attack on John Jameson, and that will keep Riaz even, though it's not going to feel that way. John Jameson keeps Norway, loses Rum, so is even, but will have a rebuild after pulling Romania off the board. And then in the north, we have Jason Massbaum taking north, and we do have Patrick at least guarding against losing Edinburgh. Could have protected against London and Edinburgh, but decides to go to Barents Sea instead, which will accomplish something that we may or may not get to find out about.
I think it will accomplish. He's setting up for the convoy. Obviously, there's a long convoy from Gascony over to St. Petersburg coming. I reckon that's what we're looking at. Yeah. So yes, Harjo puts down 2 here. Great position. We will see how that goes. And he waves 1. Harjo, you're a man after my own heart.
No, he doesn't.
Puts down two armies.
No, he's a good player.
Two armies.
He didn't.
I got excited for a second. Sorry. It's my bad.
I'm not sure. I'm
Two
not
armies.
sure about that. Sorry, go ahead. And we keep talking over each other.
No, go on, Brendan.
I was gonna say I'm not sure 2 armies is ideal here. Certainly not in Rome. I think if you're going to put down a second army, it's got to be in Naples. I think you might want a fleet here anyway. I'm not sure.
Well, let's see how it comes back. Katie, what do we got?
We've got Patrick covering Eddie, but will likely not matter because Greg is now in Norwegian Sea and will probably take it. I guess Germany could have something to say about that. I got to say, I understand Jason not being able to trust Patrick, not fully wanting to work with him, but I think this is, the past year or 2 has been really rough for Jason because he's kind of fighting France. And even if he's not directly fighting France, he knows he's got to set up to fight France because obviously Germany's next on Greg's target list. So I feel like, taking north from England as opposed to working with him and trying to slow down Greg together was maybe a misstep. But I mean, maybe the communication's not there and Jason's sort of playing for himself. But again, a bunch of nonsense with the armies, and I'm not going to read them because that's probably a stalemate. And then in the east, we've got Haraj just making progress, loses Khan, but retreats to Ankara. Doesn't even have to blow up that fleet. Is in Serbia, which I guess was in no way guaranteed. But what a nice move! If only he had followed to Trieste, I think. Yeah, I don't know. This is a really fun Italian position. And I think this is where France and Italy can have really fun games together. If you just know that the other person's got more to do away from you, it gives you so much freedom. Harjo is so committed to the east. He's not even an Ionian. Aegean is the furthest west any of his fleets are, but I don't think he's in any danger. It's quite fun.
Yeah, it's good stuff. All right, we do see continued cooperation, I believe, between Russia and at least Turkey. So that's interesting, and is the one thing I think that could hamper Harjo's growth in the east. But they don't cooperate. They don't fight against Vienna. Let's see. Let's just go to the net results here, which are that Harjo keeps Ankara. No. They keep it up. The order's up. So Harjo keeps Ankara because of lack of coordination between Russia and Turkey there. So they tried to support each other, but they mixed up who was the mover. The fleet in Bulgaria gets blown up, which is very good for Harjo. Fleet supremacy in the south is a key for them. Manages to take Bulgaria as well. So this is a +1 year. This is just a really, really good result here for Harjo. And Brias is going down 2, losing Bulgaria and losing Bulgaria to the Russians. Budapest, thank you, to the Russians. I think I just thanked myself for correcting myself. Well done, me. Patrick Jacobson, thank you for playing. Loses Edinburgh in the north. We have a multinational convoy of the Russian army in Norway over to York across the German fleet in the North Sea. And we do have a little bit of progress in the center of the board. Ruhr makes it into Budapest. So there was a guess there, and Jason got it right. However, Jason leads with Ruhr, not with Munich, which means that he will not be able to guarantee Belgium next year, which he would have been able to.
Yeah, Burgundy, not Budapest. Your B's are all over the place.
What did I say? Budapest?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, we all knew what you meant, but.
Right. Well, we will move on to the Winter this season. We've got Riaz is in trouble. Harjo is looking good, and Greg is, even though he has lost Burgundy, is still in a pretty strong position with that supreme fleet dominance in the north. Army Paris is expected. Army Venice probably also. So this is another example here actually of we see this a lot, but this is exactly what could happen if France and Italy just decide never to fight. Right, like you have these games, and it's not uncommon, but there has not been a fleet sent to that Lyon Western Med, line the entire game. No one's even sniffed at it, and if you can get the right situations going on in your relative spheres, it can be a crushing alliance that just I'm sure the entire board is begging them to balance each other out here, but like, why would you? You both have a good run. You're both on 9 centers. I mean, there's no reason to. And McCullis has just pointed out that John Jameson is after my own heart. He has waved.
I suspect that's not deliberate. I suspect there was a misorder in there. I will, just to piggyback on what you were just talking about. It wouldn't make any sense for Russia or Italy, or for France or Italy, to try to interfere with the other one right now. It would simply take units away from the places where they have the best chance of growing at this point, and they would lose more than they would gain, lose more in their own pace that they would gain from trying to slow the other person down.
And the momentum is huge, right? You have Aegean and English Channel as the closest fleets to each other, and it gives you so much opportunity to do stuff with those fleets that aren't just sitting around in Mid-Atlantic and Tyrrhenian and Ionian and trying to defend.
Yep.
All right, let's go to spring of 1906. Katie.
Greg takes back Burgundy, was guaranteed, so Jason just retreated to Ruhr. But again, pretty sure that's a lockup, especially with Germany and North. Greg goes to Norwegian, but otherwise a lot of, which means actually that John can walk into Liverpool, which is kind of fun. Go, John. In the east, Harjo walks into Galicia, which means Harjo can walk into Warsaw. So that's kind of fun. Go Harjo. At the same time, John has made it to Trieste. Let's see if he can keep that. There's a lot of Italian armies around there. I don't think he will be able to hold that. Somebody did something. Bulgaria made it to Caen. Is that what it is? So
Yep.
now Harjo is also in Caen, and Doug is blowing up that fleet. Which might mean Smyrna's guaranteed, although then there's a risk for Ankara. But this is, I think overall, this is definitely a net positive for Italy. Yep. Fairly neutral for Greg, and probably going down one if John does walk into Liverpool.
Yeah, I think Greg made a mistake here not guaranteeing North, and sort of wasting the units with this clever double tap on York here. Really love these tactics by Harjo. Really love him going for position, blowing up an enemy unit, and just, I mean, it's good because he gets it right. If Budapest had gone to Galicia and he'd been static, then it wouldn't be as good. But it all works, and it's really, really good.
Yeah.
All right, and so now we'll see how much can Harjo pick up from this positional advantage here.
Yeah. I don't love, actually. I think there was an opportunity here to actually dominate the Balkans. So Galicia didn't have to go to Warsaw here. It could have gone to Budapest with Vienna support. Venice could have gone to Trieste here with Albanian support. It would have been a risk that Austria, wasn't wouldn't be able to thwart you, but the benefits might have been really, really huge. And then in the Turkish centers, loses Ankara, has that unit blown up, does pick up Smyrna and manages to hold on to Bulgaria. But boy, this would have been better if Khan were staying put and supporting into Smyrna. You would have gotten both of the Turkish centers. I think this is a case. Okay, so this is a case where this is a good moment for a little bit of lesson. This is a case where Harjo, I think, got a little bit conservative. If Galicia goes to Budapest, if you concentrate an attack on Budapest and keep Constantinople where it is, and just let Bulgaria be vulnerable, you force those Austrian units to have to choose between Budapest and Bulgaria, and so you're guaranteed one or the other, and the benefits just would have been enormous for eliminating Turkey and dominating that the bottom of the board. He's still in pretty good shape, but that would have been better. Let's see. In the north, we have English Channel does make it to North Sea this time. I think Greg decided that Liverpool, he didn't have to worry about that York army. It was just going to Liverpool. And we have Germany taking Norway. Which is interesting.
Looks like Jason may be playing for third place here, maybe trying to get himself some kind of spot.
Maybe. John will have, I think, a rebuild here from the wave last time, even though he's even.
Yeah. Alrighty. So the net result is Harjo still goes up 2, but John Jameson is now also up 2. So the fight in Russia is now trickier than it would otherwise have been. Greg Matthews is going down, which is interesting to see. And Jason Masterbaum, building one, stuck in a pretty rough war with France, but actually, is not in as bad a position as you would think you might be in this situation. So we're going to play for a second. Who do you like? Katie, which position do you want here? Do you want to be picking this war in the Balkans with John Jameson building 2, or do you want to be Greg with the kind of the fleet supremacy, but Jason Masterbaum coming back into it?
I mean, it kind of depends on what happened with Norway and if Jason is sort of playing for a second, or if he's I just don't think Jason's going to give you center. So I'd rather be Italy. I think you've got a lot more growth. It's a lot harder for 3 people to coordinate moves than 1 person. So it's a lot easier to fight the East, I think, than to fight just Jason. I'd pick Italy for sure.
I'd pick Italy because they have the lead here. They have +2. Their units are in better positions. But there is plenty of room for growth for Greg Matthews. And I think in a longer game, he probably has the advantage, given that John Jameson is better poised to hold Italy back in the long run. But it's close. It's close.
Well, the answer is army, fleet. Fairly well expected. Michalis would pick Russia because he's Michalis. And we're going to go through to 1907 and see how it plays out. Katie.
Yeah, so Haraj takes back Budapest and takes Serbia. That's Serbia's blown up. That's great. It's kind of like what Brandon said, you can risk Bulgaria. I think he'll probably get it back because he's just surrounding it. He is going to lose Warsaw, but he knows that. I don't think he cares. He might as well go for Sev, make Black Sea do something different. I think that's kind of fun. Just continue to move on. I think I would have, once again, I would have built maybe a fleet and not 2 armies, or I guess he had one build. Maybe I would have built a fleet instead of an army, but I don't know. He's certainly making use of those armies, so good for him. In the West, we've got Greg moving to retake Liverpool and basically completely moving away from Jason. They are making up. I think that basically, it's 1907. There's only 2 years at the max. I think this just guarantees that Italy's going to top this board because Greg's not going to get dots from Jason. He's too far away to get Italian dots by the end of the game. Maybe he'll pick up Tunis. I don't know. He's moving to Piedmont, but I wouldn't be too worried about it. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe they can move. Maybe those units can move faster than I think they can.
No, I think you've got a good point. I think French fleets are so far out of position to affect. I mean, he might be able to get in position to make a run at Tunis, but Italy should be getting a build here. I think Italy probably wishes they'd gone to Galicia here and blown up that Russian fleet or Russian army, but still in really good shape.
Mm-hmm.
Ukraine is not a bad place to be if you are Italy.
It is not.
Especially when you're getting helped into Sev.
By Riaz Varani. Lovely. I would love to know the negotiations behind that. Was Riaz mad at John? Is this simply a play for survival? There's no survival bonus in the scoring system, but if other people are eliminated before you, that moves you higher up in the rank part of the scoring. And so maybe Riaz is making a play for that. But I think Budapest supports Galicia into Romania. Is that right? Can you press O?
Budapest was
Ukraine into Romania. Okay, so that was Harjo's original plan, and then Riaz, staved off elimination by making this offer, and Harjo believed it and went for it. We have John Jameson going to the line, which is fascinating. I'm not sure what that would be about. Maybe
Jason has just stabbed him for Norway and St. Petersburg in the last point. So there could be some bitterness. Also, Liverpool did North Africa, the most John Jameson move.
That's a good point. That makes sense for going to the line and just punishing Jason. Well, it's interesting. This rank-based component must really be motivating players here. They must really be sort of, seeing the writing on the wall and going for, whatever those points are on offer. But this is another great year for Harjo.
All right, so Harjo has jumped up to 13. Yeah, this is absolutely dominant now, and you see that sea of green that there's cleaned up in the Balkans in a way that there was a question about if John was going to fight him, if he'd be able to do that, but I think Jason's stab has probably put the writing on the wall for that. So now it's a question really of how far does he go? We're playing that game again.
Yep.
And the answer to that question with fleet army. Wow, here we go.
It's the right thing to do. Those are absolutely the right builds. Blow up that army, the French army, get fleets into position, figure out what happens in the east. Ankh is probably there for you whenever you want it.
It's definitely there. There's no unit around it.
Ankh, Rum, and I would say even Moscow based on the diplomatic position.
But it is the diplomatic. Those are diplomatic centers for him because he's going to want John to help out against the West. So those units are there for him tactically whenever he wants them, but not necessarily strategically.
Yeah. And he maybe wants them now. We're not sure.
This is Katie.
Oh, sorry. So he does sort of almost blow up Tuscany, but it goes back to Piedmont because Harjo moves to Tyrolia, which I think the case could be made for that's the right move. Will have a guess between Tunis and Tyrrhenian Sea, but there's only one more year, so he really just needs to hold on. He's going to get 2 builds this year, I think, no matter what. Maybe he loses Tunis. No, I think if I'm Italy, I defend Tunis, let Tyrrhenian Sea go. You're going to be able to build to protect your home centers. The game's going to be over in a year. And he's going to top the board for sure.
I would actually, I might actually, well, yeah, there isn't, God, I don't know. Go ahead, sorry.
I'm very willing to be wrong. Tactics are not my thing.
No, it's tough because I think what I would do is I would go to Western Med and Tuscany, and hope that I just assume that I'm either going to lose Tunis or if I do, then I'm going to get into Western Med and have a better chance of getting it back next year.
That's smart. I like that.
And the answer is convoy to Tunis.
Oh, nice. God, didn't even see that. That's actually
that's brilliant. You protect both of them.
That's the best answer of all. Well done.
Great.
Harjo has played a very, very strong tactical game here.
He has, and he walks out of Romania keeping Riaz alive.
Yeah, the unit in Ukraine is important still.
Will be interesting to see if this game continues and if Riaz keeps Romania. I think this is a case where I would probably forego the center in order to have some goodwill with Riaz for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah.
Or just draw
All right.
them. Yeah.
Another fleet. Yeah. No, we're not drawing. We are still going for it. And again, so this is an exact example of going for it rather than taking the draw, because I'm sure everyone other than Harjo would draw here.
Yeah.
He's got Warsaw. He's got Warsaw. Riaz is going to stay alive in Moscow so he can keep Romania.
Yeah.
I think he's
great.
I think he's going to end on
16.
16.
Yeah. 16. Yep. And I think that is all she wrote.
Amazing.
Well done. Well done.
Beautiful.
A good run. Wow,
Fantastic.
16 centers. What a game. And I think a very good example, actually, Brandon, of what we're talking about, that difference between going for it just for those extra few centers versus not. And I guess we'll see how this plays out in the rest of the tournament. So I'm watching the Harjo versus Matt fight for the rest of this tournament and seeing, we'll put the theory to the test.
Well, I think both of them, even if you forgetting about squeezing out the last dots at the end, both of them decided to go for a big number rather than like a shared board top, which is sort of the become the standard thing for clever players to do. But neither of them even looked for that.
Michalis, do you have thoughts on this game, having watched from the sidelines?
I mean, I really enjoyed that game by Italy. The way that they sort of got everyone in the East against each other, squabbling with each other, and took full advantage. I liked this decision to keep the game going. I like the fact that he did it whilst keeping Riaz potentially friendly. I don't know if Riaz is playing this tournament properly or is just there as filling rounds because he's a TD.
He's not a TD. He's not a TD. He's an assistant organizer, but Riaz plays this tournament to win. He won it 2 years ago, I think, or 3 years ago.
So there is a good chance that this can pay off in future rounds and not breaking that trust by stabbing for Rum and killing Riaz. Therefore does have potential upside. So yeah, I like that even more. I do believe, if I remember rightly from a previous broadcast, that his name is pronounced Haj rather than Harjo, but not 100% certain. Maybe the chat can correct us. But yeah, great game. Really, really well played. And I'll give some credit to Jason Massbom as well. Defensively holding off Greg that long and then diplomatically getting Greg to go the other way. Greg got nothing out of it, so well done, Jason.
Absolutely. I think Greg did give up his shot at the board top with that decision, but maybe it was necessary because how far does Haj get if there's not the French pressure on the other side? Let's move on to round one, board C, and I think it is your turn, Katie, to take a little bit of a break. So we will pull you off the screen. We'll give Brandon 1901 and Michalis 19. Let's switch it up. Let's go 1901, 1902. So we'll do it that way. For a little bit. And we have Liam Stokes, we have David Miller, we have Eddie Bassan, we have Mike Moore, we have Benjamin Dukasign, and Craig Mayer. So I did pull Katie right when Craig Mayer was there, but that's okay. I'm sure she'll cover another game. Another game full of people we know and love. So let's get ourselves right into it. Brandon, what do we got?
All right, let's see. What is even unusual on this board? So far, not a whole lot from what I'm seeing. We have a bounce in Galicia. We'll start in the east. We have a bounce in Black Sea. We have Venice not going to Trieste, but also not going anywhere else. Lots of cagey stuff in the east. Eddie moves Moscow to Ukraine, so he's focusing on the east there. In the west, we have standard openings from Germany and from England. David Miller in France, who can be a very aggressive player. I know he likes to call himself an alliance player, and that should spark an interesting discussion about what it means to be an alliance player. But here he has a nice aggressive opening towards Belgium. David Hood would be happy, but in position to take one of the Iberian dots as well.
One could say David Miller is an alliance player in the same way that America is currently an ally of Canada.
Yeah. Very good, Brandon. Full 1901.
Right. I'm doing all of 1901. Yeah. I'm going to happily ignore that last comment. And just for my own peace of mind, I will say, and probably for everyone else's too. We have, I think the most interesting thing that happens here is in Denmark and Sweden, where we have a bounce between England and Germany and Denmark. Don't often see that in fall of 1901. Could be arranged. Probably not. I don't think you want that if you're Germany. And I think Andrzejczyk is a strong enough player to recognize that. My guess is that Germany told Eddie Bresson in Russia that he was going to bounce, and then Eddie went to Liam and said, "Hey, I'm going to go to Baltic. Why don't you just slide into Denmark?" And Andrew was clever enough. That does, however, signal to me possible FG happening in the West, especially given that Belgium was taken by Burgundy here, not Picardy. So keep an eye out for that with the builds. In the East, we have Craig Mayer in Turkey rotating the fleet to get it facing west. And we have the most interesting move of the round is Warsaw to Silesia, which I guess goes with Bothnia to Baltic.
Yeah, it would be fascinating to know which way around negotiations broke down between Germany and Russia. I would probably surmise, given that Russia had arranged this thing with Denmark as well, that this was Eddie planned to do this, and that this was a plan between Liam and Eddie. Liam loves creative openings. Eddie invented most of the creative openings, so between the two of them, that's quite a good partnership for that sort of thing. And I would imagine that Andrew Zick, or Pixie as he's known online, probably sniffed it out, and that's why he went to Sweden in the first place. So I think good play from Andrew to see it coming. I think Eddie, I hate Warsaw to Silesia in 1901. I hate leaving myself that vulnerable, but One Bill Brushers have done okay so far. Maybe he can do okay this time.
That's right. We do have the new meta of the one build Russia continuing here. Pretty standard builds all around. Denmark and Spain both unoccupied, which is a nice little bit on this board. We will see what goes down. Fleet Berlin, Fleet Smyrna, Fleet Brest. It's all pretty standard builds, I would think. Is there anything jumping out at anyone?
Yeah, Army Moscow. I think.
Warsaw, yeah.
Yeah, I think it could have been Warsaw or less likely St. Petersburg, but I think not being in Warsaw, I think should send a signal to Liam that might make him uncomfortable. But yeah, now I'm interested to see what Eddie thinks his next move is.
It should probably send a signal to Craig as well, because I don't see a reason why Moscow goes to St. Petersburg. Moscow to Warsaw doesn't make an awful lot of sense when you could have built there. So Moscow to Sevastopol while you go into Black Sea is the thing I'd be looking for if I'm Eddie here.
Yep.
And
Eddie. Sorry, we didn't call out Fleet Brest, but it's now outdated.
Fleet Brest is outdated. It's gone to Mid-Atlantic Ocean, and Michalis take us through 1902.
Well, you should like this, Jamal. Moscow's actually gone to Livonia. So if it was a year earlier, you'd be loving this, and I'd be criticizing it a lot more. But as it is 1902, I'll let it slide. Perhaps there was a plan to do some fun convoys in fall. Can still sort of be done. Beyond that, the sort of enmeshed nature between Germany and Russia continues. Russia gets into Berlin because Berlin got out into Baltic Sea and may well be able to hold it, because covering Munich from the retreat is not guaranteed either. The ER has probably broken down after a turn, though, as Liam has been convinced to go north instead. And given the French moves as well, this could be the sort of budding formation of a very boring Western triple instead of the fascinating game that we were seemingly getting. So that's deeply disappointing from all three of them, and I'm ashamed of you guys. But yeah, beyond that, the East is sort of AI versus RT sort of lining up in the very familiar formations.
Yeah, really quickly, small tactical note here, just in the spring here. If you are Germany, I think you actually would love Russia to get into Denmark here from Baltic. So I think it's a mistake to cover Denmark from Kiel, and you might as well just cover Berlin from there instead.
I think it depends. I think if you know England is doing this, there's probably some sort of agreement to not let Russia get into Denmark and to push them back, and maybe that's why.
Oh, but if they're in Denmark, then the fleet is basically quarantined with nothing else nearby that can, you have 3 units against it. You'll definitely kick it out at that point.
Yeah, and also it's now retreated to Bothnia and can defend St. Petersburg. So yeah, I think I do agree with Brandon on this one.
But if you're Germany, do you care that it can defend St. Petersburg? If you're Germany in a Western triple, maybe you actually want England to be slowed down a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's true. It's just you can see the situation here is much worse than it would be otherwise.
Yeah, I think Berlin. Was although you could do that. That works.
You can just guess right. Yeah.
He just
So-
gets right everywhere.
Yeah, so Andrew plays an absolute blinder of a turn. So, having got Russia to defend St. Petersburg successfully, he gets to walk into Warsaw to counterbalance losing Berlin. Gets convoyed into Denmark by England, which is some excellent negotiation. Liam definitely didn't have anything better to do with those fleets because he's in the Western Triple and doesn't have anything to fear. You're England. You can't be stabbed in a Western Triple. Or can you, as David says, and waltzes north to a non-building England.
I was going to say David Miller is the least Western Triple player I can think of, so I wouldn't expect it to last too long.
Yeah, it lasted about as long as that ER did, and now Liam is in the ER. But the East.
And to be clear, I think we probably all three of us agree that this is the right move for David Miller. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
So much better than a boring game where you go into the med here.
100%.
The East is also complete chaos because Bulgaria has fallen despite the fact that it didn't have to because Craig has gone to Black Sea. So maybe Craig expected Russia to be against him and that's why he gave it up. But in the process, he's got into Ionian Sea because Italy only has the one fleet down there and therefore couldn't backfill Ionian when they went to Aegean. So neither Italy nor Turkey's had a great turn, which, given that Russia's under attack as well, is great news for Benjamin. I'm not familiar with Benjamin as a player, but this year, when all of your neighbors have terrible years and you go up one, you can't be sad.
It's true. So we have build for Italy, build for Austria, build for Germany, build for France. That's right. There are no pulls because we had 2 vacancies at the end of last year. So an interesting kind of stasis on the board.
Ooh.
Trieste.
Wow.
That makes me think Bulgaria might have been arranged. Maybe that's why Craig did not defend Bulgaria. Maybe Craig said, I'll let you take Bulgaria. You put Fleet Trieste down. I'll be in Ionian Sea. We attack Italy. That's something I can very much imagine Craig coming up with. And if Benjamin's gone for that, then fair play. It's different. You don't see it very often. There might be a reason you don't see it very often, but this could be a scenario where it works.
I'd just like to point out here, this is a perfect example of a completely shot 5-center Russia position. You might think you're doing okay, 1902, and you got 5 centers as Russia, but this is a pretty rough position for Eddie Bassan. I think he's good enough to get out of it, but he's going to have to do he's going to have to pretend it's the 1980s, and he can talk his way into anything.
I would quite like to know what sort of Russia looks at German army Warsaw at the end of 1902 and thinks everything is fine.
If an AT grows out of here, that's gonna be special, really special. Let's I'm here for it, and you know, like all power to David Miller in that situation.
All right, Brandon, it's your call to see if the AT happens.
It does not. Italy seemingly does not mind that Austria has built a fleet here, which is extraordinary for Benjamin. Jukestein, really, really good for him. So Italy supports Bulgaria into Constantinople. The fleet in Trieste does come down. There is a bit of dipsy doodle around Ionian. So Craig decides to go to Tyrrhenian Sea for some reason. Maybe he was expecting Greece to follow, because that would have been the way to guarantee Tunis in the fall. But now Italy can protect all 3 of their all of the centers that are vulnerable to that fleet in the Tyrrhenian Sea, which is now very isolated. Craig probably wishes he had it back. In the elsewhere, we have nothing much happening of surprise. Andrew retakes Berlin and goes into Bothnia. We have Liam Stokes in England convoying back to Edinburgh, which will be too little too late for this turn, because David Miller does the expected here and convoys directly from Spain into Liverpool.
So this next turn is basically to make or break Andrew Zick's game, because this German position is right now pretty shot. Holland is not at all defensible. Warsaw could fall. Sweden could be walked into if you're trying to come up with a plan on St. Petersburg with England. There's a lot of things that could go wrong if you're Andrew, but if they all go right and you manage to come out of this year building, keeping Holland and putting another fleet down or another army, whichever way you go, then the German position will very quickly re-solidify. So this is a really key turn, I think, for Germany.
He can guarantee that he keeps Berlin and Warsaw, actually. And then the question just becomes what happens with St. Petersburg? Is there a cooperation between Liam and Andrew over it?
I think if you lose Holland, then even keeping Warsaw, your position is still awful, though. So
Yeah,
I
great
think
point,
Holland is actually the critical center.
Yeah, great point.
The answer is...
Unless he gives it to England, I don't know. Well, even better is if you get England to help you with it. So given the walks out of Warsaw here, this is really surprising on Andrew's part. I think there was a much more interesting set of play, a bit of play here that would have neutered Eddie Brisson and working with Liam. You could have kept Liam sort of stronger if you were interested in fighting France. But anyway, okay, so what actually happens? We have Berlin held onto, Warsaw vacated, clearly deliberately. Warsaw goes to Galicia with support from Romania, and Eddie takes it from behind. So clearly Andrew's looking for RG here. In the Turkish centers, we do have Austria holding on to one of them. And somewhat peculiarly, there is a three-way attack or three-way move into Bulgaria here. I think Aegean could have done something more interesting. We do have Craig Mayer getting back into the Ionian, but he'll have a choice to make which unit to disband. And in the West, we have David Miller supporting himself to the English Channel. This is actually somewhat conservative play here. Could have gone to North Africa as well, but wanted to make sure he got in the English Channel. And that's about it.
Yeah, I'd say usually when you're talking about Turkey and you're being attacked, there's no right decisions. You're losing a debt center. It doesn't matter which center. Actually, it does. Ankara is the one that can be an uncuttable support. Losing Ankara and your two being Constantinople and Smyrna, I think your life expectancy is significantly lower than if you'd still had Ankara and Smyrna here, and it had been the other way around. So I don't love this for Craig. I'm interested to know who got Andrew to move south, whether it was agreed with England or agreed with France, because this isn't just I've cut this deal with Russia. Someone in the West has got to have been supportive, and it's, I think, better for David than it is for Liam. I think that David will be very happy to see some pressure on Austria, the other player doing pretty well in the early stages of this game, and so I would be expecting that this was encouraged by France, and that potentially Andrew is going to be looking at Norway and a move on England next as well, rather than any sort of anti-David Miller move.
I just don't know why if you're Andrew, why you need Eddie Brisson at this point. More or less had him dead to rights and could replace his units fairly quickly. So I guess the question will be whether they're able to get some purchase on Austrian centers quickly or not.
There is an argument that Eddie is going to help slow down this AI that's probably the big contest for you on this board, but that's it's a very future-focused plan rather than any kind of benefit in the here and now.
Yeah, and I think what you want is David Miller to be forced to apply some pressure to the AI. I think this goes to McCallis's analysis just now that David is having it too easy and Andrew's taking too much of the responsibility on himself.
Well, I mean, David is France. You have to let France win. That's how this goes.
Apparently.
It's just like being in Galicia, who do you expect to help you into Austrian dots? Because even if it's Eddie Brisson, there's one army in Romania. So they have two hostile units to Austria between them. Italy has walked everything the other way to cover from Turkey. There's just no other units. Yes, maybe Munich comes south and you're sending everything south, but then David's just laughing all the way to the bank.
Exactly.
Alrighty, so we have Army Vienna, Army Brest, Norwegian getting pulled. So Liam is all in defense mode. And Ionian goes from Craig Mayer, which I think unfortunate, but probably necessary. 1904, I think it is McCallis, your call.
Yep. So in the south, Munich does come south. Goes to Bohemia rather than Tyrolia, which is strictly a worse position to be in. So I don't like that for a start. Tyrolia, you're forcing Austria to cover Trieste as well. Now Austria doesn't have to do that. So don't like that move for a start. Romania's been blown up because Austria had all the armies around it and was able to comfortably do so. So this attack southwards so far hasn't gone great. France has sent one fleet down, which is going to make all the difference for Germany breaking through against Austria. That will change everything, I think, for Andrew. Beyond that, Turkey is taking Ankara back, but Ankara retreats to Armenia, so it's a bit of a stay of execution rather than a drastically improved position. Sevastopol tries to walk to Ankara rather than Black Sea, which is ambitious but unsuccessful, and even worse news for the defensive prospects against this AI. The West, meanwhile, we see England convoys to Denmark, perhaps sniffing out that Andrew was probably siding with Germany, and Andrew has gone to Norway, so a bit of a swap between the two of them. And given that Bothnia went to Baltic rather than Sweden, which is a good move because you might have been bounced out of Norway, unfortunately it's a good move that's been punished, and Andrew's position is still horribly spread out, and you don't love to see St. Petersburg to Livonia as Andrew either. There's a lot of things on this board that Andrew should not be at all happy about. And
it's a terrible, terrible, terrible turn for Andrew, and he's reaping the consequences of not having worked out some arrangement with Liam to simply take Eddie out. And now Liam is turning. I mean, there's no other way to look at this other than Liam is janissarying for David Miller. Is conceding London in order to take Denmark and get in position to retake Norway here.
And you can even say, like, what else was Liam going to do? Like, once the pressure for Liam to go and take St. Petersburg and turtle up in that had gone. So Liam had no other plan. Like, he didn't have a defensive position against France, and Germany was going the wrong way to help him.
Yep, 100%. And also Eddie, we have to note Eddie's misorder Sevastopol to Ankara, not Sevastopol to Black, which feels like a backstabber error more than a written error. We might see that Sevastopol fleet appear in. No, we won't, because the Romanian army was blown up.
It may have actually intended to go to Armenia, stop it being blown up, like Katie said here.
Okay.
Because then Austria didn't have a retreat from Ankara, and actually that Turkish taking of Ankara is a lot better in that scenario.
Okay.
Although I don't love it for Russia moving Sevastopol down to Armenia.
Yeah,
you really want to bounce it if you're doing that.
And also, he could have just supported Romania and held on to it, right? So,
yeah. All right. Fall of 1904. Carlos.
Well, Andrew has got into Romania, so that's good. It was only guaranteed because Bulgaria prioritized the south, and Bulgaria didn't get anything from the south. So great news for this attempting GR attack on Austria. Andrew has sent his other armies back the other direction, realizing Bohemia is not a good place to be, right at the right time, because it looks like Picardy to Burgundy is probably not friendly. Livonia's gone up to Bothnia, which again you don't like. You just have to be sitting there as Germany and going, Eddie, why? What is that fleet doing? How is any of this helpful? But he has kept Norway, because England has tried to do. Is that a convoy swap that got misordered?
Yeah.
Convoyed Bell to Holland, but Belgium
is ordered to Helgoland in this rendering. That could have been something
Holland
else.
Goes to Picardy, so I think Holland was supposed to go to Belgium, and Belgium was supposed to get convoyed over to Holland, but they both misordered. Belgium went to Helgoland, and Holland went to Picardy.
Yeah.
So this might be the worst convoy swap I've ever seen. If both sides manage to misorder their convoy swap, cool, fine. But David.
But why would you want that if you're France? I think you would much rather just Liam take Norway here. If you're going to fight Germany, then go fight Germany. Yeah, this is weird.
But if it's not to help France, then if it's to help Germany, you just support Holland to Belgium. So it's
or vice versa, right? Yeah, I don't get it.
It's a very weird set of orders, and all of them failed. Italy has gone up to Tyrolia, which is actually quite interesting. Unfortunately, it means that they've left Naples wide open, although they do get to build because they did get Smyrna, so that's nice for them.
I want to give a shout out here. Hold on, to Craig Mayer for retreating to Syria rather than disbanding and rebuilding in Constantinople. Now he's got 2 on Armenia, which could be the only possible. That's very strange. Anyway,
Maybe he just miscounted and thought he was pulling. So he was like,
probably.
it won't matter. And forgetting that Ankara was actually a gain.
Yeah.
All right. So Craig, yes, gets to keep his 2. David Miller is just, continues to be Miller time, where he just keeps rolling on with 2 builds here. And Liam is down to 1. And all right, Fleet Denmark and Norwegian off the board. Fleet Berlin on the board, which maybe they've just had enough with Eddie, or maybe they're trying to make a play back on Denmark here. And yeah, wow, David Miller now putting down Fleet Marseille with that fleet just stray in the Tyrrhenian as the forward army, the scouting troop in Tyrrhenian Sea here. Is it now time for David Miller to just go and swing south?
I think he wants to, but I think losing the Janissary fleet in Norwegian means that Mid-Atlantic has got to go north here, and maybe even an argument that Marseille should be going north here.
It's from a Janissary perspective, pulling Norwegian instead of north is actually really curious to me.
Yeah.
I think that you pull north and put France into north, right?
Yep.
This is so much harder to get France up to Norwegian and do stuff like that. So that's a really curious disband.
It may be that David Miller does not want to fight Andrew Zick here. Maybe he's banking on good diplomatic relations to maintain his board top, and rather than try to get a huge score through the German centers, which will be hard now, to be honest. But
yeah, I mean, Andrew's sort of managed to finally get a position that's actually stable. We're 5 years into it, and it's the first time Germany's really looked somewhat stable. Romania's hanging in the breeze, but it's only supporting the unit that's there, so you don't care that much if it falls.
All right, let's have a look at 1905. Brandon.
Andrew's game has just been curious pretty much at almost every turn. So here, rather than consider the possible threat from continued EF cooperation, the Leviathan, he moves units towards St. Petersburg. Very curious. I mean, Denmark is there for the taking, and he really needs to shore up the northern flank. He also, this sort of naivete also causes the loss of Munich, as France makes clear what he wants to do next, and that is to harm Germany and presumably get some of the centers for himself. Tyrrhenian Sea comes back to the Western Med. In the east, we have Austria, Italy continuing to cooperate to take apart Turkey, and we also have some peculiar Eddie Bresson in Sevastopol cuts the support that would have gotten him into Galicia from Warsaw. So that's something that happened.
Yeah, this is Sweden supports Berlin to Baltic is a move I utterly despise. When your summit had to move to Denmark there, you can't not move to Denmark in spring. You have to force EF to do summit to try and take Denmark back. Norway to Barents just makes no sense to me in any world whatsoever, because unless you're going Sweden to Norway, and why would you do that? What's it doing? What on earth is Barents Sea doing that Norway couldn't already do whilst defending a centre? Like, Barents Sea is an awful place to be in this position.
Whether you're failing to anticipate the EF or not.
Yeah. Even if you think you've somehow got a friend, I just don't see what Barents Sea can be doing. Like, what have you been sold on? North to Norwegian, convoy Edinburgh to St. Petersburg with no support to put it in there? That's a sort of mind-boggling sell that somebody's got. But like, Barents Sea is not a misorder. Barents Sea isn't like anything else. Yeah.
Now that said, also I think David Miller is being too passive here. If you're gonna go EF here, full force against G, Mid-Atlantic to North Atlantic, get Marseille in position to go somewhere as well. I don't mind the pullback to Western Med if you're trying to curry favor with Italy.
Yeah, or Mid-Atlantic to Channel, if you think you're getting in. That's also, I think, pretty reasonable there.
Yeah, fair.
In the fall.
Oh, it's still me, right? Okay, so London is convoyed over to Holland and gets in, despite Helgoland thinking they're going there. So this may be David Miller being a bit cutthroat and saying, I don't need Liam Stokes anymore. And that's actually, and so Germany is going to stay even here because they lose Munich, pick up Denmark. But now David doesn't have to negotiate with any Janissaries in the north. Does get fleets starting to get them into better position here. And in the east, we have Romania falling, which is probably not a surprise. Although Craig Mayer is the one who gets Sevastopol, so Eddie doesn't actually get a build here. It just the dot gets transferred to Craig from Andrew to Craig to keep Craig on 2.
Romania retreats to Budapest.
Romania retreats
yes,
to
thank you.
Budapest after Austria supports Sevastopol into Romania. So Austria helps Romania fall so that it can retreat into their own supply center because you've walked out of Budapest to cover it from a non-offensive Italian. What?
Yeah, that's not a great set of orders by Benjamin here.
If you're worried about Trieste, all you do is you bounce Galicia with Budapest and you put Vienna to Trieste and you solve both problems simultaneously. And this doesn't happen. This is not great. Germany is down 1 for the year. They've lost 3, I believe.
Because of Holland.
Yeah. So Germany does have a disband, and I suppose probably Budapest will be that disband because it's so unholdable. But yeah, that's not great for Benjamin.
Yeah, this is just an example of poor coordination, sort of altogether, by people who really should be coordinating in order to put up some resistance to the French.
Yeah, and the French keep marching. Andrewsik is pulling one through the loss of Munich and Holland and all of that. We say goodbye to Liam Stokes. Thank you for playing, Liam. Budapest comes off the board, as you would probably expect in this scenario. It was a fun unit while it lasted. And really the big question here is who can catch David Miller? And the answer is no one.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good place to stop for David, actually, given the slowness with which his fleets got up north. He does not have fleet supremacy in the north, which honestly, a 10 center France with a 4 center lead over everyone else really should be have fleet supremacy in the north. That would be the route to an even bigger score here.
Yeah, and I think that given the scoring system and the bonus points for being further ahead, now that Budapest has come off the board, Austria retakes Budapest. Austria's got a good shot at Romania as well. I think that it's actually more likely that your lead gets closed up on, and even if David manages to find his way into another centre or two, I don't see him getting a 4 center lead over anyone from this position after this year. So I think that the draw makes a lot of sense for David. I'm actually somewhat surprised Benjamin took it, given that Budapest had just come off the board.
Yep.
Katie, what do you think about this draw? Is there more play in it, or is this about as good as we got?
I mean, I think there definitely could be more play in the game. I just saw in the chat that I think fire is Benjamin based on my really amazing analytical skills. I could be wrong. Yeah, it sounds like people just wanted the game to be over, and that happens so often in face-to-face that it doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah. For sure. So we have gotten to the end of round 1. Let's have a look at what the current...
Hold on. Before you do that, did you reset the other games already, right?
Yes, I have reset the other games.
Okay,
so yes.
great.
But yeah, let's have a look at what our current scores are, if I can find the correct way to show that. The standings. So here we go. Yes, Harjit with a big top there. Matthew Krill, David Miller, the all expected. So really, it's a kind of with about 200 or so being the big top number. The top 3 are really reaping the benefits of their big board tops, and when you do have a chasing pack, so all the way down to I think Narek and number 7, I think has got a pretty decent shot in this chasing pack, and obviously round 2 will matter a lot. Do we know if there is drop rounds in this? I think it's all...
No, it's all 3 scores.
All 3 scores, all right. So that's all going to matter, which is big. So yeah, a few players in good contention at the start here, and I'm very interested to see how this goes. And we're interested to see kind of what happens with this pack at the back, right here. Can they close? Are there players in here that can get themselves a big score and get themselves back into contention for the final round? But I think it is perfect time then to move to round number 2, which I think means it is Brandon's turn for another break. So let me pull this one up. Brandon, we can say goodbye to you for now. And we can start with Katie. You can go first on this one. We're doing all of 1901 and then all of 1902. We have round 2, board A, Peter Taggart. Austria's Adam Silverman, England, Riaz Varani, France, Liam Stokes, Germany, David Miller, Italy, Matthew Krill, Russia, Doug Moore, and Turkey, Justin Law. So yeah, another board full of
First time we've seen Adam, right? I don't think we saw Adam play the first round.
We did not. So maybe he's there just helping out for numbers, or maybe it took a little while to get up from San Francisco. We will find out. Let's go with Spring 1901, Katie.
Okay, David Miller has a very unique opening. I've never seen this Germany. I think it's a lot of fun. Berlin to Denmark. It's actually quite devastating. He could be very easily bounced out of Holland, and he could have a really bad game. Now, I would guess that he'll still get Holland, but it kind of depends, I think, how vicious Riaz and Liam are feeling. But that's tough. That could be, it's not as bad as like Italy misordering Tyonian or something, but it's not great. Otherwise, in the West, pretty standard. We have another northern opening from Russia, Doug going up to St. Pete with the DMZ in Galicia, and a DMZ that he broke probably in Black Sea. Justin moved up to Armenia, which is kind of the, I would say it's a fairly defensive way to do a DMZ in Black, because you have a little bit more to work with if Russia does break that DMZ.
Might have been a fist bump that was not followed through on. Yep,
could have been. And then Italy and Austria doing pretty standard things.
Yeah, I mean, that German misorder, if you've not been to face-to-face events, that you can look at that and go, that's insane. But actually, you very much autopilot your openings, and you see a lot more misorders, I think, in the first turn than you do in any other thing. That's why the Yorkshire pudding is such a famous thing. It's a satirical take on how often people misorder in the first place in their Spring 1901 moves, even if you're an experienced player. I remember at the NDC a couple months ago when I was playing a game with Robert Schuper, and Robert ordered Kiel to Berlin instead of Berlin to Kiel, which is not the ideal German opening. That it's probably worse than this one, but this one you can get away with it if you aren't bounced out of Holland, and if you're hoping to not be bounced out of Holland, you're hoping to see a nice friendly England player, not someone very aggressive, not someone like, I don't know, Riaz Varani, who is quite an aggressive player and very much has that Holland bounce in his playbook.
He also needs a big score.
Although the good news is Dud's on North, so the Holland bounce is a lot less good than otherwise.
He needs a big score, and David's the leader, so there could be a case for punishing this misorder here pretty quick off the bat. And the answer is no.
Yeah, the answer is Riaz is forcing Norway from that opening by Doug Moore. Okay, I think this is really interesting. I wonder if this is also a misorder. I feel like you never open North to stay in St. Pete. You either go to Norway to potentially bounce that out, or go to Finland to open it for a build. It could be sort of a peace offering, but Riaz has put an army in Norway, which I think it's looking a lot better for Riaz. Now, Liam is still an MAO, which is also really weird, because if you want to go against England, go to Irish, get your 2 builds. I guess he's playing a little slow, but it's quite interesting. I don't think I've seen this exact thing before.
This might be the most holds I've seen in a full 1901 in a long, long time. David Hood would be tearing his hair out.
Yeah, Berlin's just staying there too. I guess what else are you going to do with Berlin? But St. Petersburg is the weird one, and MAO are weird. But St. Petersburg seems unintentionally weird, whereas MAO could just be a slow play.
I mean, it is Doug Moore, so I feel like Doug has some plan with this. what that plan is, not sure.
Well, Justin, it seems, assumed that the army was going into Romania, and instead Doug has done the Australian thing and the fleet's gone into Romania. And this is, I think, the first time we've seen a two-build Russia this tournament, so great for them to finally get one of those in, I guess.
Yeah, two-build Russia, and you know what? Two-build Russia, but we only need to build one. I mean, like, why would you? Why would you build two? You shouldn't build two ever, right?
Probably because he wanted to open up St. Pete.
Yeah.
Or maybe he just forgot and just assumed he was a one-build Russia because that's what everyone else is.
Yeah, you have to be a one-build Russia here. And otherwise, pretty standard set of builds. Everyone playing a little bit cagey. Riaz putting the army in Edinburgh, showing lots of love to Liam Stokes. The two local Vancouverites maybe having a lovely long friendship here. Michalis, take us through 1902.
Well, the West is very, very cagey, actually. It's really hard to get a read on who's working with whom still. Germany does the full neutral play of going to Skagerrak rather than tipping their hand of which one of Russia or England they're going after, which is fun when it works. And David's done well to rectify his position after that start. Liam does a nice convoy back to Gascony, get that army into play more quickly should he need it. The fleet's the one taking Spain, so you've got a little more flexibility with your armies. If you want to do something against Germany, perhaps Picardy could backfill Belgium if there's an attack on Holland. There's a lot of things that could happen, but not a lot that has happened. The East, meanwhile, Justin perhaps should have been more afraid after Fleet Romania went there and it wasn't what he was expecting. Like, that looks like Doug did two things in the first two turns that Justin wasn't expecting, but has still somehow managed to get a walk into Black Sea and Armenia in spring of 02 after it. So that just goes to show what a great negotiator Doug is, and it looks like that's he's outmaneuvered Justin there. Adam, meanwhile, joins the Hold Brigade, because what do you do with Army Budapest? Nothing.
Yeah, Justin's gonna lose Ankara, but Adam is going after Matt, and Matt's convoy back to Apulia means that Adam's not going to get much out of it. So, I mean, maybe this is an IT possibility, and we can all see McCullough have a great time this game.
It's a good read from Matt to work out that he needed to convoy to Apulia, but the Austrian and Italian moves have been very cagey so far, very, very static. And yeah, as you say, you're not getting Venice from this. So what are you kind of expecting? Maybe Munich moved down to Tyrolia at Italy's request. I don't know.
Maybe he'll just take Romania.
Yeah.
Well, he took Romania with Russian help. I mean, I guess, yeah, Ankara was going to fall anyway. Sorry, we're doing years, so it's you.
Yeah, so Germany is now in Tyrolia successfully. David really wanted to be there, and Adams decided he actually doesn't mind him there. Covers Albania from a convoy that was never going to happen, I think, given that Venice needed to be defended, but sure. This is just great news, I think, for Darge. Gives up Romania, but gets a loyal ally in Adam, who's not really playing for tournament score, given that he didn't play the first round. And obviously he gets Ankara, and somehow he's managed to get Justin to pull it off the board, which means that Justin's defensive position involves Fleet Aegean, which when you're Russia, you much prefer, because it's just worse defensively against the Russians. So great news for Doug there. The North, meanwhile, he's got David on his side. So David, that treading the line, whether he'd go for England or Russia, he's now made his commitment, and he's got France on side as well. So this has all gone very wrong for Riaz. For someone who I believe won this tournament a couple of years ago, he's not had a great tournament so far. It's not gone great for Riaz, unfortunately.
I wondered how much of Justin is obviously really, he's going down hard and he's going down pro Doug. And I wonder how much of that is actually the star power of Doug Moore, because Doug Moore is a huge name, particularly in the US hobby. And you see this with players like Andrew Goff and Peter McNamara in Australia a little bit, where there are players who, Justin is no slouch, but Justin is still relatively new to the hobby. And sometimes players just rock up to a tournament and they see, oh, wow, I get to play with Doug Moore. I get to, have an alliance with Doug Moore. And some of the really good players take that and have a really loyal ally all game, and some of them take advantage of that. And I wonder how much is this is Doug Moore that is talking to me. Is it play for Justin's decisions here?
Yeah, I think anyone who's played or seen Doug Moore play before will have not been surprised by Doug doing this. Doug is a very aggressive player. Doug is not an alliance player by any stretch of the imagination. He goes for dots and he takes dots, and then when he's taking those dots, he takes some more dots. And Doug is a bit of a force of nature on a board. In going up against him can feel very isolating as well. He's really good at making someone feel like they're just one-on-one and losing, and that I think is one of his strengths. And maybe he got Justin to not want to feel that way, and therefore he's got Justin focusing on the west and or on the western side of Turkey rather. But yeah, maybe that's how he goes about it.
Doug is the best example I know of an effective use of chainsaw diplomacy. I mean, he can really get in people's heads and get them to do the moves that he wants you to do. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was like, "You're losing Ankara, delete that unit, just do it." And Justin was like, "All right, well, I guess that's what I have to do."
Yeah, all right. So the builds, Doug Moore puts down that army in Moscow. We have a fleet in Brest from Liam Stokes, which is going after Riaz Varani. Makes a lot of sense. And Adam puts down an army in Vienna. 1903, I think we are on to Katie Gray.
Yeah, so Russia takes Norway with a fleet. That's nice. It gives you a little bit more say in what happens with England, as long as you can keep Sweden. So far, David appears to be on side. So Doug may very well be picking one up there. He's also picking up Khan from Black Sea. So if this is the AR that it appears to be, this is a really fun position for Doug. He's going to get his fleet, maybe not all the way out just yet, but he's certainly getting it a little bit more useful, pushing it forward and south against Turkey and then possibly against Macro. But there's also an AI. So maybe it's just an AIR for the moment, but it's certainly one where Doug is coming out on top. Adam gets Bulgaria and blows up that army, but Doug's now on 2 Turkish centers, and Matt Krill is just now in Aegean. I wouldn't be super shocked if, well, I don't know. Matt Krill's in Aegean. I don't think he's going to get much out of Turkey, so he's going to have to find something else to do, and maybe that's Adam.
Yeah, I was to say, yeah, I like this from Matt. I think that where it was going before, he had no options. Now he's got some options. So even though the Turkish dots are not likely to go Italian, he's at least given himself some flexibility. Yeah.
In the north, we had Riaz convoying back to Eddie. I really like that. Just give up Norway. You don't need that. Play defense. He's going to be able to protect Liverpool. But probably not London, I guess. But we shall see.
Yeah, he's got a 50-50. He can only defend one of them, and unfortunately, they can attack both, although North Sea can be cut. So it's not guaranteed in how to defend. Riaz is an excellent player on defense, but yeah, this is tough for Riaz. What happens with Romania is going to be really interesting here, because you can very easily see Doug saying, "Right, I've got enough out of you, Adam. I'm just taking it back now." And Adam is not an inexperienced player. Adam will have played with Doug Moore before and knows that Doug will probably be considering that. So does Adam block that? Does he agree to give it up? Does Adam actually want to switch to an AI, and that's why he's put Italy into Aegean? Or is this going to turn into a wintergreen against Adam?
The answer is Adam is cagey about it, but Doug doesn't quite get the chainsaw going just yet.
I like that. I like that decision to defend and to put the fleet into Bulgaria, and that's some good moves from Adam, and that's why he's won tournaments and at the level that he has.
Yeah, so he's in Romania. He's also in Bulgaria, which means the AI is still on. They can go after Khan. Maybe not very effectively, but depending on if Adam and Doug stayed together over the center of the board. I'm assuming Doug wasn't super happy with that because he bounced himself. So I would think this is Adam picking Matt Crow. In the West, we've got Liam moving up into Burgundy. Otherwise, nothing. Right? I think Riaz keeps London and doesn't need to defend Liverpool with 2. But that's because Liam is attacking North Sea. Is that right? So I guess, yeah, maybe Liam is thinking, okay, well, Riaz is going to Janissary for me. We'll go after David together. But Riaz said, nope, I'm going to use you to help me protect my stuff. And also, you're not getting Liverpool. I don't see why Liam would have tapped North Sea in any other scenario.
Well, if I'm not much mistaken, Liam seems to have developed a penchant for failed convoy swaps. Because if I'm reading this right, there was another failed convoy swap on Belgium and Holland for the second game in a row when Liam's
Correct.
in the West, and it's the same two centres. So eventually, if Liam keeps playing enough games, one of these convoy swaps is going to succeed. But at the moment,
it wouldn't. But didn't Kiel go to Holland? Oh no,
yeah,
so
none of
wouldn't
it
work.
worked.
It
None
wouldn't work
of it
anyway.
would have worked.
None of it moved. None of it moved.
It's very curious again,
Kiel
as
went
it
to
was last
Belgium.
game. I just don't understand why any of that was what you want. If you're attacking France, you support yourself to Belgium. If you're not, I don't know. It's for the second game in a row. This is a very inexplicable mover.
Yeah.
Eventually it's going to succeed if you keep trying.
But that wasn't Liam. That was David trying to do it. So I don't know.
Either way, this is the theme of the tournament seems to be one build rushes, failed convoy swaps, and France winning. So we'll see if that continues. The only other thing I wanted to call out is that everyone wanted no one else in Tyrolia. It's a nice little love fest in Tyrolia over there. All right, we have Doug Moore with 2 builds, just slowly creeping his way up. Adam Silverman with 1. Riaz having to pull. What does Doug build here, do we think?
One of them's going in St. Petersburg as a fleet, because that's the only reason you go to Finland in the first place. So I would expect North Coast rather than South Coast. Looks like he's probably got his eyes on Edinburgh, so get a share of England while England goes down.
Yeah, fair. All right. And the answer is yes, a fleet and an army. Germany pulling the army off Yorkshire makes sense. England had the blow up, so I guess there's not a disband there. Michaelis, 1904. What do we got?
This is turning into an AI in the East now. So Italy gets into Constantinople, maybe by agreement. This could all still be agreed upon, given that Russia walked out. Maybe they're just going to kill Justin afterwards. Matt, interestingly, doesn't send Ionian east as well. I'm not entirely sure who Matt's afraid of. Like, Liam wasn't coming west to do this, so why not go and make sure Smyrna goes your way? But sure. The rest of that doesn't move much. Austria's in Galicia. The north, Doug goes up to Barents Sea whilst defending Germany in North Sea, and France gets into London and Liverpool. So an excellent turn for Liam Stokes. And this is where you start sweating a little bit as David Miller. When the FGR attack on England and they all come together, Germany cannot be the one who's left behind on builds, because Germany is so easy to squeeze between the two of them afterwards. So if you're attacking England, you're pretty much demanding that you're the first one to get a build out of it. Maybe he was supposed to get Belgium and the stabs already happened. If so, David's got some work to do here.
Yeah, the only other thing I want to say is back about the East. I wonder if Doug was expecting Justin to support Ankara to Constantinople, just because otherwise I don't see how this makes a lot of sense. Like, sure, you want to be in Black Sea, but I wouldn't think you would give up Con for it.
Or expecting Adam to support Ankara to Con because he supported Ram, and looks like Adam might have stabbed him.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
It's a stab, but then the knife is not plunged, it looks like.
Because see, now he was like, here, Justin, get a build. And Justin said, no thanks, I don't want to build. Why not? Justin, why don't you want to build?
I kind of get it. Maybe he's got some sort of deal with Matt to not come east, and if you stab Matt, then Matt will come east with that fleet, and I don't think Justin survives Italian fleets in Aegean and Eastern Med either way, so he's making a calculated gamble. This year has seen a bit of a reaction to Doug Moore and his big fast start, so Constantinople is lost, goes to Italy, and Norway is now lost as Riaz finds a way to do some janitary work for David Miller. great turn, I think, from David, actually. Does get Belgium this time. It is seemingly agreed upon. Finds a way to make himself useful to Liam by saying, I'll go to Silesia, I'll contain Doug, and finds a way to get someone to help him do that so he doesn't have to send everything there himself by getting Riaz into Norway. So, yeah, I like this from David, and I like this from Riaz, and I like it from Liam as well, who I think has had the best year. Even if he's only net +1, he's got the potential rivals in the north fighting each other and going in the other direction from him.
Yep. And as a result, Doug Moore is down 2, and a few other people are up, Liam and David. And the builds coming in, we have a pull from Barents and Skagerrak. So Doug has decided to give up on the north and focus on the south. Do you like that, Katie?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you know that Riaz is tennis for Liam, and there's still FG cooperation, you know you're going to lose Sweden and probably St. Pete. So, yeah, I mean, probably. I mean, I don't like it because you never want to be kicked out of the north as Russia, but I think sometimes you just have to be realistic. And
yeah.
I like Skagerrak. I think Skagerrak that's somewhere where it can just get piffed and die, and you just don't want to risk that. I don't like Barents. I think that if you're writing off the north, you pull Sweden and defend St. Petersburg. You don't do it this way around. Barents could have defended St. Petersburg instead. England can walk in, and sure, you can walk into Norway behind, but that's so much harder to hold.
Can't hold it. Yep. All right, Michalis, how about you talk us through 1905?
All right, so we see France convoy into Belgium. So Liam's had enough of David. Hard to read that in any other way. Gets into Norwegian Sea, goes south, although Edinburgh to Yorkshire is curious. And actually, Riaz, with his 1 unit on the English homeland, is now threatening all 3 of those centres, or defending his own and threatening the other 2. So cool from Riaz. David does walk into Sweden behind as Doug goes to Norway. So a nice little daisy chain there that all succeeds. Great for David. Not sure it will save him from the French, but it's a start. He's also managed to convince Italy to go to Piedmont, which is very significant and does force Liam to cover Marseille and to be concerned. So Matt, having held in Ionian for quite a long time, has finally decided it's time to move, and he's moving west. Great news for Adam. Great news for David in this position. Doug, meanwhile, is sending everything back home. It's full-on turtle mode. He's going to take St. Petersburg back. He's probably going to lose Ankara, but not guaranteed. Black Sea can hold it. You've got a 50-50 on whether to put Black Sea to Ank or to hold Black Sea to block and move into it.
Yeah. All right. Alrighty. And in the fall.
Or you've got even better, because you actually don't need to take that 50-50. You can just take Constantinople instead, as Justin finally says goodbye to this game. Bit of a tough one for him. Doug does some excellent defense, and at the end of the year is actually even, having lost Sweden and gained Constantinople. His position's still pretty shaky in the south, but his actual position in the centre is a lot stronger, at least. Meanwhile, in the north and the west, Liam gets into North Sea, which is really good for him, especially as Riaz doesn't stab and take Liverpool. So that's really nice for Liam. David has taken Norway to put 2 units down to make up for Belgium. Yeah, this is a pretty good turn for Liam and for David, despite the fact that they're fighting each other.
Katie, any thoughts on this one?
No, not too much. I mean, I think it's kind of nice to see the AI sticking together. But I don't know, Matt Krill really needed a build, I feel like. So.
Alrighty. So winter, we see a couple of builds and pulls in the west. Fleet Marseille makes sense in response to the Italian position. Kiel makes sense. And Fleet Barents, you don't want to pull Eddie here. That makes a lot of sense. 1906 was about to get launched, but instead we have a game over, which I feel is a little premature in this scenario.
Yeah, I mean, I thought actually Fleet Marseille was a dreadful build because you can't retreat it. Whereas Army Marseille does the same defensive job but can retreat to gas if Italy does stuff to take it. So, yeah, the fact that Liam is topping this game and the draw has gone through, I think Liam will be delighted. You jump at anyone suggesting a draw. You can't say yes fast enough if you're Liam Stokes in this position, given those Italian moves. And yeah, I'm quite surprised that a number of players took this draw, particularly Italy, but also maybe Austria or Russia. Both of them had something to gain, I think.
Yeah, I think Adam Silverman playing the Care Bear hero, from my read, I think there's a lot more to gain from him if he wants to keep this game going. But he clearly does not. Brandon, did you have any thoughts on that game?
Well, just that Adam is probably not playing to win the tournament, having skipped round one or sat out so that other people could play. And I think he's playing to get people to come to WDC in San Francisco. So that might explain some of his strategy.
If you stab me, I'm not going to your tournament.
he might have just gotten Liam Stokes to come to WDC in San Francisco. So yeah.
Indeed.
Alrighty, let's move on to board 2B, which is called Tawny Madison. Michaelis or Katie, do either of you want a break? Michaelis, you want to stay out for a second? Alrighty. So we've got Brandon and Katie. In this board, we have Austria is...
Hey, Jamal, click on player list so we can see where they're from.
Oh, on playlist. I can do that. Players. Aha. This is a whole side of this that I have not been doing because I am new at this. We have Austria is Narek Boblian. England is Mike Moore. France is Patrick Jacobson. Germany, Vahe Magadronian. Italy, John Jameson. Russia, Andrew Zick. And Turkey, Benjamin Dukastan. This is a very, very northwest board. Everyone is either local or Seattle or Bay Area. Who's your pick on this one, Katie? Who are you liking in this board?
I don't know. Maybe Mike Moore. Let's go for England. I feel like we could use a good England game. He's a local.
My eyes are going to be on Benjamin here, who sort of created a bunch of opportunities in the in that first game, and wasn't quite able to drive them home, but definitely showed some potential. So I'm going to see whether Benjamin was able to take that experience and translate it into something else.
All right, and I'm going to go for my man Patrick Jacobson, who's playing France, so clearly is just going to top the board because France has topped almost every board in this tournament so far. All right, so let's take us through 1901. We'll start with Brandon this time. You can have 1901 in this game. Let's have a look.
All righty, let's go down to the southeast corner and see how my pick Benjamin starts out. We have what used to be the most traditional Turkish opening, which is moving those armies toward the Balkans and isolating that fleet in the Black Sea Basin. We do have John Jameson taking Trieste. Doesn't follow up to Venice, so that suggests that this was perhaps agreed upon between the two of them. We'll see if Ionian goes to the Aegean in the fall. It'll have a free ride to do so. Andrew Zick and Narek bounce in Galicia, while Andrew drops that army down to Ukraine for a southern opening. In the west, we have Patrick Jacobson taking a page from David Miller's opening in that first game and puts 2 units on Belgium while also going to the mid-Atlantic. And Germany and England. So England again opens to Edinburgh. This is an old style standard opening that has become the less desirable opening now. For fear of France opening the English Channel, but Mike Moore doesn't fear that and sends that army to Edinburgh.
Yeah. All right, and let's go straight to the fall.
All right, so I wanted to know what John Jameson would do with that gift of Trieste, and the answer is take 2 by also convoying to Tunis. If you can do it, it's a really nice way to get started for Italy, and also the diplomatic options are still open with Turkey. You have not sort of burned the bridge yet. Turkey gets Black Sea here, and Andrew takes the guarantee into Romania, or the support into his own support in Romania. I guess it wasn't guaranteed. In the north, we have Russia getting Sweden. So Andrew, it's a nice turn here for Andrew. Only downside is that he has a Turkish fleet in the black to deal with. Whereas in the north, Mike Moore goes to Holland here to force Vahe to use both armies to take Holland, which left Munich open. So this is an interesting move for an England to do. It's definitely not something you want to see if you're Germany, whether they told you about it or not. if you are France and you know that Germany is going to do this, then and you want an EF, you want a Leviathan, then you go to Belgium and you go to Munich at the same time. So this is a potential missed opportunity for Patrick. We'll see how that affects what comes next.
Although I will say you can't hold Munich. I don't like taking Munich in 01, but yeah, it certainly can slow down Germany.
All right, so we have another 2-build Russia. Pixie bucking the trend. Maybe he'll build the second one this time. We'll find out. And 2-build Italy is the other big one on this board. It's not often you get that in 1901, but good, well done to John Jameson. Pixie does build the two fleets from Italy. Does this build set tell us anything, Katie?
I mean, I think it just tells you Italy wants to keep working with Austria for the most part. I don't really see any way about that. Austria can take Trieste back immediately. And maybe that's the plan. Maybe John says, you know what, I don't need armies. Take Trieste, I'll destroy that, and I'll keep playing with these fleets.
All right, you can take us through 1902. Pivotal year, I think. We'll see how this plays out.
All right, in the West, we've got France moving on Germany, gets into where I'm going to assume that's probably some misorders, or maybe Germany ran out of time because Kiel and Munich just holding is almost certainly not what they actually wanted to do with those units. But it does let Patrick into Ruhr. Germany does bounce England out of hell, so Mike is a bit stagnant this year, or this turn at least. So it's really just looking good for Patrick, who is also going to pick up Spain this year. And then in the East, we've got John convoying to Albania. So maybe forget everything I said about wanting to play with Austria. That does not appear to be the case. Going to Apulia is quite strange, but I assume it's going to follow into Adriatic. Benjamin, I think Benjamin is certainly anti-Austria and sort of has been this whole time. I don't know if there's any history or if they just didn't get along or what. But maybe John is counting on that. Although I will say Benjamin moving into Eastern Med instead of Aegean is going to be a lot more difficult for them to coordinate together. And then Andrew Zick moves down to Ukraine, otherwise also fairly static. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's a hard sell.
This is not what you want to see if you are Austria in spring of 1902.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, the only good thing is that it's not in Aegean, but still.
Yeah, and Warsaw didn't get into Galicia, but it could have. Bulgaria.
There's Ukraine now, so.
Yeah, well, we've been told to watch John's next moves, so let's have a look at what they are.
Oh.
Wow.
Well,
I think they were effectively pro. He's not attacking Austria. He's not helping anyone attack Austria. I don't know what Albania did. I don't know what either of the units. Oh, I think Trieste supported Serbia. Yeah. So yeah, Austria would have kept Serbia, and Albania. Yeah, he really was there to help. That's awesome. Yeah, that's a hard sell. So I'm not surprised it didn't work. But I guess in this case, he was being honest, and he is going to lose Trieste for that. Meanwhile, Austria loses Serbia. So this is really just coming up Turkey. I mean, what a great way for Turkey to be growing and defendable. There's an RT with Turkey in the Black Sea, which is, I don't know if it's really an RT, but at least they're being peaceful. So that's huge for Turkey. Yeah, it's a great turn for Benjamin.
Yeah, there's really no reason for Russia and Turkey not to work together here. It's in both of their interests. A and I are fighting. Turkey has good position to move forward, and so does Russia now in Galicia. Yeah. And Russia has an English ally in the north. So
yeah, keep Sweden. And then England takes Holland with support from Patrick. So Mike and Patrick are EFing. Patrick does keep Spain. I mean, there was a bounce in English Channel. I think that's a little risky. I think I would have still just stayed in Spain, but it doesn't really matter. Patrick got everything he wanted out of this turn too, I think, and the EF is on.
Yeah, I assume that English Channel bounce was arranged.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
Yeah, and net result, England up 1, France up 1, Turkey up 1. Builds coming on the board. Army fleet, nothing too shocking in all of that, I think. So let's go through to 1903. Brandon.
All right, we do have RT happening. The Juggernaut gets into play here. Benjamin in Turkey gets a fleet into the Aegean, also takes Greece here, loses Serbia, while Andrew in Russia slips into Galicia. Slightly peculiar moveset here. Is Romania supporting Serbia into Bulgaria, into Serbia into Bulgaria? Okay.
Serbia, Bulgaria. Yeah.
I'm not sure why that.
Maybe it meant Budapest. Maybe.
Yeah.
Serbia to Budapest.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he was listening to me talk about what the moves would be, it could have been Burgundy. All right.
Yeah.
Elsewheres, we have France getting into Munich, while Munich simply walks out. Meanwhile, England gets into position to take German centers that are also being walked out of. Not sure if Vahe is sort of giving up the ghost here and deciding to Janissary. That's pretty much what it looks like, so we'll go with that. But yeah, this is a Leviathan. This is a Leviathan against a Juggernaut, and the Leviathan has the advantage by a significant margin.
It's a very different game to what we've seen so far. I think the first rounds was, often, one side of the board being chaotic and the other side getting an alliance and getting a jump up. We kind of see alliance versus alliance here, and I think this is it's a really different and interesting pace to what we've seen so far in this tournament.
Yeah, it's just that one alliance has a huge advantage, and like Andrew needs to just be the RT both need to be moving faster here. Ukraine should be in Galicia here, and they just need to not pull any punches.
Yeah, I will say it looks like Benjamin said they didn't really have time to chat. I know that it's really chaotic and there's not a lot of time to talk, and especially Russia has got to talk to a lot of people. But if you are in a position like this and you're facing if you're trying to make progress in the Balkans quickly, I think you really need to try to prioritize those negotiations and get on the same page, because they could have taken Budapest and protected Serbia that year, I think.
Yeah, sometimes diplomacy is like this. It's a question of logistics, and you have to figure out very quickly at the beginning of the turn what your task list is, and then you need to get to it, prioritize and get to it.
Yeah.
All right. Follow.
And Serbia back.
Yes. So now things work out for RT here. They end up with Vienna, Budapest, Serbia, and Greece here all at the same time. Plus, armies now in position to move much further forward. I think this is just lots of guessing right, and Italy's units also being very passive. So Ionian, isn't tapping Aegean here, and so this just enables RT to do whatever they want.
What did that mean? Convoy? Something goofy? A joke?
Yeah. What is it? Okay. Romania to North Africa.
Oh, okay.
That feels like a joke.
Yeah.
It's because John Jameson.
Oh, it's John Jameson. But we've also got Sev to Armenia.
Which is peculiar, and maybe they're going to try to blow it up next. I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. Hard to imagine RT doing anything here but working together. They do lose Sweden in the north to the Leviathan and their German. Not quite Janissary, because Denmark goes down to Kiel here and blows up that English fleet, which is not what you want if you're England. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, France is in Berlin and in Tyrolia now, thanks to the Venetian support. Gets a fleet moving into Spain towards the Mediterranean basin. Very interesting moment here now. Patrick Jacobson has quite the opportunity here to make this not a 2-on-2 game, but a 1-on, maybe 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think I like Vahe's move here to offer the Janissary play, but actually go, nah, I'm still going to make sure that I actually don't lose everything in that. It's a nice way to keep your Janissary masters honest. So we have builds all around: Fleet Marseille, Fleet Edinburgh, Army Fleet. There maybe there's some RT fighting going on.
Yeah, Armenia was not agreed. They were not going to blow up that fleet.
I just can't imagine so Andrew is the one who sparked this. Just can't imagine what Andrew is thinking here.
Yeah, what are you doing, Pixie?
It's just a waste of units and a waste of momentum and precious time.
Unless you've got a someone like Patrick, essentially promising you they're about to stab here or something, and you want to get the jump on early. Just on the board, it doesn't look like an amazing decision, but I guess the diplomacy is the part we can't see. We're not sure what's going on behind the scenes. Katie, how are we looking in 1904?
John Jameson doing really fun convoys that are definitely going to work. We've got Patrick Jameson, meanwhile, moving on Tunis, and we'll pick that up this year. So I wonder how Patrick convinced John that Marseille was not aggressive, or how John just decided that he didn't care and he was more willing to just fight. I don't know, everybody around him, right? He's not propping up Austria and slowing down Turkey. He's certainly he is slowing down Turkey and Ionian, but I don't know. It's just
John is he's punishing the East and
in general. Yeah, everybody in the East in general.
Yep.
There's definitely fighting between Russia and Turkey. Russia slips into Bulgaria, which I'm a little surprised Greece or Aegean didn't cover. I think Benjamin must have misordered or lost track of time or something, because I don't think there's any reason for Aegean to go to Greece while Greece doesn't go to Bulgaria. Germany slips into Galicia, so definitely still doing Janissary type things. Defending, maybe Germany's probably just trying to do Germany survival type things. Maybe he wants to find a spot to live in Warsaw or something. I don't know, because they're still playing defense, covering Denmark, trying to take back Berlin. They do lose Munich, and now there's an English unit in Holland, an English army in Holland. So I think Germany's going to go down a bit this year, but pushing into Galicia for some reason.
Yeah, I think the real question for me is whether Mike Moore in England is going to demand anything extra from France, or try to hold France back, or even race France. It's really up. That's really the main drama left in this game at this moment.
Yeah.
All right. In the fall,
got England taking Denmark, and I think taking Kiel. So England up 2, France up 2. France keeps Munich and takes Tunis. The German unit going to Budapest doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't know, maybe Baha is just having a fun, chaotic time. John is turning around to put up some defense against France, while Benjamin sort of maneuvers his fleets, takes back Bulgaria, so will not be going down. And actually, Russia's not going down either. So none of them got anything out of this at all. Oh no.
It just looks typically like one alliance broke and the other one didn't, and now this game is retreating to the familiar Cascadia pattern we know and love, which is
France wins.
EF and France wins. Yeah. Exactly. All right. In the winter, though, we do have ENF both building 2. So the Leviathan is well and truly in complete domination of this board. And with the bickering going on in Russia and Turkey, it was hard to see it change.
I was going to say before the builds, there is an opportunity here for Mike Moore at this point in the game, because France is very strongly committed south, and Mike is putting units down in the north. I think that opportunity is still there. Mike is not a cutthroat player, however. I've played with him a couple times, and he's a really nice guy. He's actually a police officer in British Columbia, a Mountie.
He's a Mountie.
Yeah, and he can get mischievous sometimes, but he's not really a cutthroat player. It would surprise me if he makes a move on Patrick.
Yeah,
I'd be delighted, but it would surprise me.
The armies are the correct alliance play for sure. Here, you want to be pumping them through Russia at this point, but I think you're right, Brandon. I think there are still options.
I actually think the armies are also right if you want to stab France. Like, first of all, you need to keep it under wraps, but then you also need to be able to follow up into Munich and Belgium, because it's really those are the 3 centers: Berlin, Munich, and Belgium. Those are the ones that would win you the game.
Well, let's see if he does do the stab. Katie, is it Brandon's your turn to read? Or is Katie's turn?
No, I think it's my turn.
Good. All right, let's call out the stab, Brandon.
I don't think it's gonna happen, and it's certainly not here. But Mike has fleet supremacy in the north. He's going to pick up Sweden and St. Petersburg. France needs to pick up units sort of in the east in order to stay ahead, basically, and then not lose like Belgium, Berlin, or Munich. So what does happen? We do have Mike taking up Sweden, getting a position to take St. Petersburg, which he is now guaranteed. Could also snag Berlin if he wants to. And elsewise, we have that German, the Rumspringa unit is now kicked out of Galicia, back to Silesia. We have Russian and Turkish cooperation now to align the 5 fleets in the Mediterranean basin. Actually, I'm not sure if this is cooperation, but it does feel like Russia is at least vacating Romania. Is there a 6th?
Well, I don't know. Aegean might not count, but
Yeah,
it's
Aegean
a lot
doesn't
of
count.
fleets. It's a lot of fleets.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, the max number of fleets you can have around the Black Sea is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus 1 in black. So that's 7, and we have 5. 5 of those spaces covered. Yeah.
Should have moved to Con. What are you doing, Benjamin? Put that fleet in Con.
Okay, so what else happens here? We do have Russia getting into Trieste thanks to Austria being pushed forward into Venice, and we have the French fleets moving forward into the Tyrrhenian Sea here. So
I'm gonna say I don't think it's all agreed. I mean, yeah, Rum's moving to Galicia, but I don't really think that's like to stop the line, right? Because we could have been going to Livonia. Warsaw could have been doing something else. And I think that I mean I understand putting the fleet there because you don't want support cut, but moving Bulgaria up to Rum would have been, I think, a lot stronger position for Belgium or for Benjamin. For Benjamin and
Belgium, yeah.
Belgium, yeah.
All right, and in the fall, lots of progress.
Ooh.
Yeah, so we have 2 of the fleets around the Black Sea basin blown up, and that's actually better for both of them. So, maybe this will work out for the better. We have France, but the problem is that the problem is just simply France, period. Now in Vienna, not just in Vienna, but like with 3 armies now in that part of the stalemate line, plus another one up in Prussia, doesn't take... so this is a mistake by Patrick Jacobson here. Should absolutely be supporting himself into the Ionian here. And should also be coordinating with Austria over. So if you want Rome, maybe Patrick thought that Venice was going to support Tyrrhenian Sea into Rome. That's the only thing that makes sense here. But we're looking at like there is solo potential here if this were a longer game and England were not willing to do what it took to stop Patrick. Elsewise, we do have, speaking of England, convoys into Livonia, take St. Petersburg and Sweden. So England getting a position to make some noise here, but France and England, this is sort of the moment for either one to try to make a move on the other.
Yeah, Eric being Austria, I think he did expect Austrian support into Rome.
Okay, and Flanders 48 is...
is Patrick. Yeah,
okay.
Flanders is Patrick.
Okay.
Alrighty, so let's have a look at the winter here. 2 builds for England. So Mike is keeping pace and catching up. So it's not entirely a one-sided alliance here, but I mean, initially my thought is that positionally Patrick has a huge jump on Mike here, but with the right kind of builds, I mean, Mike's still in the North Sea. There's still options here for Mike. I wouldn't be completely convinced this is just Patrick running away with it.
There's definitely Mike has a chance here, but it's got to be right now. Doesn't necessarily need to show it with the builds, but those fleets need to get moving back, and armies need to be around the German centers.
And I think he has a much better stab on Patrick than the other way around.
I agree.
Positionally.
He does put another fleet down, which is good. It helps. He has a walk into Belgium if he wants it.
Yeah, convoy right into Belgium right here. If you want to do it, convoy into Belgium, convoy Livonia back, bring fleets back. Yep.
You'll probably walk into Berlin.
Oh yeah.
And Katie, it's your turn to call out the stab by Mike Moore. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah. All right. So I guess Eddie to Clyde is kind of a whatever. Everything else pretty straightforward. Convoys to Norway. Don't know what that army is going to do just yet. In fact, I don't know what Mike's going to do at all. I mean, like maybe you can get Moscow eventually. Maybe France is going into are trying to go to Galicia to tap Ukraine to get you Moscow. But I don't know. It's really like a slow position. And maybe Mike's like, yeah, I've done my alliance. I've got what I got, and that's fine. And he's ready to be done.
And that's the kind of player he is, from my experience.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Patrick does one of my favorite moves in the game, the Convoy to Tuscany. That's quite fun. Congrats on getting that. You do lose to Iridian Sea, but you're an Ionian, so I feel like that's completely fine. I will say, I don't know what MAO is doing. Some joke order. I'll move on from that. The Turkey is. We don't like jokes on this stream, Patrick. Stop doing jokes.
Only serious.
Very serious. Very intellectual broadcast.
Yeah.
Armenia into Sev is certainly not the worst thing that could happen for Russia because it's just a fleet. Although his unit was a fleet anyway, so it's not like he could support himself in Moscow regardless. Turkey also takes Serbia, so Turkey is gonna. Well, this is the spring, but Turkey is growing, and France is just moving. Like Patrick is just continuing to move on. Like I don't think Mike and Patrick are going to stab each other at this point, but I think Mike is almost effectively done, and Patrick just can keep making progress, keep moving east.
All right, so let's have a look at the fall.
Yeah, so Patrick takes Warsaw. That's wild to just go all the way around those German English centers like that. Mike does take Moscow, so Mike gets his 10th. But Patrick, I think there's a bounce in Venice. So I think it's just Warsaw for Patrick this year. But I mean, still retreats to Adriatic, which actually tells me that they probably have a deal with Turkey. I mean, what is retreating to Aegean going to do? I don't know. Adriatic's probably better anyway, but I wouldn't be surprised to see some Turkish cooperation here.
Yeah, it's more consolidated. It's definitely the right move here.
Yeah, it is.
And I think if you're not going to go for the solo, I mean, this is where you're probably going to draw the line anyway. And I think if Patrick wants it, he actually has to go and attack Mike. And if he doesn't and he's fine with a good top here, then why not have Turkey on board? So
+3.
Turkey builds, Turkey is potentially making a late run for this year.
Yeah, +3 is really fun.
Yeah, right. And waves
Ooh.
1. Nice. I like it.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't either.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, what's the point of waving here?
There's a diplomatic play, right? Like you don't want France to keep coming through. You don't want England to keep coming through. You want them to be tense on each other. I don't know. I don't mind it.
I don't like it. But it's okay.
But we will see what happens in spring of 1907. Brandon, is this the time for EF fisticuffs?
No. Sorry, I could have told you that before you showed the moves.
Wait, I'm sorry. I just want to tell Jamal that the wave was a misorder. So
the wave was a misorder. Okay.
Okay. All right. It's kind of about tactics at this point. Leviathan has the big advantage overall positionally. So the question really now is just kind of like how good are they doing at taking advantage of it? And the answer here is okay. I think Tuscany could be doing something better here. Although I guess the concern is that that Ionian or that that the two Italian fleets might try to support themselves into the Tyrrhenian Sea. So that's acceptable here. Paris should be coming down to Burgundy here and freeing up that fleet in Marseille to go do something. This is a mistake. But look, I think if you're France at this point, you're probably just making a bet that England's not going to stab you. And you should, if in that case, you should probably be asking for things like North Sea to vacate. Probably should have been doing that already, just to sort of cement it and make the stab harder. So that's not happening. That's causing Patrick to want to use units to protect the northern line, and that's fine. But otherwise, it's really just how far can the Leviathan go here?
And make more progress. Venice and Trieste.
Yeah, so they pick up Venice, Trieste here, and they both go to France. So England doesn't get anything out of this. France does lose Tyrrhenian Sea and should lose Tunis to Italian-Turkish cooperation next. But man, they're in the Adriatic. They're in Trieste. They have Vienna. That's a pretty good place to be for France.
And the net result is that France goes up to 13. It looks like Mike Moore is fine with a bit of an unbalanced alliance here, which, you know, that's just the kind of the guy Mike is. He just wants you to have a good time, right? He just wants to help you out. I've never actually played with Mike, but that was absolutely my impression of him on a board throughout the entirety of Cascadia last year that I did see. So France up to 2 armies down. Turkey does put that extra army down. And let's see if the game keeps rolling and they keep pushing, and they do. Katie.
Yeah, so I'm really liking Italy into Western Med. I will say, I think this, I mean, who knows what these negotiations are like. From my point of view, looking at these orders, I feel like Mike and Patrick are never going to stab each other. These bounces are a waste of time. If I were Patrick, I would have said, I would like to go to Western Med. Do not move to Irish. Like, we don't even need to bounce to Belgium. Like, we're good. I'm going to block Western Med, because now he's got to deal with that. It's not a huge deal. He can cover Spain, but then can he cover MAO? Like, it's annoying. You know, maybe Italy dies before it's a problem, but I just feel like that's really inefficient. And if you are in an alliance like that, that's that strong, just take the chance. I mean, so what if he goes to Irish, honestly? But at the same time, Patrick is getting Budapest and losing Trieste. So I guess it's kind of like Turkey takes Andrew's last center, which, well, no, because it doesn't, because Andrew retreats to Serbia. So Andrew still has some play. Probably doesn't make it this year, but who knows? Maybe he'll scrap on. Yeah, Paris to Burgundy. Now you get that, Brandon. Yeah, I don't know. I think mostly my comments are about Western Med and how I really think Patrick should have just covered that.
Yep, I agree.
All right. And in the fall?
In the fall, Patrick takes back Trieste, keeps Budapest. Turkey takes back Serbia. I think that Russian army does retreat to Albania, but will be pulled because good game, Andrew. Turkey's got a fairly defensive position, has moved into Naples at the same time that, no one goes for Tunis, and Patrick just takes Rome. That's pretty, I kind of like that. It's like, why not? Like, let Tunis be there. You can probably get it back. And it worked. Like, he made a gamble and it worked.
Yeah, I feel like we're on Patrick Jacobson's Magical Mystery Tour right now. This was just a gorgeous turn, both in like getting the guesses right and in sort of expert negotiation. The deal with Turkey, it makes okay sense for Turkey. It makes great sense for France. Yeah. I mean, France is now up to 15, is not in danger of losing Tunis anymore.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, that is indeed 15 with 2 builds. We say goodbye to John Jameson. Thank you for playing, as well as Andrew Zick. This looks like maybe it's a draw here, but we'll see.
If you're France, why not push it?
Yeah, you've got 1 year. You just need 3. You at least have Naples.
You have Naples guaranteed. The problem is you have to keep Mike Moore believing that you don't want to. You're not going to go for the solo. Which,
I mean, do you though? Or can Mike do anything about it? He can take Warsaw maybe, but
Warsaw, Berlin.
You can cover Berlin. Yeah, let's see.
I guess you probably can't get 3 because Warsaw would go too. Yeah.
And no, it is done. So the deal that was struck. Well done, Patrick Jacobson. That was a wonderful, wonderful game there. Very well played. And we're going to bring on Michalis to tell us all about how great it is that France wins every game.
Yeah, but this is different. This is a different France wins the game.
I was actually there trying to do the math whether I believed 18 was on, and to be honest, I don't actually think it was on in 1 year. With more years, I think it was very much on, but I think to take stuff in the south, you have to give up Warsaw. To take stuff in the north, you have to give up Warsaw. To hold Warsaw, you can't take Kiel. So I don't actually think that there's a realistic path to 18 unless one of them threw it. So I think the draw is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I do too.
Alrighty, well, let's move on to game 2C, and we'll give Katie a break. Thank you very much, Katie. This board, we have Greg Matthews in Austria, Liam Moore in England, Eddie Bassan in France, Chris Brand making an appearance as tournament director in Germany. I hope he goes to Helgoland. Jason Masterbaum in Italy, Craig Mayer in Russia, and Kira Olsen in Turkey. what jumps out this player list for you, Brandon?
Well, I mean, it's hard. Whenever Eddie's on a board, you kind of have to look and see what he's, what mischief he's capable of enacting. We've got he's with Chris Brand in Germany, and the two of them I think have a long history. I think perhaps more interestingly, he's got a young player in England. Liam Moore is Doug Moore's son, and Eddie actually has a long history of nurturing younger players and sort of helping them get used to the game. So I'll be very interested to see if Liam, is willing to sort of go with Eddie, because the two of them could get a Leviathan. And of course, France has to win, so Eddie is likely is going to top this board.
Let's have a look and see if that does play. This is called Dr. Lazarus. McCullus, do you want to take us through 1901?
All righty. So Eddie Basson has immediately decided to do something crazy and has gone to Piedmont and got in. That is a move which can be done. It works better if Germany gets into Tyrolia as well, and you just go for an all-out attack on Italy in 1901, I guess. But hey, cool, fine. I guess it's very Western Tripoli as well, which I liked less, but we'll see what happens in full. Beyond that, Liam has not joined the crazy opening brigade, just goes for the slightly more old-fashioned opening to Edinburgh, but not a particularly unusual one. And the East is very, very standard and very, very modern as well, with the Smyrna not going to Constantinople, the modern Turkish opening.
It's the correct Turkish opening. Tanya Gill be damned. All right.
Should be in Armenia. That's the correct one.
All of 1901. Michael, what do you got?
Well, for the Australians, this is the correct RT opening from Craigmare here as the fleet goes into Romania. Craig doing Craig things, going to Livonia as well. Perhaps a side of distrust between Greg and Jason, as Greg finds the need to cover Trieste, which is pretty fascinating given where France and Germany are. This is looking Western Triple all over. Great.
I think Liam has realized he has two elder statesmen on his side who kind of probably don't want to attack him. Like I think Chris is TD and Eddie, just as Eddie, are disinclined to initially go after the younger, newer players. So I think this is a really good position for Liam to actually do a triple.
With one caveat, and that is that Liam is now not in the Barents Sea, but in Skagerrak. And I think if you are Chris Brand in a Western Triple, you would much rather have that unit, the other fleet, in Barents Sea here.
Yeah, potentially. All right. So standard builds or standard amount of builds all round with France giving up Portugal just so they can have this Piedmont position. And we have pretty much as expected Tripoli builds from the west. Everything else looks fairly normal, but I'm waiting for the fireworks on this one. I think something's going to happen fairly soon, I feel. So Brandon, how about you talk us through 1902?
All right. I was most interested to see what would happen around the Black Sea, whether Russia or Turkey would go there, and Turkey clearly did. And look, if you're Turkey and you see Russia putting a fleet in Romania, the alarm bells should be going off, because that is very friendly to Austria, and it makes it very hard for you and Russia to attack Austria together. So Kira reads it that way, goes to black and to Armenia, and is really not happy with Craig. Elsewhere, we have Austria and Italy seeming to coordinate against the German incursion into Tyrolia. However, a little curiously, it's Vienna that is the mover here, not Trieste, which means that Vienna now has to be covered, which it can from Budapest. But I think you would rather, if you are Italy, you would much rather Austria were leading from Trieste there. Now there is the potential for Austria and France to do something around Venice if for some reason they wanted to. Elsewise, we have Liam putting a fleet. Very curious moves here by Liam. A fleet into north with support of the German, which you would think maybe the German wouldn't want. But then you also have Liam going into North Atlantic, which you would think maybe the French wouldn't want. What you do have is Liam not going to the Barents Sea, which is definitely what Russia would want. So, anyone's guess what happens next year?
This looks like I reckon Chris and Eddie are trying to pitch Liam on a Western triple, and Liam's not going for it. Liam's just saying, nah, I don't want that.
I think this could very easily turn into an attack on Belgium from EG here, actually, and that this could be a bit of a fake Western triple, and that they've sort of duped Eddie to get out of position a bit. I know Eddie's played a lot of games, and when you've played a lot of games, you like to do things that you've not done before and that are a bit different, because we've all played the same game repeatedly when you've played that many games. So maybe they've sort of appealed to Eddie's love of doing something a bit different that he hasn't seen so much, and then are going to turn this into an EG and just swipe Belgium, go for Mid-Atlantic here.
Well, Norway's gone here unless North Sea helps it out. So this is an inefficient use of units if the EG is a thing.
Well, not necessarily, because Denmark taps Sweden, so then Russia can only take Norway from Sweden.
Options. And the actual answer is
that is what happens. And
do both.
Skagerrak is Skagerrak holds here, but the headline really is that Belgium is taken here, and it's given to the English. So Carlos Camaritis was right on target about that. Liam does go to Mid-Atlantic, which Eddie sniffs out. So what that does do, however, is it prevents Eddie from taking Portugal, which is significant. So Eddie's going down one, is going to have to pull, and now has EG sort of clearly aligned against him. Meanwhile, Chris does pick up Sweden and opens up Munich for a build here. So another army surely going down there. And so elsewhere, we don't have a whole lot happening here. Austria going to Vienna here, and we don't have the coordinated. We don't have a successful attack on Sevastopol, I should say. And so Kira is definitely pulling one here. And what else? So okay, so Bulgaria. So Black Sea had to choose between either going to Bulgaria or going to Sevastopol with support of one of those two armies. Chose to support a move which Romania cut.
Yeah, I think that this is unfortunately a bit of a botch from Kira. If you stab Russia there, you just have to take something. You can't lose Bulgaria and pull after stabbing Russia. I think that Kira has probably made the last consequential move, and that from here it will be a let's all kill Turkey situation. I guess she was hoping for support into Greece from Italy, and that Italy would be scared enough from Trieste and Tyrolia to go for that, but that's a hard sell. That's such a hard sell that I'm more likely to offer it to Greece and offer Greece to Italy and try and go the other way around. I think that getting Italy to support you into Greece there is very, very ambitious.
Yeah, and especially knowing the player in Greece, right? Jason Masterbaum is not the kind of player to sort of give things away. But he will take things and will allow the alliance structure to change with a good offer.
What I have to say is that this has gone really, really well for Craig after that spring. Craig will be delighted with this.
Yeah, still facing an EG, but yeah.
Yeah, it's just not a very efficient EG, though. Like, Norway is actually relatively defensible, and if they want to send units to secure Norway, they can't send them to France. So it's almost at the point where maybe they just say, all right, let's call it even. You've got Norway, let us go deal with France.
Yeah, that year could have gone a lot worse for Craig. Absolutely.
He is pulling, though, and he's pulling Army Marseille. So still doesn't fully trust Jason, it looks like, or at least wants to make sure he can keep having play on Mid-Atlantic Ocean. So in the spring of 1903, Michalis, what are we going to see?
All right. So, yep, they do pull away from Norway, and Craig sees that as an opportunity to go take Sweden back. Nice. Very Craig behavior. Like it. Cool. They go down English Channel, North Sea. They're going after Eddie. Eddie takes Mid-Atlantic with the correct unit to let him take Portugal in full. Unfortunately, having lost Burgundy as well, it may be too little too late with Portugal. Meanwhile, in the east, Austria forces Bohemia, while Italy goes up to Tyrolia. Somewhat curious that they're pressurizing Germany this quickly, given their previous seeming lack of trust, but fair enough, I guess. Maybe they are going to go for Munich. Maybe they just want to force Chris to slow down a bit. Aegean falls, and Turkey is in a pretty rough spot.
In the fall.
So in the fall, Jason this turn does go to Greece, does get in there, possibly by, in fact, almost certainly by agreement, but probably in a way that he expected Austria to go to Aegean Sea rather than to Albania, or maybe Austria wanted to go to Aegean Sea, and late on Jason went, oh, but what if Turkey bounces Aegean? I really need this build. You've got to make sure you give me the build, and that's why it walks back to Albania. And Greg's like, oh, okay. So
I can hear Jason saying that. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, that is exactly how I imagined that negotiation would have gone. So that's why Austria does this curious move backwards. I would imagine. Beyond that, yeah, England gets Holland, which is fascinating, and I don't understand why that would be by agreement. I just that makes no sense to me at all. Why Chris would want to pull? So you have to think that that's a stab, which is incredibly ambitious if so.
I suppose the curious thing for me too is that Liam doesn't support himself into the mid-Atlantic. I think if you're Germany, I think that's a potential deal you would make, especially with a newer player in England, to say, okay, I know you can't support yourself in because Eddie might retreat to Irish, forgetting the fact that Portugal is open here. So here, I'll give you a build so that you can put a fleet down in Liverpool, that sort of thing. But
it may well be actually that you don't force Mid-Atlantic so that it doesn't retreat to Portugal and get a free build out of it. Yeah. So there is, I think, logic to that.
Might want to build a fleet in Eddie and try and have more play on Norway if they're fighting Russia together.
Yeah, that's possible too.
Yeah.
I think after the spring, when AI went to Bohemia Tyrolia, Chris does not want to be pulling in the face of that. Because the only unit he can really pull here is Burgundy, and then the attack on France is gone. So it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, we will see what he does pull. Austria is also pulling one too, which might help. And the answer is he does pull Burgundy, and Albania is off the board because what the hell is Albania doing?
And for his trouble, Chris gets Army London. So that's not the agreed upon. You don't just swap a German army for an English army in the wrong place. That has to have been a stab then.
Yeah. Oh no, we definitely need it to keep fighting France, Michaelis. We definitely need it to keep fighting France.
Yeah, I think what they may be learning here is that Liam, less important than Liam being a newer player who might need a little bit of guidance, is the fact that Liam is Doug Moore's son and has inherited some of those tendencies.
Yeah, they do call them the Moors because that's how many centers they want. Always more.
There we go.
There we go. Brandon, what do we got?
All right. We now have a definite turnabout here in the alliance structure in the West. England is now fighting Germany with Russia's help. This is a lovely deal for Russia. Probably a decent deal for England as well, given that the attack on France wasn't going to go anywhere. So why not, why not turn around and find an alliance structure that can benefit you? Germany also loses Munich here, so this is and Sweden. So on the scale of bad turns, this is at the very bad end of it for Germany. In the East, we do have slow progression here. Oh, a little bit of acceleration on the progression here in the AIR's attack on Turkey, with Sevastopol getting into Armenia. We also have Greece getting into Aegean, which was guaranteed. So Italy is going to lose at least one here, possibly two, but will fall very quickly after that. And we have Venice going to Piedmont and Naples going to Tyrrhenian Sea. So breakout from the AIR.
So we're at neutral Portugal in 1904, which is probably the latest I've ever seen neutral Portugal. And I think we're going to still see it in 1905 because...
oh, you think?
If Burgundy covers... Yeah, like Marseille needs to be covered. And if Burgundy's doing it, I don't think that's really why it's gone to Burgundy. So... I'd be quite surprised if Burgundy covers rather than Spain, but maybe it will. Yeah, you really don't want to actually get into Marseille from Burgundy. It just loses all of your tempo on this attack on Germany and gives too much to England, I'd say.
Piedmont has a choice here, though, because if they do bounce France and Marseille from Burgundy, then France could get two builds here. It could get Belgium and Portugal. So,
yeah. I also we haven't said a lot about Jason Massbaum's powers of negotiation, but to first get Greece and Austria to pull the fleet off the board and then to be the one taking Munich rather than Austria taking it is quite something. And Austria's walked out of Trieste as well. This is a lot of good negotiation by Jason. Maybe he's going to have to give Greece back. Maybe that's the price, but pretty fascinating.
And Greg Matthews is a strong player. So
he is giving Greece back in the fall.
But gains Smyrna, so cool.
Yeah.
Gain Smyrna, but we do have that bounce happening in Marseille, and Eddie is picking up 2 builds here. So this actually is potentially not a great turn here, at least in terms of potential war against France here from Italy's perspective. Elsewhere in the north, we have Kiel being retaken by Germany because England sends Kiel over to protect Holland. Okay. So it's an interesting turn for England. Interesting year. They lose Belgium, but pick up Denmark. They'll have a build here, a rebuild from the pop in Kiel. But overall, probably a better alliance structure for them. Germany is going to be at 2, I believe. Berlin and Kiel. In the east, we have Kira managing to only lose 1 here. There was a possibility of losing 2, and they don't, but Italy is the one who picks it up. So Italy's got 2 builds coming up here.
Yeah. Just 1, because giving up Greece.
Oh, thank you. Yep. Yeah, so Italy has a choice to make here. Jason has a choice here whether to continue to go west or to work out something with Eddie and focus more on the east.
Austria's got a big choice as well because Austria needs an enemy at this point in the game, and you've got to pick really between Italy and Russia who your next target is. And the build will do a lot of signaling to that as well. If you build Army Budapest, go after Crade, I think it makes a lot of sense. Crade is so open in the center.
You're walking to Warsaw.
Yeah. Yes, Crade has a build, but so what? You can take so much regardless of where that build goes. I'd be very, very tempted to stab Russia if I'm Greg.
I guess Greg had the opportunity there. Walk into Warsaw, go to Galicia, put down 2 units, then you're off to the races.
I get why you wouldn't do it this turn, because if Italy does something weird, blocks you from Greece, that stab's horrendous. Whereas now that you've definitely got Italy on side, I think it's a lot safer to stab.
Yeah, but the opportunity is less with Warsaw going down. Yep.
Army Budapest has come down though, so it is on the table. England's got an Army Liverpool because why not? And 80 is going 2 fleets. All right, Brandon, what have we got for 1905?
All right, we've got fleet movement all over the south here, and it's possible, thanks to Jason Massbaum holding Piedmont and Gulf of Lyon. Wonder if those were written orders that couldn't be represented in Backstabber. But it enables Eddie to get into the Western Med, to get another fleet out into the Mid-Atlantic. Interestingly, the fleet comes from Marseille, comes down to Spain, probably because he was expecting a supported attack on Marseille and didn't want to get it blown up. But Eddie's position is now pretty secure around there. Jason's not going to get anything out of it. Let's see. We'll go to the north next. We have Craig moving units sort of away from Liam. This is probably coordinated. I think Craig probably still wants an ER here. But really the big news is in the east, where Greg Matthews does make a move on Russia here, going into Prussia, Silesia, and Galicia. So Warsaw is done. Romania is taken and piffed because it's a fleet, has nowhere to retreat. And we have Jason taking Constantinople here from Smyrna, not from the Aegean, which is interesting. And Craig gets into Ankara. So yeah, big move here by Austria. That's the news of the day.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the correct move from Greg. I like it. And this is why I said Warsaw wasn't a problem. Because even if one of these units have been bounced, you've still got the way to just force Warsaw. And the fact none of them were bounced and you got everything is even better. I suspect Craig has pulled that fleet back because he's looking at Baltic Sea.
with perfect cooperation too, they can take Berlin and Warsaw and put Turkey into Sev. Like, this is terrible for Craig if they work together well.
One has to wonder what Italy would need to be given to agree to that, and turns out Greece
Berlin.
is the answer.
That's Greece, yeah.
And Berlin.
And Berlin.
Oh wow, that's fascinating.
Jason negotiating at his absolute best yet again.
This is a fascinating actually negotiation, because they were about to go 8-7, I believe, and now it's going to be 9-8. Jason, the math doesn't quite work there. Yeah, Russia picks up 1 and Jason picks up 3, so it's going to be 9-8. It would have been 8-9 without the swap of Greece. Well, good for Jason for negotiating to be the one in the lead. Okay, so sorry, what actually does happen here? So Greece is given from Austria to Italy. Turkey is bid adieu, losing Constantinople to Italy and Ankara to Russia. And Berlin is taken by Italy. That was sort of one of the interesting things here. Chris takes Denmark here with support from Craig. So Craig is now flipped on England, and is now helping Germany, I guess, slow down England. Maybe he was worried about England coming after him. That's a curious diplomatic move on Craig's part.
I don't know. I think England has been fairly anti-Russia for some time, and even though England's been fighting Germany, they've not been pro-Craig during that process. So,
I mean, what would pro-Craig be in the north at that point?
Well, they weren't working together on Baltic and Kiel, that sort of thing. Craig took Norway, but it wasn't really by agreement. It just didn't look like they were actually allies. It just looked like Craig was being opportunistic in the way that Craig Mayer often is, and getting into centres that were available to him while Liam was focusing on Chris. So it's never really looked like an ER to me. And good work by Chris to get Craig on his side for this. I think it makes sense for Craig though.
All right, so in the winter, Jason building 3. This is going to be fascinating. If the armies come down, you get worried if you're Greg. If the fleets come down, you're less worried if you're Greg. But yeah, this is.
If the armies come down when France has 4 fleets in those positions, Jason is mass bombing us, because if Jason's plan here is to stab Austria, that would be wild.
It is 9-7. I was looking at the wrong line. That was the problem. So it would have been 8-8, and Jason negotiated to 9-7. So yeah, I think he needs to. I think he probably needs to stab now at this point.
He's put down 2 armies.
I mean, you can't defend Tunis, really. It's really hard to defend Tunis, so maybe you give it up. But the problem is, Eddie has so many fleets in the south. I just don't see how you give up Tunis and disengage so that Eddie can go north. And we've already said that Eddie likes to work with new young players. So yeah, I don't think convincing Eddie to go stab Liam is particularly likely. So really, Jason has to convince Liam to stab Eddie and force his hand. That would be the thing that might get Eddie off of his back and let him go attack Greg.
Yeah, there's really not a stab there, though.
The odds of convincing him more to stab,
I mean, there wasn't really a stab on Germany when England took it, and England did it anyway. So a 1 dot for Belgium isn't that different from a 1 dot for Holland.
Well, Brandon, how about you call out all 3 stabs that are going to happen this turn?
We do have Germany. So Italy actually was the one that we're talking about. Does Italy move on Austria? Italy does take Bulgaria here and moves onto the East Coast. So this is one of the, that rare moment when a fleet is moving from Constantinople to Bulgaria, where we get to see a coast choice. So, question is whether that was agreed or not. If you're Austria, I think you're probably not sure why you would need to give up a center to Italy at this point. So I'm going to suspect it was not agreed upon. We also have Venice to Tyrolia here. Trieste stops the other one from coming up, but that's a losing proposition over time. But Munich is vulnerable. Berlin is vulnerable. So there are things that Greg can do in response if this is in fact a stab. Elsewhere, we have Italy's fleet in Lyon being sent back. And We do have Eddie not taking Tunis. I suppose the logic there was that if he gives up Western Med, then he would just lose Tunis in the fall. So that makes sense. But then there is now, now there's going to be guess here over whether to support an attack on Tunis or support an attack on Tyrrhenian Sea.
Yeah, I mean, this is again somewhere where Jason can defend Tunis with a convoy. If the position's there from Greg, or if Piedmont covers Venice, then convoy Rome across, defend Tyrrhenian Sea with Tuscany, and support the convoy in with Ionian. You can defend both. Be hard to keep that going to the end of the game, and it uses so many units, which is the problem, really. Like, unit efficiency wise, using 4 units to defend 1 center isn't ideal when you're only 9 centers big anyway.
Yeah, and then you also need to protect Piedmont in order to keep that going, in order to actually make it a stalemate. So that's another 2 dots right there. Meanwhile, while you're probably having a fight with Austria and need to protect Venice. So yeah, that's not a long-term solution.
Well, also Berlin and Munich, which makes me think that maybe Bulgaria is agreed, because I just don't get this stab if it's not.
Yeah, and Moscow is guaranteed here as long as Romania doesn't have to worry about getting ganked.
Yeah, and you could also see like Bull to Black or something. Or you could see that.
So Romania got ganked, but didn't matter because Greg sniffed it out or was told about it from Italy. So Greg takes Moscow here, loses. So Italy loses Smyrna here, takes Bulgaria. So, yeah, I think this is probably just it's probably just a little blender. But I have it feels like well.
I mean, I see Craig and his opportunism again in the south, walking into Smyrna. I also see that 1 dot stab from England on France has happened, and that's got to be a stab because Eddie's pulling and didn't get support into Munich, which he probably expected. Chris Brand is building as Germany.
Yeah. So this is the order.
A mad year.
This is the order I was about to get to. So Kiel goes to Berlin with support from Greg Matthews. So, all right. So we have a clear answer about whether Austria and Italy are fighting. The answer is yes, they are. England takes Belgium here, but does not follow into the English Channel. I suppose was wanting to make sure that Sweden didn't get taken, while also going to the Barents Sea. So lots of curious stuff happening here.
I guess England can build Fleet London here if Eddie's not building and still walk into the English Channel in spring of next year, right? It's not that bad. So the 1 dot stab gets you the English Channel even if you don't take it now. But yeah, Jason, from seemingly an amazing diplomatic position, seems to have used all of his cards, and they're now coming back to roost.
I mean, I guess, but he's got that English stab on France, and if it forces Eddie to pull back, I think Jason's position's actually absolutely fine. Like, yes, he's looking a bit shonky in the east, but it's not like Austria's looking solid in the east. Austria is even for the year, so they're not suddenly putting down a load of new units and getting a massive advantage over you. Craig is Craig and looks like he's attacking both of them equally, so I don't think Jason's actually in that bad a position if Eddie pulls out now.
Yeah, well, Jason's pulling. He's, Munich. He's not going to be able to keep either, or will he? I don't know. German army maybe slipping into Munich next.
Prussia's a fairly safe pull, right?
Well, yep. And the answer is Prussia is a safe pull. Liam putting the fleet down and also keeping a fleet in Edinburgh, I think maybe to keep the pressure on Craig going. This is all a bit of a blender, as Brandon said. So interesting to see how this plays.
Eddie pulls North Africa as well, which alleviates instant pressure on Tunis.
Yeah, I have to say, I actually think that Tuscany might have been a more clear-cut pull, just because you might make the assumption that Eddie is going to pull back to deal with England, and you might want to keep an army up in the north to just mess with Austria. Yeah,
I'd just be too wary that Prussia gets piffed. With no retreat and no real way of opening a retreat for it, then there's too many units around it that could decide they want to go there, to me.
Yeah, no, what it does is it forces Austria to have to use the units to do that for a turn. Meanwhile, the question would be, is the fleet useful in any way?
Well, we are about to find out.
Never know.
The answer is No, I think
helped
everybody
them
looked
win.
at this. Everybody looked at this board and went, "Yeah, no, I can't be bothered."
I mean, great news for Jason again. Jason's on top.
I'm surprised at that, actually. Let's see who.
Katie's not surprised. Katie knows all about this.
No, I'm quite surprised too. I thought that there was definitely play left. I think Liam could have taken all of Scandinavia, had a pretty decent shot at Brest. Like, in order for Eddie to defend Brest, he would have had to pull back basically everything. Not that it matters moving Burgundy back because there's no units in Germany, but then I don't know. I think Liam had a lot to gain, but
I don't know. Like, Liam is walking a real tightrope here because he's not got an ally. Sweden is not really holdable. If you're sending Belgium west, you probably lose Holland to Germany.
You can work with Greg. Work with Austria, maybe? I don't know.
That one army in Silesia that's going to take a unit from the
No,
one neighbor.
I'm saying if
hostile.
Craig loses St. Pete in Norway, Craig's out of the north, then you're England with the north. I mean, maybe you're England with the north and Brest, and only, I don't know.
I just think you lose Sweden and then lose Holland whilst taking St. Pete and Brest.
Maybe you lose Holland, but maybe you get Chris to take Munich instead. I don't know.
Yeah.
It was late and there were other games to play.
Yeah, this is the second game of last night, and time to move on.
Yeah. So the end result, though, is after 2 rounds, we have standings here with David Miller in the lead on a cool 300 points. Matthew Krill, number 2. Jason Masterbum does get himself into some pretty decent contention. So the Brandon, we didn't spend the start of this tournament talking too much about the scoring system, but just to, I guess maybe just to give us a bit of an overview, I guess the top counts for a lot in this scenario.
It's not huge, but it's just hard to score points otherwise. So it ends up, it's like there are sort of 3 different ways that being on top is good, and together they all end up making for a decent differential between first and second.
It's also, Greg's there on 270 without topping either game, showing that a couple of solid, close results can get you into contention. But the flip side is Hodge didn't play in that second round, and Hodge was the leader going into it. And maybe if Hodge had played, actually, Greg would be a lot further off the top. But because the leader sat out, everyone else got more of a chance to catch up. Neither David nor Matt, the other big scorers from round 1, scored big in round 2. And even though they're still the top 2, they're only just ahead. There's sort of 7 or 8 players in good contention for this now. And that's a lot closer than it was after the first round, for sure.
Yeah. I see. John Jameson is saying this is the scoring system that's going to be used at WDC, which explains the name Haight, because it's named after a neighborhood in San Francisco.
Very good. Alrighty. So we will move on to round 3. Now, I think the games are still going, or at least they're very close to finishing. So no, they're all done. They're
finished. Mm-hmm.
Cool. Well, let's move on to round 3. Firstly, though, does anyone have the board name naming convention? I'm trying to think if we're talking, is it Philip K. Dick novels or something like that, or
for round 2? Round 2.
Any of them.
Round 1 were oh, you mean no? It's all science fiction. So round 2 was Galaxy Quest, science fiction movies, I should say. Yeah, round 2 was Galaxy Quest characters. Round 1 was Blade Runner replicants, and then you'll see. I think round 3 will be easier to figure out.
Yeah. All right. Well,
if it's called Jar Jar Binks, I'll be able to get that one.
Yeah. McCallus channeling his inner Jar Jar. All right. So we're going to start with round 3, board 2. I think is how we're going to start this round. So we are going to bring up for the final round. We have a board filled with Mike Moore, Greg Matthews, Kira Olsen, Doug Moore, Chris Brand, Adam Silverman, and Liam Stokes. So 2 of the Moores that are unrelated are on the same board. And I think it is Brandon's turn to sit out. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is. Just real quick, Jamal, do you see there's a game over button for those round 3 games?
Yes.
You should click that. You might get a little funny error message. Just ignore it.
All right. I'm going to click that now. Results not complete. Check
year. Just hit OK and ignore that.
All right. So just got to click those through as we go. Cool.
Yep.
Right. Very good. All right. Well, we'll start with this round. Brandon, you can take yourself on a little break as we go. So this round has Greg Matthews in kind of contention here. Mike Moore may be in contention, so we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, interesting to see how it goes. Well, I need to click the right button. Can we tell this is my first time? All right, we're going to go here, and Katie, you're going to kick us off for spring 1901.
All right. Ooh, we've got an English channel opening from Kira in France. That is quite fun. I think the first one we've seen this tournament. I personally don't like doing it, but I love when other people do it as long as I'm not England. This is 3C. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. Okay. So yeah, opening to the channel from Kira, that's quite fun. Oh, and also Greg opened to Eddie and not to York. So big chance that he's going to have to use North Sea to cover London. Yeah, I'm curious to see what they decide to do with that. Standard stuff from Doug Moore in Germany. Standard? No, not standard from Adam. Adam has a DMZ in Galicia, but moves to Black Sea. This may have been, like McCullough said previously, another failed fist bump. Or a DMZ that Adam just straight up ignored, and Liam is going to Armenia for defensive purposes. Standard stuff from Mike and Chris in AI.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think that Adam's broken some sort of deal there to be certain that he's getting into Black Sea, and therefore Moscow to Sev is going to work. You don't see Russia get this concentrated in the south this quickly very often.
Yeah, although it doesn't matter too much if he doesn't get back, because he was going DMZing in Galicia anyway, and he's going to be in Ukraine. Yeah. But yeah, it's a lot of units in the south for sure. Are we doing years or seasons?
We're doing years, so you can take fall of 1901 over here.
Okay, so this is all agreed, right? Is this that thing?
Yeah,
it's the thing.
I don't actually want to talk about this because I think it's goofy. I've never done it. So, McCullough, you talk about RT, and then I'll get back to it.
All right, so what we have here is an actually successful SevCon swap in 2025. But if you roll back the clock maybe 30 years, you might have seen this a bit more often. But hey, this is something that gets talked about a lot and then people don't follow through. Adam's not really playing for tournament contention. Liam hasn't had great results and isn't really in tournament contention. Liam loves Summit Creative and he's gone to Adam, hey, let's do this. And Adam has agreed. So fair play from them. It works a lot better, I have to say, if Italy takes Trieste and doesn't go to a GNC, as has just happened, which makes me think that this is a stab from Chris on Mike as well. So we'll see whether the SevCon swap gets those fleets out into the Med as quickly as intended, but it's looking good for them so far.
I think it's really fun. I wonder if Adam might have just snuck into Galicia. Like, that would have been, I mean, they didn't need 3 on Rum, right? Like, would have been a really, really strong position to also be in Galicia. But you can't really complain about this because, as you say, Mike only has 1 build. In the West, we have that opening to the English Channel by France, continuing on to Belgium. So, oh, and you know what? I guess Eddie could convoy to London. That's certainly an option. And that's what Greg did. Kind of smart, right? Because then you can cover London without risking Doug moving into North. So that's it's a really nice defensive play. And then England picks up Norway. Adam picks up Sweden. Chris is gonna build. Chris has got 2 because Apulia, I don't know, did something. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Cool.
This is quite curious actually from France and Germany. From France taking Belgium with the fleet rather than with the army, but it doesn't look like either of them considered the traditional Sea Lion opening, which this opening was screaming out for the follow-up, where English Channel supports Denmark to North Sea, and they just walk into to Belgium to Holland behind. So yeah, that bit of a missed opportunity. And I mean, Doug is a very experienced player. Doug knows how to Sea Lion, so maybe there's a bit of distrust, and that's why Doug was expecting Picardy to go into Belgium, and actually things are fraying very quickly between them.
I think that a fleet in Belgium is pretty good for Doug, though. I mean,
yeah,
it's better than an army, I would think.
Yeah, I would just say that it's not good for a follow-up on England, which makes maybe Doug is fine with that. Maybe Doug's just going to attack France, but it's a less good position than if it's in the channel, I think.
And so with the builds, will hopefully give us a bit of information as to what's going on. And Fleet Brest does come down, so maybe there is still FG cooperation. Fleet Smyrna, yep, this is absolutely a SevCon swap, agreed. And I'm keen to see how this plays out. McCullus.
And they've decided that actually we're bored of the SevCon swap. Let's just reset everything. I've had enough of this. It was fun. We gave you something to talk about, but let's cool it off. And so actually they swap it back and they pull the Russian fleet off the board, which is the only lasting effect, is that Adam's fleet has been blown up and will be taken off the board forever, which is great news for Liam. Means that he's pretty secure from any sort of attack from Russia for the foreseeable future.
They just used so many units to blow that up, and they didn't get anywhere. Like Austria's in Galicia, I don't know. I guess it was just for jokes, but it really does not seem very efficient.
Yeah, I mean, like Italy defended Serbia. Maybe they were hoping Italy would come in and attack Austria as well. But I mean, Greece was there. There were ways to follow the attack up. Probably would have involved Russia taking Bulgaria with the fleet, though, and then you have to try and swap combat. It's just not efficient, and there's a reason that this is talked about a lot and done very little, and that's because it doesn't work very often. The West, on the other hand, Doug is very much flipping on Kira. That lack of trust I saw in last fall has come to fruition. Forces Burgundy. Kira has now pulled the fleet out to English Channel, Mid-Atlantic. So whether she holds Belgium against possible EG cooperation, I don't know. But yeah, this is not a great turn for France, and a pretty good one for Doug, who's likely to then get Sweden as well.
I think Doug walks into Paris, right? Because yeah.
I mean, Paris, Belgium, and Sweden are all at risk from them. So
And they all go.
Yep, England gets Belgium and Doug gets the other two, which is just good EG play. Cool, good for them. And even better, they've managed to lure Chris into coming west. So Kira's fate is pretty much sealed with that, I'd say. If you go to Western Med, you can argue that this is to prop France up. If you've gone to Lyon, this is surely just to take stuff, because Marseille is not under any sort of imminent threat from anyone that isn't Italy. Meanwhile, in the east, this is a static turn where we just try and get back to a more normal position for R&T. And Adam Silverman has decided, you know what? Russia is an army power. I don't want fleets. I don't need fleets. Fleets are they're just not for me. They're not my thing. So when I lose Sweden, I'll pull that off the board as well. And I will be an all-army Russia.
Carlos, there are no dots in the ocean. Just saying.
Or on the coast.
Yeah. But you can take the coast ones with armies. It's fine. Adam is building, and Doug Moore is building too. And we might see the Doug Moore chainsaw train start again here, Katie. But we're on Chucky watch with Doug, and the build is 2 armies because that's what you need to go and take those centers. Army Warsaw is down on the board for Adam Silverman. So let's have a look at spring of 1903.
I think the key disband actually was the French disband, where they pulled out from the south. So they're just giving stuff to
Spain,
Italy by the looks of it.
Yeah, why not? I would.
Yeah.
All right, so those German armies are moving. Paris gets piffed, but Doug follows up Munich into Burgundy. So let's see. I think Belgium is still in Belgium. Belgium was supporting Paris? Yeah,
supporting
I think
it to Picardy, I think, or
No, just
supporting Paris. I feel like you could tap Picardy or something, because then you'd be there. You could get Paris back, maybe. I don't know. I guess it would still be 2-on-2, kind of, would be a guess. Anyway, regardless, the EG is really on, right? There's there's nothing in the north. North Sea is empty. For Alliance play everywhere. I hope that it stays that way, and Denmark leaves and it can be nice and happy and empty, or maybe they'll bounce in north, but they probably won't, because these 2 players are cunning and good and ruthless. But I think that Kira is going to have a pretty quick game, to be honest. Italy, yeah, walks into Spain, very possibly gets Marseille this year, which is great for Chris, not so great for Mike, maybe, because Liam is in Serbia, and it looks like the Juggernaut is still on. Is that a little convoy to Bulgaria from Smyrna? That's really cute. Good job, Liam. Yeah, Russia's in Galicia. This is really not looking good for Mike. And also, I guess going to Serbia was all part of the plan, but it's really not looking good for Mike. And Chris is going to definitely need French centers if he's going to be able to hold up the Juggernaut after Mike is gone.
Yeah, it's quite curious. Nowadays, we usually see AI beat RT, and a lot of that is that they stay sort of defensive in the center and then just flood the south with fleets. And they've tried to do the other thing in this game. They've tried to use their armies offensively, and it hasn't worked. And as a result, their position's gone from perfectly adequate to pretty catastrophic in the blink of an eye. So Serbia's not guaranteed to be kept. They can definitely try and take it back, but Galicia is a real problem, and it's hard to see them getting that back anytime soon. And therefore, Budapest is always going to be at risk. So Adam will be quite happy about that. Of course, the flip side is Adam's losing St. Petersburg to go with his troubles of losing Sweden last year. So at best, Adam's going to be even.
And in the fall, wow, Doug Moore convinces Greg to give him St. Petersburg.
Yeah, and Adam does stay even.
And Chris stabs Austria by the looks of it. So,
well,
is it me this year or is it Katie?
I think it's still
Katie,
me.
thanks.
Yeah. So, okay, so Chris, I guess, stabs Austria. Austria takes back Trieste. I wonder if Chris did something last year that Mike didn't like, or Mike is just trying to run away from the jug, and I'm not really sure.
Or sniffed out that Chris was going to do this.
Yeah, well, regardless, it comes up for Turkey and Russia, right? Russia gets to Budapest. Turkey does hold on to Serbia. Not only that, but is also in Aegean and Ionian. So Greece will come next, and this is just a really great position from Liam. I think in a lot of times, I'm a pretty vocal proponent of there being a fleet in black for a Juggernaut, but it's only 1903, and they're way past the need for that. Like, this is very easy to keep their sort of borders uncontested, to work together to continue to make progress. This is a really fun alliance from the two of them. Italy does take Portugal, not Spain, which is quite fun, and also Marseille. So Italy will still be building. Actually, will build too, because he popped Trieste, which might have been agreed, actually. No, probably not.
Whilst tapping Albania and Greece.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not. But why would you blow up Trieste? I guess just for funsies, you can always rebuild it in Venice.
This is so that you can build Fleet Trieste, that incredible. Oh no, Fleet Venice rather. That rarely spotted incredible build.
You might. All right. So as you say, Germany does take St. Pete. So Germany is getting no builds, actually, because they are losing Paris. They also get kicked.
They get a rebuild.
Yeah, that's right. They get a rebuild. They got kicked out of Burgundy also, so they will be building in Berlin. And Greg in England takes MAO.
This has been, I think, a very good turn for Greg, actually. Doug is pushed back a little bit, but he's negotiated Doug into Baltic with that other fleet, so you're a lot less afraid of a stab. Doug doesn't take the retreat to Belgium that was there for the retreat phase stab. And with France pulling a unit off the board, Brest is going to be very, very takeable for England. You can probably cut some sort of deal with Chris as well, as Chris has got a lot of problems in the east and is not going to be able to fight in you as well. So I think Greg will be pretty satisfied with the overall shape of this board after that turn.
So as we said, Doug is building one, Chris is building two, which is lovely for him. And we see Army Fleet and an army for Doug, and Albania goes, and Burgundy goes, which is interesting. Kira deciding not to press against Doug Moore.
Yeah, keeping the Austrian fleet is kind of weird. I guess it's on a center, but still.
1904, Michalis.
All right, so RT attempt to circumvent Austria, so that's why they've kept the fleet, is that they've actually got Austria as a janissary now, so Greece defends Ionian Sea from Italy successfully. The convoy doesn't work as Italy does cover Apulia. Chris is wise enough to see that one coming. On the flip side, Chris is not going to be able to defend Venice, though, as Vienna goes to Tyrolia and has 2 on Venice, and with Apulia being bounced, there's not a way for Chris to hold it strategically. Beyond that, Russia pushes up to defend against Germany, who is sending more units east. So they're all getting very locked up. This is all very nice for Liam, who is under 0 pressure from anyone, while Adam is under maximum possible pressure. Liam has a huge stab here if he wants it for Budapest and Romania right now, and could take Greece at the same time if he can get something going in that regard. So that could be quite fun. Meanwhile, Chris does cut that deal with England, with Greg. I think that makes a lot of sense for him. Taps Gascony to ensure Greg gets Brest, and Greg takes it from mid-Atlantic Ocean, which is bad news for Doug Moore, because with North Atlantic coming back as well, all of this suggests that England has decided that their centres don't come from the south anymore. They got into Paris as a bonus, so even better. But if England is not sending those fleets south, the only place they can really go is into Germany. So Doug will not be happy to see this.
Yeah, I think if it was a super stab, Greg could have just walked into Sweden. But it's kind of like not necessarily a stab, but it's certainly not what Doug wants to see, I would think.
Well, we will find out what Doug does want to see in the fall.
Probably not that. So instead of taking Sweden, Greg takes St. Petersburg, which is fun. And
why? Wait, why though? Is that better? Why is that better? I feel like that's worse. I guess it's guaranteed.
Yeah, maybe he was worried about Adam and the RT. Liam does do exactly what I said Liam would do, because it's Liam, and you give him a massive stab, Liam almost always takes the massive stab. So Liam takes Budapest, takes Romania, takes Greece, doesn't care about the retreat to Bulgaria, because that's irrelevant on the south coast. And yeah, so both alliances fall apart this turn. England stabs Germany at the same time Turkey stabs Russia. The witch is coming out in force, as Brian Praver would say. And with Austria taking Venice, but with this sort of falling apart of the RT, this is probably a pretty good turn for Chris Brand as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris Brand's looking at this Italy position going, if only I was scoring this tournament. If only I was scoring this tournament. So Liam gets 2. We say goodbye to Kira Olsen. Thank you for playing. Adam's down 1, Doug's down 1, Mike's building, which is amazing, and Greg Matthews is up 3. So yeah. This is absolutely a race of the witches at this point.
Yeah. So Greg, but he does build a fleet in Liverpool. That's not nearly as anti-German as it could have been. Although I suppose, what does it matter? You've already got the channel that can follow into North. North can drop to hell. I guess you don't need anything else on the east side.
If you want an extra fleet and you want to convoy 2 armies at one time, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Liam fleet Ankh, which can walk into Black Sea as well. So I think we're about to see a big race here, and let's I'm strap in, people, strap in for the race of the witches. Katie, what do we got?
Yeah, so we do have 2 attempted convoys. The one to Holland makes it. England is continuing to move west. England, Jesus. Okay, Chris and Italy. Italy's moving west, which I'm not really sure where he's going yet. I guess it's a deal with Liam, and they're working something out, but I don't know. What else do you get as Italy after you have Iberia and England is that strong? I'm not really sure.
What do you expect to get from Liam as well? Like, how long do you think Liam's not coming after you?
Right. Yeah. Like, I don't know that you're going to take something from Liam, but I certainly wouldn't have left just 2 on Ionian, and Liam's got 3. That's a little risky.
Liam's pulled 1 back, so he doesn't have 3 anymore.
That's true. Eastern went to, yeah, but Chris doesn't know he's going to do that. I don't know. We'll see. Adam sort of moving stuff back to play defense, has sort of made peace with Mike Moore, at least for the time being, who loses Bulgaria, but takes Serbia, walks out of Venice. Germany does take St. Pete back from Greg. So
Liam's
guess-
done a. Yeah, I mean, Liam's tactical moves here are not good. Budapest to Romania is just not a good move. You should be bouncing Serbia there 100% of the time, because either you bounce it and everything stays put, or you just get in because they forced Budapest. Either way, you don't just let them take Serbia for free like this. That's not the correct move, and I think Liam will suffer a bit for that. It's given Mike a much better chance of making this position hold, especially if he can convince Chris not to walk back into Venice.
Yeah. And Chris walks back into Venice.
He does.
Yeah, Chris is back into Venice, and Mike walks back into Budapest, and Liam keeps Serbia, keeps Bulgaria. So Liam actually still... Oh, no, he's even because he lost Budapest. So even for Liam.
He's even, but his forward unit's been piffed. And as Turkey, we all know how costly that is, because your units are so much further back when you rebuild them. They're always really far from the front line. And if you build another army here, it's just not particularly close to anything except maybe Armenia for Sevastopol. So I don't think this has gone great for Liam. And it's not gone great for Greg either, who loses Holland.
Yeah, but he loses, and as he walks out of Holland, I guess it was a guess, sort of. Why convoy to Denmark? I guess because you think that he's going to bounce you in hell. I guess that's the play. You assume there's going to be a bounce in hell, and you do that.
It looks like Greg took a lot of guesses and got all of them wrong, basically.
Yeah.
Italy doesn't even go for Brest, so the self bounce was extra dreadful.
Yeah. He lost Burgundy, lost Holland. Yeah, Greg is going to build from St. Pete, so I assume we'll see a fleet in Kiel, which means then Greg probably won't get into hell. And yeah, I think you're right. I think Greg just lost all his guesses this year. This was pretty rough.
So both of the witches tried to start their broomsticks and they stalled pretty immediately. So interesting to see how this one plays out. We have pulling of London. Chris builds another fleet. And now suddenly Chris Brand is a big player in this game again. And we're back to this kind of tight 7-7-7-7 position.
And Doug Waves.
And Doug Waves.
Ooh.
Doug Moore showing us how it's done. All right. What do we got for 1906, Michaelis?
Although an army's just magically appeared in Kiel, so maybe Doug didn't wave it. It was just they forgot to enter it initially on Backstabber. I've seen that before. All right, so Doug takes Paris with Chris's support. Couldn't really be stopped, given that they were also taking Belgium. So great stuff for Germany-Italy cooperation. Pretty terrible start to the year for Greg Matthews again. Beyond that, it's just bounces in mid-Atlantic, and that's the West sorted. The East, meanwhile, this sort of armed detente between Italy and Turkey continues, where they now bounce each other in Ionian while Chris pulls out. Chris keeps the fleet in Rome, so he's not putting too much pressure on Ion. Meanwhile, Liam is also trying to disengage with Adam, walks out of Black Sea and lets Adam walk into Romania, which is pretty fascinating, actually, because it looks like Liam is trying to make peace with all of his neighbors except Austria, and I'm not too sure how successful a strategy that's going to be.
Yeah, he's got one army next to Austrian units, so you got to wonder if he's trying to be nice and slow play, or he's just indecisive. Because
it's 1906, right? Not quite the time to slow play.
Yeah, I would have thought he would take Ionian, even though I don't know what it gets you. But at least puts you somewhere. And if you're gonna, acquiesce to Adam like this,
and even if you think you've got Chris supporting you to Trieste, which notably you don't, Vienna can still defend it if Budapest is tapping Serbia. So you're not even guaranteed Trieste in the scenario where Italy is on your side. So yeah, pretty curious. It looks like Liam made the big stab and then wasn't sure what to do on how to follow it up, and that's why he's going backwards now.
Yeah. All right. Let's have a look at the fall.
Well, in the fall, he does get Russia to stab Austria. Russia takes Budapest, so Adam is building. Beyond that, he doesn't get anything for himself, though, because once again, Trieste is not taken. Once again, Ionian Sea is not taken. He's come back to Ionian with back to Aegean rather from Smyrna to put pressure on Ionian, but now Chris is in Turanian from Rome as well. So still not looking great for making progress for Liam. has got Adam to walk Sev up to Moscow, which I guess if Adam builds Army Warsaw could be significant, although putting Ankara back to Black Sea doesn't encourage Adam to do that. In the West, we see a lot of
bad guesses. Greg,
Yeah.
this is Greg's game of bad guesses, is what this is.
No, but Greg got all the guesses right this time.
No,
Like,
he walked. Well, I guess he gets Hull, but like Holland,
he gets
lives
Holland
in
and
Norway.
gets back into Belgium, so it's not insignificant. He's even for the year. Yes, he's lost North Sea,
So,
but I mean,
even for the year and with the German fleet in North Sea is not great.
it's not great, but he is at least even. And yes, Germany's in North Sea, but they don't have anything they can convoy. So if they're taking Edinburgh, it does have to be with a fleet.
True.
Yeah.
I think that this year could have gone an awful lot worse than how it did.
You wonder if maybe blowing up Burgundy would have been a good move. Well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe he wants the army.
I just don't think Greg has the ability to fight both Italy and Germany. And I think that given how enmeshed he is with Germany, you need to just try and make peace with Chris. So if that's Chris Demon's Brest, give him Brest. Give him Brest and send everything into Germany, and you should still be net up. So I think that peace with Italy is probably Greg's most prosperous path forward. Whether he can manage it, I don't know.
Silverman building 2, Liam Stokes pulling 1. This game has stayed tight. It's almost European style where no one's allowed to get too big too quickly. And in 1907, Katie.
In 1907, we've got Germany trying for Norway. Doesn't get it. Can get it this year with Sweden. Will probably lose St. Pete for his troubles. So yeah, Adam, I think will take back St. Pete. Germany moving to Silesia and Kiel. So I suppose the EG, well, it's almost like the EG is back on. They're supporting each other. Yeah. Okay. So Germany supports England into Marseille. England does get into MAO. I think they're not going to get anywhere else, probably, but they did take Marseille, so there's progress there. Yeah, okay, so why are we supporting into Norway? I guess I don't know, maybe it was agreed. I don't know.
Yeah.
You
get to keep a safe position, I guess, and go through. Looks like in the south, everyone wants Serbia into Trieste, which is nice.
Yeah, so Liam takes Trieste and does a lot of other nothing with his fleets and stuff. So, but if you can do nothing and still gain centers, then that's great. Keep doing that.
After 2 years of trying, Liam finally does get into Trieste. Walks back out of the GNC to ease tensions with Chris once again. Once again, I question where else Liam is actually going with this plan, but for the moment, it's got him something, and we'll see if it lasts the whole year.
In the fall.
So he doesn't keep Trieste, but he does take Vienna. So he is still up 1. So good for Liam. And so Chris takes Trieste, loses Marseille. Chris is neutral. Doug walks right into Eddie, which why not? But
Probably
Norway
with agreement. Yeah.
Yeah, because Norway's supporting St. Pete.
And Greg is even for the year, so Germany defends him in Marseille. So
yeah.
You'd imagine that basically Greg has agreed to be a junior to Doug, and that's what this year was.
But
which
they're
again,
the same center.
the two people who made big stabs in the middle of this game, England and Turkey, neither of them managed to follow up on it, and both of them have basically been reduced to be junior partner status to their previous allies. So
yeah, stabbing is bad, folks. Don't do it.
Don't
exactly.
stab is the aim of the game. Doug Moore is now in the lead on 8, which is a lovely turn of events, and that is where it ends. So well done, Doug Moore, for getting yourself back into this situation. Brandon, is this a classic Doug Moore kind of game? Is this how Doug gets there?
I don't know. I don't think so. He's not really a scrape by the seat of his pants kind of player. He's definitely more of a get out and lead as far as my experience is. This is fun to watch. I mean, look at that center chart. You had 4 players, in contention all the way, from 1904 through to the end. That's great.
All right. So we will move on to board C. Now, I think it is Michaelis' turn to sit out. Michaelis, does that mean you are done for the evening, or would you like to come back a little bit later?
Do I not have one more after this?
Oh no, you do. Apologies. No, you probably do have one more. It could be Katie. We say goodbye to you later. Anyway, bye, Michaelis, for now. We'll see you later. All right, now we are on round 3, board C. Again,
I just want to say that I think we all appreciate trying to get rid of McCullis early.
Yeah, that was a good try. It's good effort.
It's look, I do my best. I picked up on what you have to do as a host, so I'm trying.
What the people want.
Yeah, what they want. All right, so this might be an interesting game, and maybe we can move through this one fairly quickly, just based on who's in contention here. We've got Andrew Zick in Austria, Adam Silverman in England, double boarding, it looks like. Liam Moore in France, Eddie Bassan in Germany, Riaz Varani in Italy, Matt Krill in Russia in second place. So he's the one to watch here to see how he goes. And John Jameson in Turkey. Watch out for the Sev Con swap happening again with John in Turkey. We'll see how it is. Brandon, do you want to kick us off in spring 1901?
I would love to. And we don't have a SevCon swap, but what we may have is what used to be called a slingshot opening, in which the Turkish fleet is blown up right away. Oh no, actually, I'm sorry. The slingshot is normally when the Russian fleet is blown up right away. So this might be going the other direction, a reverse slingshot. Only thing that might sort of throw a wrench in that reading is that Smyrna goes to Ankara here, not to Constantinople. But in any case, this is not an opening you see very often. We look forward to seeing what happens next. Elsewise, we have Galicia successfully DMZ'd, which allows for a bounce in Trieste, probably arranged. But that means that Riaz is most likely going to be taking Tunis here, unless he and Andrew work something out for the Aegean Trieste swap in the fall. High risk for Italy in that scenario. We have Eddie Bresson going to Holland, because going to Denmark is boring. That guarantees Sweden for Matthew Krill and raises the question of, what does Eddie want? And maybe it's Belgium. And that would be unusual for Germany in 1901 outside of a Western triple. That's about it.
All right. And we see the full moves.
That Ankara makes a play for Edinburgh, doesn't get in. That means, however, that Matthew Krill has gotten into Con. So this is the little known con swap.
It's just a con swap, not the concept swap.
I know what's happened here. I reckon I guarantee you John Jameson has offered a Sev Con swap. Matt's gone, fine if you do it with the fleet. And then Matt has just reneged and gone, I'm in contention to win this tournament. I'm just taking Con.
Go, Matt. Go, go, go.
Yeah, let's confirm. So Bulgaria was supporting Sev to Rum here?
Yeah, well, yeah, but I think Bulgaria was supporting Sev to Rum. Yep, that was it. That was it.
Yep. So fascinating by Matthew Krill. We do have, as well as if this turn couldn't have been any worse for John Jameson, we do have Ionian going to the Aegean with Trieste successfully loaned. So this was this is one of the more creative AIRs, I think, that we will have seen. John Jameson is not pulling in 1901, so at least there's that. Elsewhere, we have in what does look like a Western triple. I think that was probably what Katie was giving the thumbs down for, because we have Adam Silverman going to Barents, we have the convoy into Yorkshire, and we have Eddie Bresson. So one of the ways to make a Western triple work from Germany's perspective is for Germany to get Belgium in 1901, so they can build 3 units and send 2 of them east immediately. It's not usually done with that fleet in Holland, however, and it will be interesting going forward to see what the consequences are for the tactical positioning and for the strategic options open to the West with that fleet in Holland. Let's see. Elsewhere, we get Liam putting the fleet into Spain, obviously likely headed into Western Med right away. That's about it.
All right, so 3 builds for Matt Krill, 3 builds for Eddie Bassan. I don't think I've seen 2 3-build powers in a game in a very, very long time, or ever. Let's see what they put down, and it is all armies for Matt Krill, because there are no dots in the ocean and it is the pretty standard ones for Eddie, looking kind of triply here.
Well,
It's triple versus triple. Yeah. What's interesting here is that usually the Western triple gets off to a faster start than an Eastern triple. And so the Eastern triple is playing defense, but the Eastern triple is off to basically as fast a start as they could possibly be. So interesting to see how the two sides of the board react to each other.
Katie, what do we got?
yeah, so, all right. Matt loses Sweden immediately. We knew that was happening. Adam is moving toward Norwegian and Norway, completely vacating North. Liam is moving to Leon and Western Med. This is immediately the most boring game we've seen all night, all afternoon, all day. It's horrible. Yeah, I don't like it. I'm not biased. I'm right. These are gross moves.
Let's move on to the folds.
But hold
No,
on.
there's stuff in the east. There is stuff in the east. So
Yeah.
Andrew takes Trieste while Riaz takes Serbia, and Andrew takes Bulgaria. So I mean, I guess that can all be arranged. You're just sort of pushing the unit through. It's kind of weird though. It puts them like their units very intertwined. I think it'll be kind of funky. Riaz gets Smyrna already very quick. But John takes back Con. So now Matt is in black, and at the moment in the spring, Matt is down 2.
I have to say, I think this is actually a shocking lack of action on the part of the Eastern Triple to not go to the line here. Vienna and Trieste have to go to Bohemia and Tyrolia here. I think Naples probably has to go to Tyrrhenian Sea in order just to force Liam to do something specific with those fleets. Now it's too easy for Liam. He can go to Tyrrhenian and Tunis. He'll definitely get one of them. Yeah, I don't like AI's lack of reaction. That has made the Western Triple now the better positioned of the two.
I mean, rather than Trini and Tunis, I would love to see Piedmont and Tuscany with armies here. That would be, yes, go Liam.
Yeah.
Go Liam.
Okay, I love the convoy across Leon to Tuscany, but I like it a lot better when it's not a Western Triple. So maybe it's not. I mean, Adam drops into North. So maybe Adam said, just kidding, all I wanted was Scandinavia, and now we're going to attack Eddie in Germany. So no offense to you, Eddie, but I certainly hope that's what's happening. And Liam is really committing. Liam is all out in the Med.
Yeah, I don't.
It's a lot of commitment.
Yeah, let's talk about this Tuscany convoy. You were excited about it, Jamal.
Well, it's pretty. It's fun, but is it good?
I don't. I think it's too overcommitted. And yeah, I think if he were in Tyrrhenian Sea here, he'd have Tunis guaranteed. Would then have to worry about holding on to it for the year after. But now he's so wide open. Adam, it's not obvious that Adam's best bet here is to move on Germany.
Yeah, because it might be just dropping the channel. Like that might be his best bet.
Brest would be guaranteed unless Burgundy comes back.
Well, I mean, I guess my thought from here is you can pull Western Med back to Mid-Atlantic Ocean if you want to, and you have Venice and then Rome pretty much guaranteed next year.
Do you have Venice? You have Venice guaranteed if Tyrolia is on your side.
Germany's done nothing but be on your side here. I reckon they're on side.
And Italy is building one here, right? Because they got picked up Bulgaria and Smyrna, Las Venice or Trieste.
It's interesting. We will see how it plays, but it is triple on triple action, except for maybe North Sea. We'll see.
Right.
Adam Silverman is Katie's one hope, and I think Adam's build is really going to be declarative here.
London or Liverpool and Fleet, and forget about it.
Army Eddie, that's the triple build.
Adam, I'm not coming to Worlds. Not doing it. Wow.
John Jameson is unfortunately dropping. Matt Krill, who was the big breakout, actually. We kind of didn't focus on Matt last turn, but there was a big breakout in the first turn. Did end up having to pull 2 after the loss of Sweden and also Con. So, playing the alliance game here a little bit with the air and paying the results for it. But, that's the joy of building 3s. You can lose 2 in 1902 and still kind of be okay.
This isn't really that okay.
Yeah, relatively okay is a relative notion at this moment.
Yeah.
Well, Brandon, let's see what we got for 1903 here.
All right, so the big question was, would Liam have a problem from his Western cohort? And the answer is no, not right now. Does pull back Burgundy to Gascony just in case. But he gets into both Tyrrhenian Sea and Western Med. So my concerns about his having lost Tunis were unfounded. He's able to do that and keep those armies in place and avoid getting stabbed by his Western partners, and should be getting a build here. In elsewhere, let's see, the Adam just convoys an army over, so prepping to probably get into Finland next, and then make a 3-pronged attack on St. Petersburg. I guess the big news here now in the south is that Trieste gets into Tyrolia. Oh, so now Venice is actually out of play because Piedmont was used merely to support Tuscany here, not to actually get into there was a guess here, and France and Germany lost it. Basically, is what the answer is there. And now, do we have a guess here for Ankara? No, I think Khan goes to Ankh, and Ankh can take Smyrna. And so the worst that happens here for the AI is that they rotate the centers. That's about it.
Not too bad. All right, in the fall.
In the fall, we have a lot of attempts to do things. Nothing works. Matthew had a guess over protecting Finland or St. Petersburg, and guess is right.
Nice.
Well done, Matt. That will
win for the good guys.
For the good triple.
Yeah.
Good triple.
The one that didn't ruin the game.
All right, and then in the south, we do have that rotation of centers, which nets the AI better position. They'll be able to take out John Jameson next year. It'll be interesting to see if they displace him in the fall, or in the spring rather, which would allow him to go to Armenia and cause little problems. And then we have an attempt to take Tyrolia, which fails. It looks probably a 2-on-2 brace, I think, and that's about it.
Yeah, I think a GM maybe could have covered Smyrna there to protect against that move, but anyway, it wasn't really doing anything else. But yes, it's triple on triple action. Another Fleet Marseille, because Liam is all in on this triple. There is no other game in this game except for the triple game. And Army Budapest is expected. All right, Katie, let's call out some more triple moves. We know you love them.
Super fun. Yeah, Adam does get his army in Norway to Finland. I am pretty sure that breaks St. Pete. It is now, no, it's still 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think it's 4 on 3, right? Baltic taps Bosnia, and I think that gives St. Pete to Adam this year.
Yep.
And then we've got Eddie moving up to Prussia, filling back Silesia. Bohemia is open, but there are now 2 on Warsaw, so Matt can't keep St. Pete. Might as well protect Warsaw. Pixie doing some frustrating things, I will say, like my least favorite thing for Austria
The
to
good
do.
triple's going to win, Katie. The Western triple's going to win now.
Yeah. So thanks a lot, Andrew. Just completely pulling back. I guess Eddie got in his ear and was like, look, I'm not going to attack you. You should move away from me. But this is not how you hold back a triple. And I think Andrew knows that. So I guess he's probably trying to just scrap whatever he can.
I like this move, I have to say. I think Andrew had no other growth path than to.
No, but nobody has a growth path, Brandon.
I think Andrew does. Yeah.
I don't think he's going to keep anything.
There's a play here to become big enough that you inherently, stop the triple by the fact that you're a massive armies in the middle of the board, right? You can still be in the contention at the end of the game.
Well, the play is that it's not going to stay a Western triple, right? And also that there isn't maybe enough time for the Western triple to really grind you down. But as long as Italy is on board with this, I don't really see a downside.
It's just, I mean, it's not necessarily like tactically a downside. It's just morally wrong.
Well, we are going to see Pixie do some morally wrong things here.
Yeah, so Pixie supports Riaz into Smyrna. So Italy is going to be up 1. Sorry, Liam did another little convoy into Tuscany. Still cute, still fun, still a triple. Andrew takes Romania, so he is going to go up 1 from this, and is in Ukraine, so maybe he's looking at Sev next. But yeah, you really just have to assume that those German armies are going to continue at you. Like, I mean, what else is going to happen? Adam does get St. Pete. Matt retreats to Livonia. He's going to be disbanding 2 this season. Yeah.
We were on Matt Krill watch, and I think after a very exciting start to this game with the line went very up, it's gone very down.
Horrible.
Unfortunately, I think Matt Krill is watching his tournament potentially slip away from him.
I mean, it was over as soon as the Western Triple formed, and he wasn't able to turn it around.
Which I'm just going to get on my high horse again, and I don't care how much people are annoyed at me saying this. Western Triples ruin games. They also ruin the tournament for the only person on this board in contention to win. That sucks. You didn't even give him a chance. Like, you don't have to let him win. You don't have to hand him anything. But to just end the game and be like, nah, that sucks. I hate this. I really hate it. I'm so sorry, Matt Curl. This is horrible.
Matt is vacating the north. Riaz is building another fleet to make sure Liam must continue to commit to the Western Triple. And Adam is building an army because why would you build fleets? You're in a Western Triple. Brandon, what do you got?
All right. I mean, it's now a quadruple, I believe. No, I guess France is still going against Austria and Italy in the south. So the question really from here is, does Germany continue siding with France against AI? Or do Germany and Austria actually find common cause, finish off Russia together, and then see what happens? And Munich to Tyrolia suggests that Germany is choosing France, between sort of France and AI-ish. But that's one to keep looking at here. We do have a convoy into Livonia. We have Austria getting into Galicia. So the question here is, like, what happens with the Russian units, centers? Who gets them? Does Austria try to grow bigger or try to end the game with a small board top at 7 and rescue a tournament that's been, I think, less than probably what Andrew hoped for?
I'm going to find out. And that's interesting.
Austria supports Russia in their centers, does not take Sevastopol, though it was guaranteed. And so nothing else moves. Edinburgh gets convoyed over to Norway. Yorkshire makes an ill-fated attempt to cross over land into Liverpool. That's about it. Oh, no, we do have, I'm sorry, Austria either takes or is given one of the Italian centers.
I do wonder if this is Riaz saying, well, I don't want this triple to win, so, we'll make sure that you have enough to just be one ahead.
But, like, what is Riaz going to blow up? Like, I feel like we need, I guess, that one. I guess the army that was in Tuna.
Yep.
It's the only thing he can really lose.
And another army in Budapest actually is helpful because they need to be able to try to kick that Tyrolean army out. So,
I mean, Riaz can't build anyway, so. This
game feels like it's heading for a stalemate because I don't think the West is gonna, like, who's gonna stab in the West? Adam's not gonna stab Eddie. He's not going for the tournament win. He's playing 2 boards. Could Eddie stab Adam? Actually, yeah.
And you're correct. It is a stalemate, and that is it. Katie, your favorite game of the tournament, the best triple we've seen all evening.
I will say I am thrilled that Andrew is the one who topped the board. Yeah, I guess everyone else's calls were more correct when I was on my moral high horse. He took something into his own hands. He got his centers, and he did top the board. So congrats, Andrew. Happy for you there. I'm glad nobody in the Western Triple really got rewarded for this because it's just boring. But yeah, I'm pretty disappointed in this game, and I won't say anything else about it.
Well, we're going to bring up the players for the next game because this game, I think, is going to be big and fascinating. So it's our final game of Cascadia.
Harj is back.
25.
Oh,
Harj is back. Patrick Jacobson in 7th place in Austria. Craig Mayer in England. Harj in 5th place off only 1 game, so still in contention. And he has France. And we know how France's record in this tournament is. Benjamin in Germany in 8th. Justin Law still maybe in contention in Italy. Jason Masterbaum definitely in contention as long as he Masterbaums his way to the top of this board in third, and then the clubhouse leader David Miller in Turkey. This is going to be one that I think is going to really be a knife fight. I'm going to give you the option, Katie. Would you want to stay on and commentate this one, or are you happy to bid us adieu for the evening?
I don't want to take too much extra time, but I'll stay on so that I don't have to end my broadcast with the triple. It's okay.
All right, sounds good. All right, let's just do a very quick. Who do you like? Who are you going to pick to win this one? Who's going to come out of the pack? This is a gangbusters top board. Brandon Fogel, what do you think?
Oh, come on. I want Harj. Harj played such a cool first round game. Didn't get to play the second game. I'm assuming there was a scheduling conflict or something. And so Harj has to be the sentimental favorite here. And is in France, and France has won, 2/3 of the game so far.
Katie, what do you got?
Yeah, I would pick Harj too, but for diversity purposes, I'll pick Justin in Italy.
Michalis?
I said Jason Masterbaum would win this tournament before it started. Nobody has ever been disappointed by Jason Masterbaum, so he will see me through to the end.
I would like Jason Masterbaum to do a complete about face and actually play this entire game as Mason Jasterbaum and prove us all that his double face style of play can work. So, Brandon Fogel, kick us off with this pretty much effectively top board game for Cascadia 2025.
Yeah, before I call out moves, I'm just going to note that if Mason Jasterbaum wins this tournament, it is going to be McCallis's fault. I think we've just seen that.
Yeah.
All right. What happens in spring of 1901? Let's see. Justin right away dives right in. We just don't see this very much anymore. Austria-Italy cooperation is the standard thing to do now. But this is how you dive right in. Go to Venice to Trieste, follow up with Rome to Venice. Naples goes to Ionian, likely headed to Tunis, but maybe there'll be some cooperation with David Miller in Turkey over Greece. We'll be fascinated to see what happens there. David Miller does the anti-Austrian opening and follows up Smyrna to Caen. Mason Jasterbaum goes to Galicia and Ukraine. So all things coming up anti-Austria right off the outset. We do get the bounce in Black Sea for what it's worth. In the north, we have standard opening from Benjamin, but we do get a bounce in Burgundy so that nobody gets in. Marseille is not used to support the move. And that means that Craig Mayer, Katie's favorite player, has a free pass right into Belgium.
I want to make a quick note, and I will say I will root for Craig when I'm not on the board with him.
Okay.
So good luck, Craig.
Craig is getting Belgium and Norway in a free pass here, it looks like.
So one of the reasons you don't see that old-fashioned Turkish opening as much as we used to is because, as Brandon said, the Italian attack on Austria right from the beginning is less common than it used to be. And when Italy is never attacking Austria, there is no reason to put two armies into the Balkans. When Italy is attacking Austria from the start, things like this can happen. And this is why that opening was so common for Turkey for so many years.
So let's call it out here. Italy and Turkey have cooperated to both deny Austria, Greece, and Serbia. And they have put David into Serbia. David Miller is going to get two builds here with two armies already in the Balkans and takes the Black Sea. This is as good as it gets for a Turkish opening in 1901, especially these days. Justin moves up to Tyrolia. This is a nice follow through, almost certainly a prelude to building an army in Venice. The key will be for Justin to see what he has been able to successfully convince David to build. Because if David puts down two fleets, then Justin is in trouble. He'll have company being in the trouble bin with Patrick Jacobson no matter what, because Patrick is now pulling one in 1901, although he disbanded Serbia here rather than retreated to Budapest. So his decision has already been made going into the winter phase. Elsewhere, does anything surprising happen? We have France going to Burgundy, which may be a little bit an indication of what the relationship between France and Germany might be like. Germany probably won't be happy with that. Germany goes to Ruhr, so that's the counterpart, which suggests that F and G are looking at each other right now.
Yeah, so Katie talked about how last game, the other players on that didn't give Matt Krill a chance of winning the tournament when he was in a good position. Patrick was coming into this round in a good position, and Patrick's game is over before it even started. Doesn't even get the free build 1901 that Matt got on a brief euphoric high. This is misery, and that's it.
I want to add one thing, and that's that people laugh at the hedgehog opening for Austria. And I've always loved that opening, but I realized that it's because I came from the Windy City Weasels, where anti-Austrian Italian openings were still fairly common. And so if you are not sure of your neighbors, the hedgehog opening is a way to guarantee a build in 1901.
Can you recap what that is? Yes.
So hedgehog is Trieste going to Venice rather than Albania. Vienna goes to Galicia, Budapest goes to Serbia. It's a way to slow down all of your neighbors. If you don't trust them, especially if you don't trust Italy, it's a good thing to do. But Austria's in the current meta haven't had to worry about Italy's too much. If Italy started doing this more often, then the hedgehog opening will become not laughable anymore.
Thank you.
All right, so we have 2 builds all around, kind of at the expense of Patrick Jacobson, who gets no builds, and they've had a pop. All right, Army. So Michaelis's dream is coming true with a Kraken, a big Kraken.
And this is win-win for me, because either IT lose and Jason Massbomb wins, or IT win and I win. So but they may as well just crown me champion of Cascadia from here.
Yeah, very good.
You can't spell Michaelis Kamaritis without IT. That's true.
It's true. You cannot. And elsewhere, pretty standard. Fleet Brest, Fleet London, I think is interesting. There's a little bit of caginess in the West. I wonder if they see the Kraken coming and what they're going to do about it. But yeah, we will find out. Michaelis, would you like to call out 1902 for us?
All right. Patrick, it seems, has had enough of this game already, as when Italy takes Albania, doesn't even retreat to Greece, just gives it up. Fair enough. These are depressing games. Nothing's guaranteed in life except death, taxes, and dying as Austria in 1902, and Patrick's found one of them today. Meanwhile, David Miller pushes the armies north, gets into Romania, but Jason has got into Budapest and Ukraine and Galicia, so that's actually not too terrible for Jason, and he's in a sort of position where he can stalemate David for a little while. On the other side of the board, we see France making moves that look awfully Western Tripoli, England making moves that may look awfully Western Tripoli, but Germany not. Germany goes to Helgoland, so if this is an English attack on Russia and a France charging into the Med, it's more likely to be an EF than a Western Triple, because Germany isn't going for Russia.
Yeah, I wouldn't call England's moves Western Tripoli here. Yeah, Skagerrak. He's not going to Helgoland, I guess. That's one thing. But Skagerrak is... I don't think anybody in the north wants England to be in Skagerrak, Russia or Germany. But yeah, France has a choice now. Can really, England and Germany have now sort of locked horns. And France really gets to choose which one they want to work with.
Let's go Hajj. All right, 1902 fall, Michaelis.
And Hajj has chosen England. Hajj sends both fleets south, which is bad news for Justin, who gets some punishment for that one build being an army in 1901. Tunis will be unholdable, even though he's got 2 builds for this year. Beyond that, Patrick is seemingly basically just an extra unit for Jason at this stage of the game, which makes sense given that IT were the ones who really ganked him at the start. And Jason is up for the year, actually. So despite being faced with 4 Turkish armies at the end of 1901, Jason Massbomb has managed to craft a build out of that by taking Norway and staying even in the south. Well done.
Why? Yeah. I think if I'm David Miller, I am looking at Justin Lohr, or I'm looking at this negotiation, this plan that they crafted, and wondering why? Like, why aren't we attacking Vienna and Budapest at the same time here?
Yeah.
I think it's the top 4 thing, right? The cages, I don't allow to get too big.
This doesn't even really defend Romania. Like, there's a world where Sevastopol supports Galicia to Rum, And Budapest also supports Galicia to rum, and David would have lost rum in the process as well. This is a not good order set by IT.
Yeah. All right. So as a result, as you said, Jason Masterbaum's building, David Miller is building, Justin Law is building 2, and Craig Mayer has to pull. So let's have a look what happens. Craig Mayer pulls Yorkshire, committed into making the alliance moves. Well done, Craig. Justin's builds are expected, and David says fleets don't matter because guess what, everyone? There's no dots in the sea. All right, Brandon, how about you give us a call on 1903?
Well, Justin's tactics are a little too kind here. I think you want Rome to go up to Tuscany here and just go to Tyrrhenian Sea, so you can try to outflank them if what you want to do is get Tunis back eventually. Does it matter though? No, because at least in terms of dot count, because Austria is convinced to get support into Budapest. Fascinating. And Justin follows in behind. This is, in terms of what's happening around the Balkans, I think it does feel like, for the moment at least, Justin is getting the advantage. And there will be an opportunity for Justin to capitalize on that if they want. In the north, we get, is this Dipsy Doodle or is this agreed upon? Norway goes to Finland, didn't need to, so that's surely agreed upon. The support, England is supported into Skagerrak by Sweden, so there's some ER fun stuff happening in the north. France has decided to stay agnostic, except to support England in Belgium. So I suppose that's not entirely agnostic.
Yeah, that actually suggests that France is anti-Germany, and maybe they're just looking to get Tunis and then do something else. Where they're expecting their breakthrough for them to take stuff from is going to come from, I don't know. Maybe they would want to backfill Belgium when England takes Holland or something.
Going to find out here. More holds from France. France wins the Jade Buddha Prize. Our favorite player, Haj, gets to do nothing but hold all turn. Well done, Haj, for doing so. Brandon, what else do we have?
Yeah, so first let's go to the east where there is movement. And here David Miller's sort of prioritization of Italy initially has paid off big. Picked up 2 dots here, Budapest and Sevastopol. So going to be putting down 2. That takes him to 8, I believe. And Italy's going to be even at 6. Now it's big advantage for Turkey. And now I think the whole board has to worry about Turkey.
Yeah, so, I mean, Patrick, by stabbing Jason in spring and ruined Jason's southern position, it was the only effect Patrick actually managed to have on this game. But Jason gave up Sevastopol willingly here. This was defensible. Therefore, he is probably trying to make David bid, probably trying to force David's hand, because if David just puts 2 more armies down here, he's really going to struggle to ever stab Italy. And so he's probably trying to force David to go, right, I've got to stab now, put a fleet down, go after Italy. France is here, I can work with them. And so Jason is diplomatically trying to upset this IT apple cart that's attacking him, and that's why he's given up Sevastopol before he needed to.
Yeah, and similarly with giving up Norway, it's interesting. This might be an effort to force the rest of the board to react to the corner powers.
Yeah, I'm going to say I really don't understand Norway because you're already putting England into Denmark. That is
maybe
really
Norway was probably not supposed to stay there.
But then why go to Finland? Where was it supposed to go? To Skag? You're already in Denmark. I don't know. It just seems strange.
Or to Norwegian. Yeah, maybe it was give Norway in the spring because not sure if Denmark is actually going to get in or something like that, and then Norway was probably supposed to walk out here. Maybe, I don't know, but Sweden is still supported in the Baltic, so we'll see.
It just sounds to me like exactly the sort of deal that Craig Mayer would stab in autumn. So,
but man, Jason Bassbaum goes down 3 dots here. That's not great.
All right, so only pulling 1 though. So going down a fair few, but only pulling 1. We'll see what David Miller builds. This is going to be a big declaration either way. David Miller waves. Very
You
good
don't
wave.
like that as Justin though. The problem with that wave is that it's not an army, and the problem is that as long as it's not an army, it always can be a fleet. So it's not reassuring for Turkey to wave when you're Italy in this position.
True, and Haj builds Fleet Marseille, which is very committal to the EF. All right, Michalis, let's have a read of 1904.
All right, so David continues pushing the armies up. Justin gets Serbia, possibly by negotiation. If he's not losing Greece as a cost of this, then this is just good negotiation by Justin. If he is losing Greece, then I don't think it's much of an improvement, and in fact, it's possibly even worse. But as it stands, this is IT still pushing upwards and Jason being forced backwards. Although Jason has magically reappeared in Sevastopol, so maybe that he did actually defend Sevastopol and
Yeah, that must be.
Yeah, okay. So it was an adjudication error originally. They entered moves there rather than holds by mistake, and then corrected. All right. In the West, England dives into Helderland. Germany is about to implode in much the same way that Austria did earlier in the game. And that is that for now.
Yeah, Craig Maris is suddenly in quite a nice position. I like his growth prospects the best here.
All right, and in the fall.
All right. Well, in the fall, Haj doesn't get Belgium because Germany bounces Holland, but does get Munich because Germany tries to cut Silesia and walks out. So Benjamin's implosion is completed, and therefore that's great for Haj to have got a build out of this rather than it all be in Craig's favor. That's pretty key actually, and makes Craig turning on Haj next much more difficult than it would have otherwise been. So good turn for Haj. Also gets into Turanian Sea. Also good news for him. Jason somehow gets into Berlin and therefore is building. For the second time this game, Jason's pulled a build out of absolutely nowhere. So Jason is working hard this game, and he's somehow kept Sevastopol despite not defending it, which is an even more incredible feat of something. I don't understand why that hasn't worked. What orders have been entered so that Turkey didn't take Sevastopol there? What are Armenia and Black Sea doing that?
Yeah, hit the O button. Let's see.
Support.
Bulgaria to serve.
So here we see why Americans are derided for their lack of geography skills in the rest of the world, and Bulgaria is not next to Russia on a world map. Unfortunately for Vladimir Putin, but unfortunately for David Miller in this game.
I wonder if there was actually supposed to convoy Bulgaria to Sev.
But Black Sea supported Baltasev as well. So
it's an S, not a C, handwritten.
Yeah, but Rum's moved to say it. Yeah, somewhere along the way, the orders just been mixed up, and somehow Jason Massbom's got a build out of it. So good for him.
And look, and David is in a very good position here. But if you talk about certain misorders that could cost you a tournament, if Justin manages to flip or something else happens here and David doesn't maintain his position, that's going to be pretty costly as a misorder.
Yeah, because there's going to be a race at some point. I think Craig is in the best position to sort of kick the racing off because Harj is just out of position. Craig has more growth potential and more ability to sort of fuel the growth with builds. But
I don't know if Harj is that out of position. Bearing in mind Germany's pulling 2 units off the board, so Harj can really solidify in the center right now.
Well, let's have a look. Haj is committing again. Fleet Marseille. Katie, I see your face. I see your face. What is going through your mind here?
I don't know. I mean, I just think you're so open, and I mean, all of my jokes about Craig aside, like he is the kind of person who looks at the map and he lets the position tell him what to do. And I can't imagine a world where Craig is not hearing the position telling him to attack France.
Yeah. Well, how about we give you 1905 and you can call out the Craig stab on Haj that was going to break all of our hearts. Fan favorite Haj. Let's please pray it doesn't happen.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. I'm right. And he convoys to Holland, and Haj Harsh follows to Belgium. Presumably agreed. I'm sure that's fairly standard. And assuming Craig lets him keep him this year, like he's moving forward. Harsh also walks out of Tyrrhenian Sea, which I think makes a decent amount of sense. Like how much, where else is he going to go from there? He can still pick up some centers in Germany. He wants to keep Tunis, but otherwise, well, I guess he would have had that blown up. Never mind. He's moving to Piedmont. So he's not calling off the attack on Justin, but he was preventing that fleet from being blown up, I think, which, maybe a smart move. I also want to say it took me too long to see the Black Sea Convoy, which is very sad because I love Black Sea Convoy. And certainly for David, it's much better to have an army in Sev than a fleet. So that's a really nice move. And I think the at least attempted DMZ between Justin and David is a pretty solid alliance play. Bulgaria wasn't able to leave. Oh no, like I have to be still next to you. I guess we'll see what happens. But for now, IT is still sort of in lockstep, and David has gains in Russia, and Justin, at least, if not gains, can defend his homeland.
So the question that was there was what would be the price of David's misorder on not taking Sevastopol last turn? Like, what would it cost him? And it turns out that the answer is actually quite a lot, I'd say. It's cost him Ukraine, which has been blown up, which is, as I mentioned in the previous game, it's a forward army for Turkey that's really slow to replace. It's also cost him that move to Romania, which is more tempo lost. So actually, Jason Nussbaum has probably done three things this turn. He's set David Miller back on a unit. He set him back on tempo. And by giving him a rebuild, he said, stab Italy. And if I'm David Miller, what else am I getting from my armies at this point in the game now that Jason's got that Warsaw-Moscow-Ukraine line? Not a lot. Justin should be very concerned at this point of the game. Even for someone as pro-IT as I am, I'm stabbing Italy as Turkey right now because I don't think you've got any other choice for further growth.
Yeah, and David will be able to put if he takes Greece or Serbia here, he'll be able to put 3 units down because he'll go up 2 and he'll have a rebuild. So it's perfectly primed.
Well, let's see, Katie. Does it happen?
Nope, but Justin maybe predicted it, and
it should have happened.
Maybe it should have. Yeah. So David does keep Sev, but loses Budapest because Justin walks in from Vienna, and Justin moves to Serbia. So Justin is sort of ready to, I think, turn on his Turkish ally. There's a lot of holds between Harsh and Justin in the Med, so maybe Justin is really hoping that they'll disengage from each other. But I think at the same time, like, what else is Turkey going to do? But what else is Italy going to do? I don't know. Like, where is Justin going to grow? Only from Turkish centers. I don't know if it'll work, but I can understand the logic there.
Yeah, Justin's problem is that he is currently using 5 units to hold France off, and he needs units to be able to follow up against Turkey. So
yeah.
I feel like if you're pretty confident you're getting a build, you should just move Ionian East and build Fleet Rome to defend this position.
100%.
If you lose Tyrrhenian Sea, so what? They still can't actually take anything. There's still a really slow progression against you.
Yep.
Yeah, I was hoping to see Aegean.
Yeah.
Or I would have hoped to see Aegean with the move, yeah.
What I would say is Jason Nussbaum has been juggling knives for the majority of this game. Unfortunately, they've all come crashing down at once here. Done some excellent play up to this point, but this is probably the end, much as it was the end for Macro in the previous game.
Yeah, I think the question was whether Craig would sort of wait to take those centers, but and move on Harsh first. But clearly, he's got the other order in mind. Sorry, Katie.
I do think for Justin, he has to stab here, right? Like Justin's whole play this game has been, I'm going to ally with the tournament leader, and because no one else is going to want to, and then I'll have my window and take it. And I did feel like Justin's window was pretty rapidly reducing. I agree with you, Katie. It's better to be in Aegean here, but I mean, if he waits one more turn, it goes away, and it's all David, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Katie.
Yeah. What?
He asked you the question, and I answered.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, that's basically I think what I was saying.
Yeah. Right.
I just think that without the Aegean move, it's not going to work. You're basically now 2-on-2 against David, who's building.
I guess he's got to hope Craig is going to stab Harsh.
And you have to convince Harsh to turn around here, so you can
Right.
send your fleets around. So that's really what's going to make or break it. And Harsh does build Fleet Breast.
But now it's kind of now is the moment for Craig as well, and he's got the stab. I mean, convoy into Belgium, get in position to put an army in Berlin.
Well, there's just no justification for Fleet London in an EF here. You don't need that fleet at all for an EF to keep going. So this is a stab.
And I do forget the standings, but how close to the top was Craig? Was he was in with a shot?
You can show the standings now, and it'll show us through 1905. So
because I will pull that up because I think this is a very interesting position. So the standings here is David Miller is still on top. Right. So Craig is a little bit out of it. So Craig does need a pretty big board top to get there. So
but he can choose between Miller and Harsh.
So there is a bit of a play here to go on.
And I think
he's already chosen not Jason.
Yes.
And I think it's also possible actually that if both David and Harj get pushed back, that Greg could take this.
Yeah. And I think I misread Justin's position, but Justin isn't in the best position. So he also needs a huge score here. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I mean, both Craig and Justin actually, I think, have a bit of a choice, right? Like Justin can keep attacking David and be pro Haj, or they can attack Haj and be pro David. And yeah.
Can you go back and just show how far away Justin and Craig are?
Yes, I can. So we're about 130 points. I think it's pretty hard to.
Greg Matthews is the one they have to pass. They need 130 points. The biggest we've seen is about 250, and that was like for a 15-10. Okay.
So what they need to do is they need to get ahead and get a huge gap to second place. That's the key in this scoring system for them, which I can kind of imagine might work for Craig. I cannot see how Justin can do that.
Yep, I agree.
Yep. All right. Well, let's see how this plays. Brandon Fogel, let's call us out on 1906 rather.
Yeah, but so Miller may actually be in the best position. Just needs to kind of rebound a little bit and then take it. And so, all right. Well, Miller has gotten a huge bonus here. That might suggest actually that though hard to believe that Justin's taking of Budapest and moving to Serbia. At least maybe the taking of Budapest was agreed upon. Anyway, Justin moves west here. Venice goes to Piedmont. Nothing else moves east. Khan gets into Bulgaria, which actually could have been stopped. Budapest could have gone to Romania and Serbia to Bulgaria. We have Turkish armies getting into Ukraine and Sevastopol. So now suddenly the Russian units are in play, although he's got to keep Craig. I think David is looking to top the board probably, so he has to worry about Craig getting too big of a score. Galicia gets into Silesia, so that's interesting. So now, so what we have actually, okay, so now let's talk about the West. We were wondering if Craig and Harj were going to go at it. One of them thought that was the case, the other one didn't. And Harj is the one who pulls back, believing that they were going to fight. It doesn't happen, and now Belgium is not takeable in the fall. So now we wonder if Craig has actually passed up the chance to have a clean board top. Certainly still in contention to top the board.
I do believe these are 1909 games for all of them. So Craig does definitely have some more time in this game if he wants it.
Yeah, but here David Miller. I mean, David Miller is now reaping the benefits of the strategic evolution of this game, and also his tactical efficiency. And so getting Jason to move back. So this is also a result of Craig having stabbed Jason in a way that Jason didn't like. And so now David's going to pop up into second place, just needing one more dot to top the board and ensure the tournament win. So that'll be interesting if he can negotiate with Justin for that, or if he even needs to, because he's building two here.
Yeah, so Harj really, I think, has missed the opportunity to just pull back. Like, Harj's rival for the tournament is David Miller. He had to do whatever he could to get Justin to pull back and go the other way. You're not getting anything from Justin, so you needed to just pull out. Even if that means going and stabbing Craig successfully, unsuccessfully, doesn't matter. What you needed to give Justin room to go east, and by not doing it, and now getting to the point where David's taken Warsaw Moscow. A couple of years ago on the Broadcaster Brawl, I did an IT with Ed Sullivan where I was Italy, he was Turkey, and he always had the stab on me. But he had to pass up Warsaw Moscow to do it, which is why I was never that bothered, because I didn't believe that he could win by stabbing me without taking Warsaw Moscow first. In this game, David Miller has got Warsaw Moscow. Now, if you stab Italy, I don't think Italy's got a hope of stopping it. And that's the key difference, is once Turkey has this position in an IT and Italy hasn't got the West under any sort of lock, Italy is pretty much into junior status.
And you might actually have wondered if there was an opportunity here for Harj to even give up Tunis in order to encourage it. This would require calculating and knowing Greg Matthews' score in order to see if that would be enough for you to win. But yeah, I agree with you. There needed to be a diplomatic solution to this stalemate in the Western Mid.
I do wonder too whether Harj, as someone who hasn't played for a little while and missed a round, wasn't inherently calculating the scores, right? Like, not every player is going to sit there and think about, who they need to pass in order to win. They're just going to play the game on its merits. And so if you've worked with Craig all game, and you're not thinking, well, I could win the tournament if I make the right move and send the right person in the right way against the right their right ally, maybe he's just not thinking about it.
And there's also that we know what Greg Matthews' final score is. They don't know what Greg Matthews' final score is. So that's still a moving target in the other game, and therefore you don't necessarily know that it's just a one-on-one head-to-head battle between you and David at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, it is worth remembering, though, that Chris Brand likes to have a running score sheet standings actually projected onto a screen. So he's, TDs go back and forth on whether they want to keep the standings secret or make them as public as possible. And Chris is definitely on the most public as possible. But that doesn't mean that Harj is paying attention to it, right? So it's worth keeping in mind.
We'll see the builds here. And yeah, the fleet comes down for David. So I think David might be in lock it up mode. He thinks he can just hold out here. An army from Craig. So I don't feel like the stab on Harj is coming anytime soon, but we'll see. Is there much more in this game? Do people try and take down David?
David can grow from here. Absolutely. David has a lot of play.
If Justin does decide to send sees the build of the fleet as an instant stab, which he should do. If he decides no and sends everything east, this tournament isn't over. If he just stays where he is with the fleets and tries to defend with just the two armies and maybe Tyrolia as well, then no, David's won the tournament. And
there we go.
Yeah.
Well, I think that does get us to the end. So we will pull up the scores to confirm. But I do think congratulations are in order to David Miller, who a pretty commanding win in the tournament. 0 eliminations. Didn't necessarily top every board, but got good enough and a pretty big top as well for the one he did. So congratulations to David Miller and also Harj Guram for coming back and coming into second place off just 2 boards, it has to be said. So if Harj played the third round, I mean, almost anything other than an elimination probably gives Harj this tournament. So a stunning tournament from him as well. This is a different leaders list to what we're used to. This is, this tournament had a lot of known players, a lot of people who we know on the DBN as being either big in the virtual scene or classically strong players. And David's been there or thereabouts for quite a while, but this is a bit of a shift in the top of the standings here.
Yeah, David's no stranger to winning tournaments. He's won Dixie, I think 2 or 3 times, and he's been around on the face-to-face circuit for a while, and has definitely won his fair share. Hasn't won a big one, like a major event yet, I don't think, but is certainly capable of doing it. So he'll be one to watch in San Francisco for sure.
I don't think he's going. I think Adam was complaining about that recently.
Well, I mean, maybe now, maybe he's got another win under his belt. Maybe the wind is at his back. But Harj Guram, Greg Matthews, Matthew Krill, Jason Masterbaum, Adam Silverman, not even trying, coming in 6th. I mean, so Katie, what are your thoughts here? How is your feeling about this Cascadia handing over your crown to David Miller? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he played a great tournament. I can't really fault much of what he did. I think he played really well. He knew when to strengthen his position and when to be patient, and I think that's really important. I think a lot of people had some really great games. I'm still really impressed by Harj's first game against Italy. I think that was really impressive. We saw several people with some good games. I'm impressed with Craig's game. Just in the last game, I think Craig played really well. I'm just gonna say that because I don't often say enough good things about Craig. Probably.
Was that painful for you?
No, because I wasn't on the board, so I truly don't mind.
Okay.
I think this was a really fun tournament. I hope the people playing had fun, but we had some fun games. We had a couple of games we don't want to ever talk about again, but there were a few where the standings were really zigzagging and there was a lot of dynamic stuff happening, and it was really fun to watch and see how it would play out. So I hope that the players had fun too.
I mean, the important thing here is that David won this tournament for an IT, so that's a victory for IT lovers worldwide.
Just you.
Always love to see it. Colford will be happy too, Katie.
Oh, great.
But I think this top three, Harj definitely his best score in the tournament. Greg, who's had a lot of success online in extended deadline as Ewok and as Village Idiot, I don't think has had as much success moving over to face-to-face and virtual in the last couple of years. And this might be actually the closest he's come to winning a tournament. And those 3 scores didn't top any of his games, but he was just fantastically consistent, getting decent scores in all of them. And that nearly got him to a tournament victory. So yeah, sometimes you win by going out and getting the huge scores. Sometimes you just have to be mega consistent like a rock. And Greg got pretty close to this one.
And I will say, I think this is a really interesting premiere of the scoring system for World DipCon coming up in San Francisco. I was pleased to see all result. The games looked like they played out cleanly. People were going for scores, but also, as Greg Matthews showed, you don't have to be winning all your boards to get there, right? You can be consistent. You can be there or thereabouts and close in there and still really perform well and keep yourself in contention. So I like it. I feel like it deals with the Fogel problem. It deals with a few of the other issues with scoring systems going around, and I think this is a nice little warm up. I think for Worlds in April, which everyone should absolutely come along to. I'm voicing my inner Adam Silverman here.
I do think there was some evidence that that smaller powers were finding incentive to side with the board topper in order to play for a higher ranking, and that'll be interesting to watch going forward if that is a feature of the scoring system or not.
That's true of all rank based stuff, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes. Cool. Well, I feel like that is a bit of a wrap for us. Do we have any plugs we want to make? Obviously, World DipCon in April, was it 4th to 6th? San Francisco, be there or be square. I have a plug for a couple of Australian tournaments coming up. The Hung Parliament Handicap, the 21st to 23rd of February in Canberra. It is the least serious tournament on the diplomacy calendar, and it's going to be a whole lot of fun. And we also have the Melbourne Open on the March 8th long weekend, Friday through to Sunday. Friday through to Sunday in Melbourne, Australia. What else do we have in Europe, Michalis?
SpireCon in the UK is next weekend. I know that. And I also know that the NDC in the Netherlands is happening, I believe, on the second weekend of May. Let me double check. Yeah, I believe Jelte Kuiper and Michael Blom are running that on the second weekend of May. And I think Brandon also has something to pitch for viewers coming up.
I have a few things I want to talk about. One is the big event itself, the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's Invitational Tournament, coming up in just 3 weeks, I believe. And that will pit the 28 best performing players from this past year's circuit. And the field is just about set. We sent out the invitations this past week, and we'll be announcing the field this week. And we'll have that semifinal round in a few weeks, and then the championship will take place the following weekend. So that's one to watch coming up. We also have the Virtual Diplomacy League is going to kick off in March. I don't know the exact date on that, but let's all keep a lookout. And then finally, this year, for the first time in a while, I don't remember the last time North America did this, but we are going to have a separate DipCon North American Championship from the World Championship, even though the World Championship is being hosted in North America. That North American Championship, DipCon, is going to be held at Weasel Moot in the first weekend of October. So that's October 3rd to 5th. And we are shifting out to an airport in a town just outside of the city limits of Chicago. It's called Park Ridge, and it's right by O'Hare Airport. Very convenient. And we got a great rate on rooms, $129 a night, which is hard to beat in the Chicagoland area. So we'll be sending out posting information about that shortly. But please come to Chicago in October and help us crown a new North American champion.
Yeah, we need a new one. The old one sucks.
Yeah,
Awful.
I just say I'm pretty sure Katie's just going to go and win it again, right? Or McCullough's can go and win it again. One of the two.
Someone from WebDiv is going to win it again. We know this.
Of course. To be fair, last time they scheduled Cascadia so that I got to hold the title for as short a time as possible. Now they've scheduled it at Moot, so Katie gets to hold it for as long as possible. So clear favoritism in the North American
A full
hobby
year
there.
and a half.
Well, I'm an actual North American, so
You're also the president of the NADF now, so there's no favoritism going on there whatsoever.
had nothing to do with any of it. I just started like a month ago.
It's just evidence that North American diplomacy players have good taste, McCullough.
Very good. All right. Does anyone have anything else they would like to add for this stream before we bounce off? I would like to very quickly say thank you all for having me along and my first time on the hosting chair. Had a lot of fun. Only had a small number of misorders, but yeah, it was a great time. Hopefully, we'll be able to use this to support getting you some more global events when we got to juggle time zones and all that kind of thing. So. Hope to be back, and thank you for Dip Chat. Dip Chat is the best part of the diplomacy stream, so big fan of all that going on. Thanks everyone there. If no one has anything else, I'm gonna let the
thanks to Chris. We gotta thank Chris again for running a
do have to
successful
thank
tournament.
Chris. Right. Absolutely.
Chris Brand, thank you, and congrats to David and everyone else for playing. And yeah,
very good. No, you're 100% correct, Katie. Thank you to Chris Brand. A wonderful tournament to run. It's a great event. I think it's a real show of the community spirit up in the Vancouver area. There's a lot of local players come along. It's always a great time, and Chris is just the most gracious host that I've had going around the diplomacy world. So he's wonderful in that. Congratulations once again to David Miller. Very well deserved win. You're on the winners list now, and we will look forward to seeing you do so again. And Brandon has one more thing.
I just want to add Riaz Varani to the list of congratulatories because he does help run the tournament, and even though he doesn't TD it, he's one of the organizers, and so great work by both of them together.
Yeah, it's a testament to both Chris and to Riaz that even in a year where Cascadia is not holding a big title, and they've still managed to get free boards in every round and a lot of people who've traveled in for it. So having never been myself, I don't know what it's like, but it's clearly a pretty good tournament if people are turning up in these sort of numbers, regardless of the size of the title that's being fought for.
Absolutely. And with that, I will let Brandon Fogel sign us off. Because you don't get to do it this often, Brandon. You're always hosting.
I mean, the host gets to choose, right? So yeah. if you wanted to have the honors yourself, that would be up to you.
Go on, Brandon. Take us out.
All right, Diplomacy World, DBN viewers, stay safe and stab well.